Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676. Thank you, Jiang. I like your sunny days very much. Some of the guests who came to send their blessings looked familiar, while others had no impression. However, after being introduced by Miss Lee Zhao and shaking hands with the National Master and his party, Wayne spoke in Beijing dialect without hesitation and began the most commercial mutual praise that can bring people closer. Especially Jiang Ziajian. This guy is a rare actor who can be accepted by Western audiences. It is worth mentioning that the reason why he can be accepted by movie fans around the world is not his face or figure, but his strong male hormones. Male actors with this kind of hormones are basically popular in most markets around the world. My stories always happen in summer. The hot climate makes people expose more and better hide their inner desires. At that time, it seemed that it was always summer. The sun always had time to accompany me. The sun was abundant and bright, making my eyes black from time to time. Wayne did not pause much. In front of everyone around him, he fluently read the opening monologue of Sunny Days in Chinese. His behavior is very easy to make people like him, just like Jiang Ziajian at this moment, tilting his head slightly, with a strong curiosity and surprise in his eyes. Director Greenberg. Even many Eastern audiences may not be able to recite this monologue completely. Jiang Ziajian's voice is as low and generous as his appearance. He stretched out his right hand again, shook it with Wayne and shook it vigorously. If there is a chance, I will treat you to a good drink and we can have a good exchange. No problem. Although he agreed very happily, Wayne knew very well in his heart that there was a high probability that there would be no such opportunity in the near future, and his schedule was not ample at all. And he had already thought that Jiang Ziajian's good wine was most likely a guotao. Anyway, this guy has cheated Hollywood filmmakers more than once, and the title of Hollywood Chinese Promotion Ambassador is not a shame at all. What N.B. The force is real. T.M.D. is good. Taimao is what you think is a good wine. We Beijing men drink a guotao. After drinking this, you won't hide, even if an atomic bomb comes. And so on. There are not a few Hollywood filmmakers who have been fooled by him. Basically, every foreigner who has worked with him can gain something from the special Chinese language. Seeing that the foreigner was not at all pretentious and was chatting with Jiang Ziajian quite enthusiastically, the national teacher nodded secretly and said, "Director Greenberg, your flash is surprisingly shocking, and the special effects are simply outstanding. Thank you. The humanistic care in your movie also left a very deep impression on me." Huahua Jiaozi was praised by everyone. Wayne had long been accustomed to similar scenes and also complimented the other party. "I don't know if you have time recently. I would like to invite you to visit my crew." The national teacher immediately extended an invitation when he saw that there was a play. He really wanted to talk to the Hollywood director and learn more about everything related to Hollywood commercial films. "Unfortunately, my schedule is very tight this time." Wayne shrugged and politely declined the invitation. In fact, he did not lie. There was indeed not much time left for this trip, and it was also filled with various interviews. After all, the land of the East is not the North American market, where everything can be traced. Whether it is the viewing habits of movie fans or the profit model of the film industry, they are still in the initial stage of development. At this stage, the only effective way to make the box office figures look better is to carry out large-scale publicity and public opinion guidance. Warner Brothers and China Film arranged a lot of activities, especially Wayne's high favorability among Eastern fans, which led to his interviews one after another, until he boarded the plane. After a brief chat with several local filmmakers, tonight's premiere event was considered over. Unlike North America, due to the special national conditions, after the premiere, Warner Brothers and China Film did not arrange a related cocktail party, so Wayne and his party could return to the hotel to rest early. Boss, Bruce Rosenblum sent an email personally. The first thing Nina did when she returned to the hotel room was to check her work email, and the first email that caught her eye was from the head of distribution at Warner Brothers. "Just tell me what it is." Wayne glanced at the assistant and spoke with a hint of fatigue. It was relatively easy to deal with the media tonight. After all, the media here are much more polite than those in North America, but the small talk with some so-called administrative bigwigs made people feel uncomfortable. Miss Liz Heo was very smart and immediately said, "I'll go take a shower and change clothes." Seeing her boss curled up on the sofa and lit a cigarette, Miss Liz Heo also consciously walked into the master bedroom. Nina clicked on the email and reported, "It's the overseas first week box office data of The Flash." Wayne waved his hand. "Let's talk about the key figures." Nina habitually pushed her glasses and said, "The Flash officially landed in the overseas cinema market last Saturday. The first to be affected were the British Isles and various regions in Europe. Without any surprises, The Flash has received a huge blow from fans. After Warner Brothers branches in various places conducted investigations, they sent back the investigation reports to Warner Brothers North American headquarters. The average score given by fans who watched the film in the theater was A, which is basically the same as the score given by North American fans. It is predicted that there will not be a big decline in word of mouth. The box office of The Flash in the British Isles closed at $16.5 million after a full week of release, and it is still the leader in the overseas cinema market. The second largest country is South Korea. The Flash caused a sensation as soon as it was released, and the box office closed at $15.55 million in the first week. Next is Australia with $13.25 million and France with $10.97 million. Mexico's $9,800,000, Brazil $8.65 million, Taiwan $8.54 million, Italy $6.7 million, Germany $6.43 million, Spain $4.9 million, Philippines $4.1 million, Malaysia $3.56 million. The Flash was released in 72 countries and regions around the world, and the total box office outside North America was about $132 million. The marketing department of Warner Brothers and several third-party forecasting agencies in North America said that the overseas box office of The Flash will not be less than $350 million. The North American theater market has so far earned $246 million, but it has shown a very serious lack of stamina. But even so, it is predicted that the global total box office of The Flash will not be less than $700 million. This result is actually not much different from Wayne's own expectations. In this era, basically, a movie that is a big hit in the North American theater market is unlikely to fail in the overseas theater market. But boss. Nina glanced at the email again, turned around and said seriously, "Bruce Rosenblum also mentioned that the box office of The Flash in North America has fallen off a cliff-like drop without any signs. It's okay, this is normal." Nodding, Wayne motioned her to sit down and not to worry. Commercial films that rely purely on extreme audio and video special effects cannot avoid the defect of insufficient stamina. Nina, The Flash is not Star Wars after all, and potential audiences were almost driven into the theater by us in the first week or two. If we look at it from the perspective of this era, a movie with a total box office of over $100 million in North America is already considered a success. Especially since the North American box office of The Flash exceeded $100 million in 10 days, traditional thinking would predict that the subsequent box office of this movie would definitely be more sustainable. But Wayne had long anticipated the current situation. He remembered clearly in his mind that mainstream commercial blockbusters would all have this box office trend in more than a decade, especially commercial blockbusters with special effects as a selling point, because such films would hardly make fans go to the theater in droves to buy tickets and watch movies. The distribution strategy he and Warner Brothers initially formulated was also based on this. In the hot summer season, more fans were driven into the theaters early and faster, and a very good box office number was achieved. Moreover, this Flash could not be screened in the theater market for as long as Batman: The Dark Knight. After reaping the expected results early, it was immediately withdrawn from the theater. Then, various operations of offline copyrights were carried out in a very fast process to squeeze out all the short-term benefits of The Flash. This is the most correct way to distribute such films. Anything else? After hearing about the overseas box office of The Flash, Wayne opened his hands, stretched his waist, and got up to take a shower and rest early. Angelina Jolie officially entered the Warner studio today and started action training. The assistant nodded immediately without waiting for him to lift his legs. This morning, 3 hours ago in our time, Angelina Jolie, accompanied by her agent and lawyer, signed the long-term actor contract provided by Greenberg Studio. Jimmy and lawyer Ryan received the two. Hearing this, Wayne slowly sat back on the sofa and picked up a cigarette from the coffee table again. While tilting his head to light the cigarette, he looked at the assistant and asked, "Did they show any dissatisfaction?" Jimmy didn't say that on the phone. Nina rolled her eyes without hesitation and shrugged. "That's right. This is the style of your boss. Not only do you have sex with me, but you also have to make money for me. I'm afraid that you will become arrogant after you become famous. Before making money, you have to sign a long-term contract that restricts your freedom. You know, because of the role in the DC series, Angelina Jolie has signed an actor contract with Warner Brothers for 5 feature films. Once this kind of long-term actor contract is signed, it means that you will be completely tied to the film company for the next few years. In addition, the long-term contract for actors has strict regulations on the increase in actor salaries, similar to the contract of Christian Bale. Even if the movie he starred in is very popular and the box office performance is excellent, he can't expect to get the share of the later period in the first 2 or 3 movies. Of course, as the movie starring the actor becomes popular, the salary of the next sequel will inevitably increase significantly. But as long as this long-term contract for the movie is in place, the possibility of the agent asking for a high price will be eliminated in advance. Angelina Jolie has already signed a long-term contract for 5 movies, which is a harsh long-term contract. She has no choice in this regard. If she wants to join the DC movie series, she must sign a long-term contract with the producer Warner Brothers. This means that she will be tied to Warner Brothers for the next few years. Now she has signed another long-term contract for 5 movies with Greenberg Studios without hesitation. If nothing unexpected happens, she will lose her freedom for at least 10 years. There are many examples of Hollywood actors who sign long-term film contracts and then regret it midway due to the growth of fame and the expansion of ambitions, but basically the ending of the actors who regret it is not very good. Similarly, the film company did not get the expected results, which can be said to be a typical lose-lose situation. Under Wayne's instruction, Nina made this feature film agreement because she did not expect Angelina Jolie to sign it quickly. But something unexpected happened. The woman thought about it so quickly and completely kidnapped an actress at her best age to Greenberg Studio. It seems that Angelina Jolie has given you a lot of benefits. Wayne suddenly spit out a large group of cigarettes, his face serious, but his tone was full of indescribable ridicule. With his feet casually placed on the coffee table, he just curled up in the sofa and looked at Nina. "Tell me, why do you want to help her? Hey, dear assistant, please don't tell me that Angelina Jolie's agent used a beauty trap on you. The two of them have been working together for nearly 10 years, and they know each other very well." Nina seemed to have expected that she could not hide it from her boss. She did not show any nervousness, and her face did not change at all. She just pushed her glasses and said, "Because she is very smart. I just gave her a simple hint, and she was able to react to the series of arrangements behind. Also, because she is the most suitable person. I remember that the concept drawings of the movies you usually draw, the prototypes of the protagonists of several movies, all use her as a reference." After taking a closer look at Nina's eyes, Wayne nodded, raised his arm, stretched out his fingers holding a cigarette, and tapped the assistant's forehead in the air. "The matter is very simple. The nature of Hollywood actors is that they will never easily tie their freedom to a film company." Then Angelina Jolie signed a long-term film contract without hesitation and did not show any reluctance. She must have received some news in advance that made her willing to give up her freedom. In the next few years, Greenberg Studio will produce a large number of commercial projects. He is not short of money now, and he will even start preparing for multiple film projects from the second half of this year. But most of these film projects are based on female characters. The development plan of Greenberg Studio was completely discussed by Wayne and Nina, and she also fully understood why a large number of films were produced in the next 2 years. The assistant knew everything that was going to happen. If she hadn't given Angelina Jolie a hint, Wayne would have found it difficult to think of other reasons. Go to bed early. Waving his hand, Wayne extinguished the cigarette in his hand, got up and walked towards the master bedroom. As for the assistant's private hint, he didn't mean to blame her at all. He was not a fool who didn't know what was good for him. Nina did this all for herself. Originally, if Angelina Jolie was unwilling to sign a long-term contract, he would look for one or two other actresses. Hollywood lacks everything, but not sexy, hot, and beautiful girls. But now it seems that this part of the effort can be saved. Oh, right. When he reached the door of the master bedroom, Wayne suddenly remembered something and patted his forehead with his arm. He turned around and looked at the assistant and said, "Didn't Warner Brothers find a professional team to train Angelina Jolie's movements and body shape? Please call Jennifer Connelly for me. If she has time and is willing, she can also go to Warner Studios to participate in the next movement training." At this point, he curled his lips at Nina and teased, "If I were you, I would remind Jennifer Connelly again. Maybe her agent would find you a dozen male models or something like that. You are such an asshole, boss." "Thank you, Ms. Clean." Wayne has never denied that he is an asshole. After opening the door of the master bedroom, he did not forget to turn around and tease again. Life is a king movie. Life is like a play, you know what I mean. In fact, the matter is very simple. Wayne holds a large number of film adaptation copyrights, and he needs to produce as many as possible in the next 2 years to make the value of Greenberg Studio expand rapidly to an astonishing level. Then, the quickest way is to turn the copyrights in the hands of Greenberg Studio into several film series that can make long-term profits. In late June, that is, the end of this month, Charlie's Angels will be released in North America with a scale of nearly 3,000 theaters. If this film is not successful, it will be fine. He will undoubtedly modify the next plan and postpone the large number of films with a female perspective for a few years and wait until the influence of women's rights in society is a little greater. But once Charlie's Angels reaches the earliest expected results, not only will Warner Brothers produce Wonder Woman without hesitation, but Greenberg Studio will also independently invest in a series of commercial films with a female perspective. The ones that have plans now include the Tomb Raider series, the Resident Evil series, King Kong, and Mad Maximum, which all copyrights are in the hands of Warner Brothers, as well as the many scripts that Wayne had written and filed before. He never thought of withdrawing the salary paid to him by Warner Brothers from the Greenberg Studio account. The large sum of US dollars will all be invested in the production of the next film. Even so, this amount of money may not be enough, and some projects have to consider co-production with Warner Brothers. Now his only thought is that the third part of The Matrix, Charlie's Angels and other films, to be released in the summer of this year can provide enough cash flow for his next plan. It's not that Wayne is too anxious to increase his capital crazily in these 2 years, but with the development of the DC movie universe, he doesn't have much time left. Some things must be done before the DC movie universe can be separated from his own operation. For example, the CEO of Netflix who has been chasing him has not made a decision to invest until now. First, he was really unsure whether his premature investment would affect the future trend of this streaming giant. Second, he really didn't want to cause any trouble. His main energy in the next 2 years must be placed on DC and Greenberg Studios. There are always trade-offs. Bang, bang, bang. Are you asleep, boss? The usual cocktail party was cancelled on the night of the premiere of The Flash, but it seemed as if God was deliberately against Wayne and didn't give him time to rest. Less than an hour after returning to the bedroom, the door was slammed, and at the same time, Nina's shouting rang out. F***K. What happened? You'd better give me a good enough reason, otherwise. In the master bedroom, Wayne sat on the balcony chair with a white bathrobe on his body, with a burning cigarette in the corner of his mouth. He squinted his eyes and raised his head slightly, looking at the twinkling stars in the night sky comfortably. The sudden knock on the door completely interrupted his interest at the moment, and it was not difficult to hear a hint of annoyance and impatience in his voice. "Someone is looking for you. You'd better come out to meet them." Nina's voice outside the door was a little weird. After a pause, she continued, "I mean the best. Damn it, wait for me for 5 minutes." While speaking, he lowered his head and happened to meet the eyes on Miss Lizao's delicate face. Wayne blew an impatient whistle and growled harshly. "Sweetheart, is it affecting you? Keep busy with your damn work. You still have 5 precious minutes." After saying that, he took a deep puff of the cigarette, squinted his eyes again, and raised his head, looking at the beautiful scenery and the starry sky comfortably. 10 minutes later, Wayne put on his bathrobe, opened the door of the master bedroom with a relaxed look on his face, and walked out wearing the hotel slippers. "Nina, who's looking for me? It's almost midnight now. What's the emergency?" He saw a relatively familiar face before he finished speaking. It should be said that it was a familiar face from TV and movies in his previous life. A girl with a single ponytail looked over at him the moment he came out. The girl looked a little nervous, but she smiled beautifully from the moment she saw him. The girl was dressed like a girl next door in a white t-shirt, tight jeans, and a ponytail, especially the delicate and familiar face, which filled Wayne's mind with question marks. He quickly recalled it in a few seconds, and was very sure that he had no connection with this girl. "Hello, Mr. Wayne Greenberg." The girl didn't give him too much time to doubt. After he sat on the sofa, she immediately stretched out her white right hand. "I'm Cecilia Chung, from Hong Kong. Do you remember me? In 1993, my sister and I returned to Australia with our family at Los Angeles International Airport. We were detained by customs because we didn't understand the cash declaration rules. It was you who helped us explain it to the customs." As the girl spoke urgently, a dusty memory was also turned up in Wayne's mind. At that time, it should have been the only time that he and Naomi Watts went to Australia for vacation, when Joker had just passed its hot screening period. He still remembered that a group of Chinese were stopped by customs, and it was indeed he who helped to explain it clearly, otherwise those Chinese would be miserable. But his first feeling now was that he felt cold all over. Did he offend the real heroine just by saying a famous saying of Edison Chen? A deep malice surged towards him. Chapter 677 Assembly Line. Wayne sat on the sofa in the living room of the spacious hotel suite and looked at Nina beside him. Obviously, the assistant also remembered what happened back then. There was surprise in the eyes of both of them. No one expected that the little girl back then would actually meet in the East. No, it should be said that they didn't expect that Cecilia Chung would come from Hong Kong. Wayne reached out to grab the cigarette on the coffee table and asked casually, "Are you an actor now?" "Yes." Cecilia Chung nodded, and her ponytail swayed with her movements. "If you look at her appearance, she does have the talent to be an actor. At least this face is fully capable of playing the role of a vase in the movie. I just want to say thank you for coming here this time. It has been many years since the incident. If it weren't for this girl coming to him, Wayne would have forgotten the little thing back then." He observed the girl carefully again, and had to sigh at the wonder of fate. One of the two girls back then turned out to be a Hong Kong movie star, and the one who made him feel the most special. As long as he thought of the girl's future fate, he shook his head secretly in his heart. In fact, if those things happened in Hollywood, they would not be considered unforgivable. If the public opinion is well guided, it is very likely that she will be portrayed as a sympathetic victim. "Nina, give her a business card." Wayne waved to the assistant and whispered. After that, he looked at the neatly dressed girl sitting opposite him, and said with a smile, "It's rare. In the words here, since you still remember what happened back then, it means that there is a fate between us. If you have any difficulties, you can call this number." Cecilia Chung took the business card curiously, and looked through it. This business card was very different from what she knew. There was no title, no introduction, and even a simple white card with an English name and a simple number written on it. "Or you can call me next time you go to Los Angeles, and I will treat you to a meal then." Looking at the girl who was curiously fiddling with the business card, although he knew that this girl was very extraordinary, he still said, "Put it away, but don't pass this number out. This is my private number, okay?" "Yes, I won't pass it out." Cecilia Chung suppressed her inner joy and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. She knew it was getting late, so she stood up and said goodbye. "If you have time, can I treat you to a meal? Next time." Wayne also stood up and shook hands with the girl again. "My schedule here is very tight, and I will leave in 3 days at most. Looking at the girl's back as she left the hotel suite, he was also thinking hard, recalling the photos he had seen before, and constantly comparing them with the current deity, who was not even 20 years old. It must be said that this girl has a typical Oriental appearance, but a Western personality inside. As for whether the other party would take out the business card and call after leaving, he had no doubt about it. Since she could come all the way from Hong Kong, her purpose would not be just to say thank you. As Wayne guessed, the first thing Cecilia Chung did when she returned to her residence was to take out the business card with only the name and number, and repeatedly looked at it with a smile on her face. Then she picked up the phone and dialed it. I met him. Yes, things went better than we thought. I got his personal business card. Perhaps Wayne and Warner Brothers valued the DC series of movies more, and even the mass base of Warner Brothers movies here. One thing is guaranteed, that is, they are not actually thinking about making a lot of money now from the box office of The Flash here. As long as sober people know that the size of the commercial market here is still in the earliest stage of development, they actually value the potential of the future more. After all, this is a market with more than 1 billion potential viewers, and they are willing to wait patiently. But if you want to find someone who cares more about the box office figures of The Flash in the East, it is undoubtedly the giant established in the past 2 years, the head of China Film. The day after the premiere of The Flash, Zhu Shandao came to the office early. Originally, as the distributor, China Film wanted to hold a reception after the premiere according to the other party's habits, but due to some special reasons, the reception was shelved. With the release experience of Batman, The Dark Knight the previous year, coupled with the record-breaking viewing craze of Titanic, his expectations for The Flash this year are undoubtedly higher. For Zhu Shandao, his first task is to develop his own film market. If you want to develop the market, the premise is to let the audience willingly go to the theater, to stimulate the progress of all related industries. And he made a customized plan, which he thought was the best development route. On the one hand, he vigorously introduced Hollywood commercial films to stimulate the enthusiasm of the market on his side, and on the other hand, he tried to shoot commercial films on his side. To put it bluntly, it is actually borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Warner Brothers is undoubtedly the best partner. This Hollywood film industry giant not only opened a branch in Beijing many years ago, but also has a very good relationship with this side. What's more rare is that this company understands the human relations here very well, and is willing to vigorously promote its own ace movie series before the market develops, which is something other Hollywood film companies have never had. For example, this time, The Flash was released on a large scale. Except for Wayne Greenberg, no other Hollywood filmmakers of the same level have ever come here. There is no other world-class film master like this who is willing to fly here again and again to participate in activities. After Batman, The Dark Knight the previous year, it was considered to be a preliminary verification of the effect of commercial films, especially the Party A and Party B that followed, which can be said to be operated and released by him alone. Although the box office results achieved cannot be compared with Hollywood blockbusters, it also proves the correctness of his development plan. Frequent introduction of Hollywood big-budget commercial films actually brought him a lot of pressure. The biggest criticism came from some local film directors. Now the film directors basically belong to their own film studios. Whether it is the Magic City Studio, the Chunchang Studio, or even the Beijing Film Studio, there has been no end to the criticism of his practice of introducing Hollywood blockbusters. But Zhu Shandao understands better than anyone that, if you want to develop the local film industry, you can never rely on those award-winning movies. The reason is very simple. Those artistic films can indeed frequently win awards internationally, but they cannot attract audiences to the cinema. Not to mention, most of the so-called award-winning films are privately brought out for exhibition. If the content of the filming is strictly checked, 90% can be classified as banned films, not to mention large-scale public screening. Since he took this position, he has never been afraid of criticism. There is a way out. He strongly supported Feng Kuozi to shoot Party A and Party B, and even personally went to help attract investment, just to create a local role model. It just so happens that Party A and Party B is also very competitive. With a production cost of only 4 million RMB, it has earned more than 36 million RMB in the box office in this land, where marketization has just sprouted. And this is only the data that can be checked on the surface. Everyone knows that the cinema market is in chaos now, and there are many mountaintops in various provinces. What kind of operations such as concealing the box office, cheating the box office, and even not issuing tickets for viewing are all common means of cinemas. The actual box office figures of Party A and Party B must be much more than on the surface. However, seeing that a year was almost over, most local film directors did not realize that commercial films were a way out. They were still shooting banned films and stimulating the development of the entire market. In their eyes, commercial films were still in a low position, which made him a little depressed. Leader, the statistics are probably out. Just as ZUO was holding a teacup and looking out the office window in a daze, the office door was knocked, and the secretary walked in respectfully and put a few sheets of printed paper on the desk. Today's Eastern market has only started not long ago. The box office statistics are all reported by the theaters at all levels, and then collected and counted by special personnel. Fortunately, it finally came. He put down the big teacup casually, and when he looked down and saw the statistics, the corners of his mouth began to rise unconsciously. 4.55 million RMB. Sold 4.55 million in one night. Very good. Although this number is definitely biased, it is already high enough for this market. After the theaters that screened The Flash reported it layer by layer, the final statistical result was that the total box office of The Flash in the country from the premiere last night to the end was about 4.55 million RMB. Moreover, at the back of the statistical report, there was a very noteworthy point. That is, the attendance rate of The Flash last night was more than 80% on average for each show. Since this morning, all the theaters showing The Flash in Beijing have already seen people queuing up to buy tickets. The theaters are also making emergency adjustments. The latest news is that all theaters showing The Flash in Beijing have increased the screening rate of this film to more than 85%. Seeing that the leader was in a good mood, the secretary reported the information he had learned in a low voice. If we look at the current trend, the screening rate of The Flash in all theaters across the country will exceed the initial expectations. Very good. Zhu Shandao nodded with satisfaction. Just when the secretary thought the report was over and turned to leave, the leader's instruction sounded again behind him. I heard that Wayne Greenberg's schedule is very tight this time. Please help me make an appointment with him. I want to talk to him before he leaves. Okay. In fact, Wayne didn't want to contact these senior executives because conversations with these people, whether so-called small talk or not, are difficult to avoid the sensitive area of politics. However, after 2 busy days, before boarding the plane, he sat in the private room of the Capital Hotel with Zhu Shandao. After a simple greeting, the topic between the two inevitably turned to movies. Mr. Greenberg, Zhu Shandao held a wine glass and asked in an experimental tone, without considering the film industry system, what do you think are the biggest differences between Hollywood movies and current Eastern movies? In fact, Zhu Shandao himself can give countless answers to this question. Even if you ask domestic filmmakers, they will say countless 1234 without hesitation. However, he wanted to hear opinions from outsiders, especially the one next to him, who is definitely one of the most qualified Hollywood filmmakers, to talk about this topic. Hearing this question, Wayne subconsciously narrowed his eyes and did not speak. First, he slowly took out a cigarette and lit it, and took this opportunity to think carefully about what to say. As you said, putting aside the foundation of the film industry, I personally think that the essence of film is to tell stories. He did not talk about the production method or the capital operation process of Hollywood movies, but chose a direction that would basically not be criticized or make mistakes. If you want to tell a good story, you first need a logically rigorous and attractive script. In addition to Zhu Shandao and the secretary, there was also a manager of the Warner Brothers branch and Wayne's personal assistant Nina. No one at the scene expected that he would talk about the script. To give a typical example, whether in a movie or a TV series, in order to show that a person's economic conditions are not good, the screenwriter usually arranges a plot, that is, to make this person have no money in his pocket when checking out, or have money but not enough, no matter what he wants to buy. The final result is that he cannot pay. As Wayne narrated, several people at the table nodded secretly at the same time, and similar pictures flashed through their heads. It seems to be true. Whether it is TV or TV series, such a plot is indispensable. Of course, to put it bluntly, the screenwriter hopes to show the protagonist's poverty through similar scene arrangements. This is the most commonly used and most common method, which is normal. Is there anything wrong? The Chinese manager of the Warner Brothers branch asked in confusion. Director Greenberg, isn't this a very common practice? Yes, it's very common. Wayne blew out a large ball of cigarettes, crossed his hands, and placed them on the table in front of him, and turned to look at his personal assistant. Nina, what kind of person would not know how much money he has? Or, what kind of person would go out without money, and have to wait until the bill to find out that he has no money? Billionaires like you. The assistant lady was not polite and said directly, billionaires like you who don't know how much money you have, will go out without money, because you don't need to know the price of the goods at all, and it doesn't make any sense for you people. The woman's words made the other 3 men in the private room suddenly stunned. There is no fool here, and then they all reacted. The screenwriter wrote this plot is just a fabrication. Only rich people who have so much money that they can't count it themselves don't know how much money they have. Nina continued, but there was a hint of indescribable ridicule in her tone. For example, my credit card limit is only $5,000, and I don't carry more than $50 in cash when I go out. So, I will never walk into a luxury store and ask for things I can't afford, which would embarrass myself. This is the thing. The screenwriter who can write such a plot is completely self-righteous. But in many movies and TV series in the East, in order to show the protagonist's poverty, the first choice is to use this most common plot. These are just my personal opinions. Wayne tapped the table with his fingers holding a cigarette, attracted everyone's attention, shrugged and continued, there are many differences between Eastern movies and Hollywood movies, too many to talk about all night, but, in my opinion, the first thing we need to understand is the difference between the screenwriters on both sides. I don't need to say much about how important the script is to a movie. From my perspective, we can talk about the script creation process in Hollywood. Generally speaking, there are no single-person scripts in Hollywood. Even if the idea is from a single person, it will eventually be created by a professional team. The advantages and disadvantages of doing this are obvious. If it is created by an entire team of screenwriters, it means that each individual screenwriter only needs to deal with what he is best at. Some people are good at writing emotions, some are good at writing conspiracies, some are good at writing conflicts, and so on. This is the mainstream script creation mode of Hollywood commercialization. Of course, the process is definitely more complicated than what I said. Many people call this an assembly line and think that it has completely lost the pursuit of film art. This is not wrong, because from the beginning of the script creation team, it has inevitably become a part of the Hollywood film assembly line, and it has nothing to do with art at all. The advantage is that the script that is repeatedly polished by the team can definitely effectively reduce the flaws I just mentioned. The logic will be very rigorous, and from a normal perspective, it is difficult for the audience to pick out any problems. Because every plot of the script has been repeatedly polished countless times, otherwise it would not be able to get investment from the film company. Just talking about the script, this may really be the biggest difference between Eastern and Western film and television. Not to mention now, even after more than 10 or 20 years, the difference in this regard is still very huge. For example, in Wayne's previous life, he has always been wondering why the stories written by domestic screenwriters are either about love or love. Medical dramas are doctors falling in love, legal dramas are lawyers falling in love, and in the end even youth campus dramas are students playing ambiguity. Zooish and Io was thoughtful and took a sip of the wine in the glass. I noticed that in the screenwriter column of your works, there is always only your name. No doubt. Wayne spread his hands and looked at the leader of the reform of Eastern films. I will first write the overall framework of the story and then hand it over to the screenwriter department specially established by Warner Brothers for the DC series. After repeated polishing by the screenwriter team of this department, the script will be handed over to my behind-the-scenes creative team for consideration. This is the most common screenwriter model in Hollywood. Just like this Flash, the finalized script has basically nothing to do with what I wrote at the beginning. This is not bad, at least no matter how the script is changed, it is still within my theme framework. Many producers actually just provide an idea, and the rest depends on the screenwriter team. These words seem to be just common sense in Hollywood, but they shocked Zoosh and Io at all. Especially Wayne's words before leaving, which made him stay in the private room and think alone for a long time. Warner Brothers established a screenwriter department for the DC series. I set the criteria for recruiting screenwriters from the beginning. We don't want anyone who graduated from a prestigious school, and we don't want anyone who has achieved a little bit of success. Yes, screenwriters who graduated from a prestigious school or have achieved a certain level of success are born with ideas and creativity. However, what I need are those low-level screenwriters in Hollywood, screws who can do their job with peace of mind for a fee. As long as they can work together to write the script I want, they don't need to have any creativity at all. The screenwriter team I really need is economical, practical, fast, and can use the ready-made model. As early as the establishment of the DC screenwriter department, I publicly said to the first batch of members, "This is an assembly line factory. Each of you is a very small part of it. Don't think that it won't work without someone. If anyone feels that their self-esteem is hurt or working here violates your original intention of dreaming of becoming a screenwriter, you can leave at any time." The dinner time was short, and Wayne didn't dare to try the famous liquor on the table. In this exchange, he actually preferred to see this mountain eagle. After all, in his impression, he has always been the most mysterious movie industry boss in the East. Another point is that the other party will sit in this boss's position for many years. Warner Brothers and his own films are destined to be introduced in large quantities in the future, and what kind of schedule and what kind of publicity the film can get, in the end, is it not the other party's words? Faces given to each other. As a fake foreigner with an oriental soul in his head, Wayne certainly understands the ways of the world, which often plays a huge role in this land. After eating this unique Chinese meal, the next morning, after saying goodbye to Miss Lizao, the two agreed to meet again in Los Angeles and boarded a chartered plane to New Zealand with Nina, Sergey and other staff. That's right, Wayne was not too concerned about the specific box office of The Flash in the East, at least he didn't have much hope before the year 2000. Now everything he and Warner Brothers did was actually to lay the foundation for the future. So before flying back to North America, he had to go to New Zealand to check the preparations for The Lord of the Rings there. This is destined to be a year-long job, but if nothing unexpected happens, the next stage will also start recruiting actors as soon as possible, because the main actors will have to wait for 3 to 6 months of action training. Boss, Nami asked when you will rush back to Los Angeles. After the plane arrived in New Zealand smoothly, when Wayne and his party had just walked out of the airport and had not seen Peter Jackson and others who came to pick them up, Nina received an urgent call from Los Angeles. 1 week at most. Tell Nami to put her heart back in her stomach. I can't miss the premiere of Charlie's Angels. Chapter 678 The Prince is Shameless. Peter, I heard that Weta Special Effects Studio was founded by you and your friends, and you are one of the big bosses? Wayne asked casually, while flipping through the drafts of the floor plans of props and costumes related to The Lord of the Rings in a business car from the airport to Wellington, the capital of New Zealand. The seemingly casual question made Peter Jackson, who was sitting next to him, tense up all his muscles instantly, and his eyes began to flicker and dodge when he looked at him. Especially when he found that Wayne did not look at him, but just casually flipped through the manuscript. The fat New Zealander's shirt on the back was wet with sweat in just a few seconds. Yes, Mr. Greenberg. Peter Jackson gritted his teeth, glanced at Sergey who was driving, and Nina who was looking down at a magazine in the last row of the car, and finally nodded slowly. Weta Studio was established in 1993, initially to produce special effects for my new film, Angels of Sin. After I established this studio with 2 good friends, we also achieved the original purpose. Angels of Sin saved a lot of expenses because we used our own special effects studio. The reason why Peter Jackson was so nervous was that Weta Studio undertook all the special effects work of The Lord of the Rings, including the concept drawings, props, costumes, sets, models, sculptures, etc. of thousands of characters in The Lord of the Rings, as well as the design and production of the most used monster models, weapons, and armor in the filming of The Lord of the Rings. The first reason why he dared to use his own special effects studio was that he had strong confidence in this special effects work and fully believed that the studio in his hands could achieve results that would not be inferior to the legendary Hollywood special effects company, Industrial Light and Magic. Secondly, of course, it was because of the selfishness in his heart. Not only did he need The Lord of the Rings, but Weta Studio also needed the opportunity to prove itself. Moreover, the special effects, props and everything else of The Lord of the Rings can bring Weta Special Effects Studio a lot of revenue, which means they can make a lot of money. Let's go back to the hotel first. Turning back to throw the bound design drafts to Nina, who was sitting in the back row, Wayne just smiled at Peter Jackson and raised his hand to pat the seat in front of him twice, making a bang. After Sergi raised his hand to indicate that he had received the instruction, he turned his head and stared at the eyes of the fat New Zealander carefully. One hand scratched the stubble on his chin, and the other hand took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it into his mouth. Peter, let's talk about your special effects studio. You should understand what I mean, okay? Yes, I understand. The fat New Zealander nodded immediately, thinking about how to start. In 1993, Weta Studios was established. After my new film, Angels of Destruction, was completed, we discovered that having our own special effects studio could achieve the effect of spending little money and doing great things in many projects. Mr. Greenberg, you know, the total investment in The Lord of the Rings was not much, at least not enough for such an epic and special effects trilogy. Therefore, using Weta Studios to produce the film's related special effects can save a lot of money compared to using George Lucas's Industrial Light and Magic. And all the money saved can be invested in the production of the film. Since the establishment of this special effects studio in 1993, Peter Jackson and his two partners have actually discovered that special effects companies cannot make a lot of money in the film industry, or that the special effects companies that make a lot of money are only a small number at the top of the industry. Fortunately, the film Angels of Destruction was seen by Hollywood's New Line Cinema, and coupled with the relatively low price of Weta Studios, many projects of New Line Cinema were given to them. You have to know that in 1993, New Line Cinema was still in its heyday, although it was only a subsidiary of Time Warner. If you only look at the box office figures, the total box office of the low-budget films produced by New Line Cinema was able to suppress Universal Pictures, the worst performing of the 6 Hollywood studios, and 20th Century Fox. Unfortunately, New Line Cinema unexpectedly began to decline rapidly, and its best low-budget horror films became a failure one after another. Now it has even been completely sold to Warner Brothers, and even the President Shea has retired. No, Peter. Wayne leaned comfortably on the car seat, crossed his legs, raised his fingers holding a cigarette to Peter Jackson, and shook them back and forth. You still don't seem to understand what I mean. As he spoke, his upper body suddenly tilted to the left, closing the distance between him and the fat New Zealander, staring into his eyes, and said, "Why should I believe that your Weta Special Effects Studio is fully capable of designing and producing all the special effects and props for The Lord of the Rings? You need to give me a reason that can convince me. You still have time to think about it." The business car had arrived in front of the hotel. Wayne raised his hand and patted Peter Jackson's arm, bent down and got out of the car door opened by the doorman. Peter, standing at the door of the hotel, he buttoned up his suit jacket while tilting his head and looking at the fat New Zealander who was still sitting in the car. "Forget about today. Tomorrow morning, you will accompany me to visit the Weta Special Effects Studio and take a good look at your work progress during this period. Also, we have to go to the location that is being built. That's it, you go back first." After saying that, he waved his hand, ignoring the embarrassed look on Peter Jackson's face, and walked towards the hotel lobby with Sergi and Nina. Several people successfully registered and came to the presidential suite with the help of the waiter. Nina left the luggage piled aside until the waiter bent down to take the tip and left the suite. She frowned slightly and looked at her boss and said, "Boss, will this make Peter Jackson feel humiliated and angry?" Hey, dear Miss Clean. Wayne glanced at her, sat down on the sofa, shrugged and said, when Peter Jackson wanted to use Weta Special Effects Studio to prepare everything related to The Lord of the Rings, it was you who persuaded me to secretly encourage Warner Brothers to agree to come. This plan was also planned by you. What? Are you soft-hearted now? Nina rolled her eyes unceremoniously, turned around and started packing her luggage, and never said a word again. In her opinion, her boss is a typical example of using people forward and not using them backward. To put it bluntly, the matter is very simple. There are very few complete special effects studios in Hollywood. Industrial Light and Magic is at the top of the pyramid, while the others are either small workshops, or are also losing money to make a profit, picking up the leftovers of Industrial Light and Magic. In fact, if we look at it broadly, Hollywood has never lacked special effects production companies, such as Scanline VFX, MPC and other larger ones. Of course, there are hundreds of other special effects companies, big and small, but only a handful of them can really develop. There is no doubt in the industry that the emergence of movie special effects, or the emergence of Star Wars produced with cross-era special effects, directly changed the development pattern of the film industry, and even directly changed the form of expression of the art of film. The earliest reason why Industrial Light and Magic could become a giant in the special effects industry was that it became famous because of Star Wars. Later, relying on George Lucas's strong funds and connections, as early as the early 1980s, he had invented the source sequence computer processing method and successfully applied it to the science fiction movie Star Trek, making the film the first movie in history to produce special effects scenes completely by computer. Afterwards, ILM's development nodes were basically based on popular movies at each stage. Sherlock Holmes in 1985 produced the first computer-generated character in history. The Abyss in 1989 produced the first computer-generated 3D character in history. And Terminator 2, Judgment Day in 1991 produced the first computer-generated special effects protagonist in history, T-1000. Until the mid-1990s, ILM gradually became the first choice for all major Hollywood projects with popular movies. Jurassic Park, Forrest Gump, The Mask, and other movies all achieved success with ILM. It is worth mentioning that ILM originally had a computer animation team that had developed 3D animation film technology early on, but George Lucas, the father of Star Wars, thought that this technology was too pediatric, and in the mid-1980s, he sold all the staff of this computer animation team to Joe. It was this computer animation team that sold for $10 million that later had a more resounding name, and everyone called them Pixar. That's right, it's the Pixar where all the technicians have the attribute of hanging bee. It was Pixar that helped Boss Joe turn his life around. The first animation studio in Hollywood, Pixar. As for Weta Special Effects Studio, it was because Nina had been keeping an eye on New Line Cinema that she discovered this company with great potential and vitality. Since 1993, New Line Cinema has basically used Weta Special Effects Studio for all its films, big and small. The studio not only offers low prices, but also has effects that exceed the industry average, allowing the film company to thoroughly implement the culture of doing big things with little effort. It was also because of this that when Peter Jackson wanted to outsource the special effects, props, and other preparatory work for The Lord of the Rings to Weta Special Effects Studio, Wayne secretly called Jeff Robinoff. So things went smoothly beyond imagination at the beginning, and the two investors of The Lord of the Rings, Warner Brothers and Greenberg Studio, did not make it difficult for them. Now that the preparations are almost halfway through, whether it is props, armor, costumes, monster models, etc., they have begun to be made, and Wayne threw a problem to Peter Jackson for the first time. Don't say he is too grandson. Shameless, shameless. This is Hollywood. Hollywood has always been a commercial society, a melting pot of capital. If there is no intrigue here, all film-related practitioners are pure little sheep. No one will believe it. More importantly, Wayne is very clear that what Weta Special Effects Studio lacks is the opportunity of Lord of the Rings. In his vague memory, it is also because of Lord of the Rings that this special effects studio headquartered in New Zealand has become one of the three major special effects studios in Hollywood. Besides, Peter Jackson has never entered this category of the behind the scenes team around him, or the circle of his own people around him. Since they are not his own people in his mind, his code of conduct will not change at all. In fact, many people in the circle know that Wayne Greenberg's code of conduct has always been to shake hands with you with a sunny and tough appearance, but the left hand hidden behind is always holding a hard stone. In the suite of the Hilton Hotel in Wellington, New Zealand, Wayne and his party are relaxing and enjoying a New Zealand-style dinner. In an office of Weta Studios, which is headquartered in Wellington, 3 men were holding cold coffee, their faces very solemn. Don't hold on to other fluke ideas. Peter Jackson has been in Los Angeles for a long time and knows the Hollywood tycoon very well from the outside. He threw the coffee cup on the table, ignoring the liquid that spilled, punched the table, and said in a low voice, "Give him shares. Give him shares that satisfy his appetite." As a partner of Weta Studios, Richard Taylor's face was very ugly, especially when he thought of the large number of things made for the Lord of the Rings in the studio. He felt as if he was stabbed. "Peter, maybe we should be more patient and wait for Wayne Greenberg to check the progress of the preparations before making a decision." "That's right." Another partner, Jimmy Selkirk, nodded and looked at the fat New Zealander and said, "Wayne Greenberg is a film director after all. I don't believe that when he sees the props and models made for the Lord of the Rings, he will really tear his face and change the special effects company." In fact, the 3 of them are confident in their work and the design of the studio, especially Jimmy Selkirk and Richard Taylor. They believe that those exquisite work results that are not inferior to those of Industrial Light and Magic are their capital to fight against the vampire. Yes, it is a vampire. When Peter Jackson talked about Wayne's words on the road, the 3 of them figured everything out in an instant. Now the time node is too good. Weta Special Effects Studio cannot fail to succumb. Otherwise what awaits them is annihilation. Damn, don't treat him as a film director, never. No one expected that. The fat New Zealander almost jumped up after hearing the words of his 2 friends. Under the surprised gazes of the 2, he gasped in frustration, picked up the coffee that had just been thrown out, and drank it all in one gulp, and said again in a low and hoarse voice, "You have never been in Hollywood, so it's normal that you don't know him. Even in Hollywood, no one has ever regarded him as a simple film director." Glancing at his 2 friends, Peter Jackson seemed to be deflated suddenly, his upper body completely slumped into the sofa, and continued to explain weakly, "The name Wayne Greenberg represents energy in Hollywood. In the eyes of senior filmmakers in the circle, he actually has 3 identities. The first is a capitalist. Yes, a capitalist. He is the major shareholder of Warner Brothers and the largest natural person shareholder of the entire Warner Brothers. His net worth is conservatively estimated to be no less than $1 billion US. Note that this is the most conservative estimate. His Greenberg studio has been making great strides in Hollywood in the past 2 years. Financial experts from Fortune magazine analyzed that he also holds a large number of internet company stocks. The second identity is a producer, and the last one is the film director in people's eyes. Let's talk about capitalists first. You must know that in the North American society, capitalists, they are the most powerful group in society. The capitalists in North American society refer to people like him who have a lot of resources to allocate. It can also be understood as people who can mobilize wealth, resources and energy far beyond their own. Wayne Greenberg is definitely one of the top few in Hollywood in this regard. He is a master of dark style movies and an invisible leader of filmmakers in this field. He is the default leader of the new generation of the Jewish gang, and the default leader of the next generation of Jewish bosses in the entertainment industry. At the same time, after so many years of work and investment, the stars he has promoted, the movie giants who have made profits because of him, the industry bosses who are closely around him, and the friends in the industry, who exist for the above reasons, can all enable him to gather and influence resources when he is willing, which is so large that it is difficult for outsiders to imagine. Under Peter Jackson's low and hoarse narration, Wayne's true face was first revealed in front of Jimmy Selkirk and Richard Taylor. If Wayne was present, he would definitely hug the fat New Zealander. He probably could not have dreamed that the person who really understood him was not his opponent, not his friend, not the woman he had sex with, but the fat New Zealander who had always been inconspicuous. Give me an example. Peter Jackson continued weakly. For example, George Lucas, who is known as the richest man in Hollywood. However, if anyone can mobilize more capital and resources in the circle, I think it is still Wayne Greenberg. Therefore, his role as a capitalist is very powerful, especially for a capitalist like him who knows how to share profits. Warner Brothers is his base camp, and the world's top media industry represented by Time Warner is a behemoth standing behind him. He doesn't have many friends, but they are either first-line superstars or top directors in the circle. Otherwise, why would a rebellious superstar like Tom Cruise take the initiative to get close to him? There is also the role of producer. Just wait and see. After this summer, 20th Century Fox will most likely become his invisible partner. As long as he wants, he can even use production. The role of the filmmaker has won the friendship of more than half of the Hollywood giants. So, this is the real Wayne Greenberg. The superficial gentleness, courtesy, philanthropist, and gentlemanly demeanor are all packaged by the Times Group with the power of the media. Guys, this is the main reason why I said not to hold on to fluke ideas. As long as he wants, I will get out of the preparation work of The Lord of the Rings tomorrow. Of course, as long as he wants. Even if Weta Special Effects Studio has done half of the work and its work performance is very outstanding, it will still be replaced by other special effects companies. A vivid image of a Hollywood industry tycoon appeared from Peter Jackson's description. His two friends also clearly realized the meaning of the term Hollywood tycoon for the first time. If you put it that way, Peter, Richard Taylor, who usually presided over the work of Weta Special Effects Studio, frowned and slowly spread out. He looked at his friend thoughtfully and whispered, "Then introducing Wayne Greenberg will still be of great benefit to us, right? From a certain perspective, it is like this." Peter Jackson nodded. Once he becomes the majority shareholder of Weta Special Effects Studio, as long as the studio completes the big order of The Lord of the Rings well, there will be no shortage of funds for development, and no shortage of special effects outsourcing projects. The reason is simple. Greenberg Studio is constantly launching film projects. Warner Brothers will also outsource special effects projects to Weta Special Effects Studio for his sake. The premise is that the special effects of The Lord of the Rings must be done well. As long as there is no problem with the technology, according to the unspoken rule of Hollywood, to take care of its own people, Weta Special Effects Studio will not lack work. It's just, Peter Jackson thought of some rumors in the Hollywood circle and said hesitantly, it's just that no one knows how big his appetite is. Since he has been deliberately calculating Weta Studio, his appetite must not be small. Everyone wants the benefits. The three people present thought at the same time that, if Wayne Greenberg opened his mouth and wanted to swallow up most of the studio share, the three of them would really become free workers. Commercial companies are infiltrated by capital, and rumors of founders being kicked out of the company have frequently emerged. None of the three people have heard less. Especially Wayne Greenberg, who is fully capable of investing first and then slowly kicking them all out. For a time, the three fell into silence again. Forget it, I will take the initiative to give him the agreed share when I take him to visit tomorrow. Peter Jackson rubbed his thigh, shook his head and said helplessly, everything will be discussed tomorrow. The other two looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Now they could only do this. Apart from this, they could not do much. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Wayne and Nina appeared in front of the Weta Special Effects Studio on time. Peter Jackson, who had not slept well all night, and his good friend Richard Taylor greeted him and welcomed him into the studio to visit the related items that had been made for The Lord of the Rings. This thing is much heavier than I thought, and it is also much more delicate. Touching a medieval armor in his hand, Wayne curiously lifted it hard and nodded in approval from time to time with satisfaction. This armor belongs to the Emperor Aragorn at first glance. It is just a sample now. When the actors are in place, they will be modified according to the actors' body shapes and mass-produced. Actors need training. Peter Jackson stretched out his hand, knocked on the armor a few times, and explained, my original plan was to use polyethylene or Kevlar, but after experiments, I found that copper is the most realistic and has the best effect for the main part. So if actors want to move freely wearing this kind of thing, they must be trained in advance. Well done. Wayne patted Peter Jackson on the shoulder and praised with a smile. Chapter 679. For 5 consecutive days, Wayne carefully observed the preparation progress of The Lord of the Rings, from the design and production of props, special effect models, armor, and costumes, to the outdoor locations in the suburbs of Wellington, New Zealand, which had already been built for half of the time. In particular, the Shire, which had already taken shape, was as moving as a painting, whether viewed from a distance or approached, as if walking into the fantasy world of Middle-earth. From this point of view, Peter Jackson did a very good job, and was worthy of being a die-hard fan of The Lord of the Rings. When will John Gray come back from Los Angeles? The night before leaving New Zealand, Wayne and Peter Jackson sat on the balcony of the hotel, holding glasses and chatting. It was also unfortunate that he came here this time. As a producer representing Warner Brothers and Greenberg Studio, John Gray temporarily flew back to Los Angeles. It should be soon. I don't know about his work schedule. Peter Jackson shook his head slightly and responded vaguely, without giving a specific time. In fact, since arriving in New Zealand, Wayne has noticed something. As a producer, John Gray is likely to have an unpleasant experience with the future film director at work. However, this is a normal situation of a Hollywood crew. Once you enter the crew, you must distinguish between the primary and the secondary, and the size of the rights. It is precisely that The Lord of the Rings project is definitely centered on the producer in the crew. John Gray is Wayne's old partner and a senior executive in the Warner Brothers system. His presence is the first factor that makes Wayne and Warner Brothers completely relieved about the crew. I will call him. Picking up the wine glass to indicate, Wayne clinked it with the New Zealand fat man, raised his head, and took a big sip and said, "Wait until early July, you and John will return to Los Angeles together, and we will start the actor audition. I hope to get the right to advise the actor." Speaking of this, Peter Jackson immediately straightened his upper body, and stared at Wayne with his eyes nervously. "You know, I don't want to be excluded from the audition work. That is not good for film production." So far, this is what the New Zealand fat man cares about most. He knew very well that with his qualifications, if he wanted to make suggestions during the actor audition, he had to get the other party's support first. If the other party was unwilling to say hello to the producer John Gray, then the producer would definitely dare to exclude him as a director from all work except filming. Peter Jackson was certainly unwilling to become a filming machine in his favorite project, and no director was willing to do so. "I will say hello to John." Putting down the wine glass in his hand, Wayne smiled and patted the New Zealand fat man on the shoulder, nodded and agreed. Since he chose to trust this fat man, he would not let the other party become a mascot. He would communicate with John Gray before the filming of the movie officially started. Everything else was fine, but in the filming of the movie, he must try not to restrict the fat man's hands and feet. Speaking of Peter Jackson, in his memory, he was the most miserable one among the big Hollywood directors. In the eyes of movie fans, he was a counterfeit who could not make a good movie without the Lord of the Rings series. In the eyes of Hollywood film companies, he was an easy target for bullying and exploitation. Even the big stars who cooperated with him rarely respected him. This situation is basically unique among Hollywood directors of the same level. People all know that he earned a lot of box office revenue and director's salary for filming the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but many people don't know that he finally fought a lawsuit with the Lord of the Rings producer New Line Cinema for many years, but still did not get the full amount of remuneration he deserved. So, what kind of virtues Hollywood film companies are, we can see from this incident. It was not easy to take advantage of the limelight of Lord of the Rings and the Oscar statuette to break into the 20+20 club, but it only took one King Kong to be beaten back to the original, and in the end, had to continue to pick up the leftovers of Lord of the Rings. In fact, after filming King Kong, he couldn't wait to break the news to the media that he almost gave up and left the crew several times because of being troubled by Naomi Watts. You know, Peter Jackson was already the winner of the Oscar for Best Director at that time. After finally finishing the filming of King Kong, the movie is pretty good in the eyes of movie fans, and the global box office has also received nearly $600 million. No matter how you look at it, it is not a failure. Naomi Watts, who was a late bloomer, also gained the attention of otakus around the world with this film. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the producer Universal Pictures, this project is definitely not worth the loss. Not only did they pay Peter Jackson a basic salary of $20 million, but they also had to give him a 20% share of the global total box office. In the end, it turned out that the only one who really made money was the fat New Zealander, and Universal Pictures' huge investment was all working for him. Just this time, the mainstream Hollywood film companies immediately saw the ability of this New Zealand Oscar-winning director. It was also this time that made him drift further and further away from mainstream big-budget projects. There was no way. The film companies generally had considerable concerns about hiring him, and no one wanted to become the second Universal Pictures. Do well, Peter. If you do well in the filming, I will propose to Warner Brothers to let you participate in the post-production of the film. Before Peter Jackson left, Wayne gave him another reassurance, or a big cake, which successfully exchanged for a bright smile on his fat face. Thank you, thank you. After thanking with a happy face, the New Zealander turned around and left the hotel suite, and also ended the conversation between the two. Nina. When only his own people were left in the living room, Wayne turned to the assistant lady and ordered, "Let Jimmy and Colin come to New Zealand as soon as possible." The investment agreement for 35% of the shares of Weta Special Effects Studio must be signed as soon as possible. When you go back, you will prepare $17 million. As long as it is signed here, it will be transferred immediately. The assistant lady sitting on the sofa nodded. Don't worry, boss, it will definitely be done within a week. That's how it is. Facing the 35% share offered by Peter Jackson on behalf of his two friends, Wayne nodded without any hesitation. And this is also the biggest purpose of his personal flight to New Zealand. In fact, in this era, investing $17 million in Weta Special Effects Studio is definitely not cheap. But in Wayne's eyes, as long as it develops normally, this is definitely one of the rare bargains. According to statistics from Forbes, an authoritative North American magazine, Peter Jackson unexpectedly ranked first among the 10 highest paid public figures in 2022. When many people mention this Hollywood director, the first thing that flashes through their minds must be doubt, because this guy really relies on The Lord of the Rings for half his life. However, in fact, he is not relying on The Lord of the Rings to eat half a lifetime, but more than enough for several lifetimes. Yes, he was owed wages for the Lord of the Rings project, but after the completion of the Lord of the Rings, it also left him with a huge asset that is most easily overlooked. Just by selling shares in special effects companies, he can rank first in income among all workers in the film and sports industries around the world. And behind him, it can be said that they are all world-renowned artists. There are Bob Dylan, winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature and the Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award, Ryan Tedder, the creator of world digital music, Tyler Perry, the black comedy master, Paul Simon, the rock star, Trey Parker, the founder of South Park, Kanye West, the global coconut marketer, Dwayne Johnson, the only Hollywood star who can single-handedly resist the box office in the past decade, and Jay-Z, the hip-hop king, etc. If you look at the people behind him, you can understand the value of this income list. But it is Peter Jackson, the fat man from New Zealand, who has firmly suppressed all these people by selling shares in the special effects studio. From this most intuitive perspective, the value of Weta Special Effects Studio is much clearer. Moreover, even if the value in many years is ignored, Wayne will not hesitate to invest, simply because it can grow into one of the 3 major special effects studios in Hollywood, which is crucial to his future plans. The New Zealand trip ended, and the next morning, Wayne and his party boarded the plane back to Los Angeles, ready to start a short vacation. At this time, the North American theater market is playing a drama of one side singing and another taking the stage. Since the beginning of June, the box office of The Flash in the cinema market has begun to fall sharply due to its unique film attributes. However, no matter whether it is the media or people in the Hollywood circle, even if the cinema company has quickly reduced its screening scale, and even if the North American daily box office has fallen to $1 million, no one says that the box office of this film has failed. Godzilla, produced and distributed by Sony Columbia, has a very low North American box office trend. Even if it and Paramount Pictures tacitly squeeze The Flash, it did not end the decline of this book monster. 3 weeks after the film was released, the North American box office was just about to exceed 100 million. Similar to the experience of The Flash, the cinema company quickly reduced its screening scale in early June. This film is destined to become Roland Emmerich's Waterloo. Sony Columbia's executives seem to still hope that the film can gain more box office, and they are still adding marketing funds when the reputation of movie fans is extremely unfavorable. It is Sony Columbia's abnormal behavior that has made most Hollywood film companies fall into confusion. Even if he is the leader of a small company, he knows that he should stop losses in time. However, Columbia Pictures, one of the 6 giants, is still struggling to survive by spending money. However, before the reason for these abnormal actions can be found, a movie released on June 5th, as a dark horse, strongly suppressed The Flash and Godzilla. On June 5th, 1998, North American time, The Truman Show, a movie that was praised by film critics, but always regarded as a genre film by Paramount Pictures, caused a strong social discussion as soon as it was released. Originally, the focus of Paramount Pictures this year was the science fiction masterpiece Armageddon, which they had worked hard to produce. They did not expect that The Truman Show would cause a huge discussion after its release, and it took in $31.54 million in the first weekend. And because of the social topics it caused, the subsequent box office trend of the film is very promising. Paramount Pictures responded quickly and immediately increased its investment in the promotion of the film. Jim Carrey, who has always been a comedy star, has won countless fans because of this extremely special performance. It has to be said that the concept of this film is quite avant-garde. The term live broadcast was not understood by anyone in the late 1990s, but it did not prevent countless ordinary people from finding their own shadows in The Truman Show. Am I also living in Truman's world? This is the real thought of countless young people who have seen the movie, and it is also the reason for more movie fans to go to the cinema. In the first 3 days of the release of The Truman Show, it won $31.54 million from the North American theater market. Unexpectedly, it won the first weekend box office champion with great strength. Everything seems to be just the beginning. Entering the working day, the theater market is still dominated by The Truman Show. This film, which has caused countless fans to reflect, won the weekly box office championship again in the second weekend after its excellent performance in the first weekend. 10 days after the film was released, the North American box office has exceeded $90 million, which can be called the first batch of box office dark horses in this summer season. With the continuous publicity of Paramount Pictures, when it wants to further increase the North American box office, another highly anticipated movie held its premiere 2 weeks after the release of The Truman Show under the attention of countless media and fans. At 7 p.m. on June 19th, North American time, a long red carpet was laid out in front of the Hollywood Chinese Theater. Hundreds of media reporters gathered at the scene, and a large number of fans waved movie posters in their hands and crowded on both sides of the red carpet. It was just that the premiere seemed to be extremely grand, but the starlight seemed unusually dim. There were not many big names in the circle who came to the stage. The only thing that excited the fans and the media was Wayne, who walked on the red carpet alone. Mr. Greenberg, why did you invest in a female movie? What do you think of the outside world's pessimistic voices about Charlie's Angels? Wayne, what are your expectations for Charlie's Angels? Can you talk about your original intention of making this film? Hey, Wayne, there have been reports that the reason you invested in Charlie's Angels was because of some actresses. When Wayne stepped into the media interview area, the reporters were like sharks that smelled blood, and they surrounded him at the first time. All kinds of questions were thrown at him in an instant. In fact, the media has been speculating about the film since the pre-screening promotion of Charlie's Angels. In today's Hollywood, a commercial film starring entirely actresses is too different and can't help but arouse curiosity. Anyone in this circle knows the risks of movies from a female perspective. Hollywood's decades of experience and lessons have been telling film companies and investors that commercial films shot purely from a female perspective have never been recognized by the market. Hey, gentlemen. Facing the questions thrown by reporters, Wayne frowned, raised his hands, and pressed them down, indicating that everyone should listen to him. Come one by one, okay? Director Greenberg. I'm Chandler Wesker, a reporter from the New York Times. A reporter standing in the front raised his hand and asked loudly, "Can you talk about why you invested in such a film? There is news that you invested in the 3 hot girls in the movie. Is that true?" Hearing the reporter's question, the scene immediately returned to silence, and all reporters were waiting for his answer. Wayne smiled at everyone, pondered for a moment, and then said to the microphone and dozens of recorders in front of him, "First of all, I have to state that the only reason I wrote this script and invested in making this film is that movie fans will like it. This is very important." Although this answer made most people at the scene secretly curl their lips in their hearts, no one was stupid enough to interrupt him at this time. I personally think that from the birth of the art form of film to the present, no movie can please all movie fans. There is a question that countless people have discussed: what is a good movie? In my understanding, a good movie is a movie that most fans like, just like my Batman, The Dark Knight and The Flash, which is still in theaters. Yes, what I want to say is that Charlie's Angels is also a wonderful and good movie. I'm confident that it will be loved by movie fans. This is the only reason to invest in this movie. Just as he finished speaking, another reporter asked, "Wayne, Hollywood's commercial films purely from a female perspective have not yet had a big box office hit. Can you talk about your box office expectations for this movie?" Charlie's Angels will be the box office champion this weekend. The moment he heard the question, he immediately answered confidently, "Wayne, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences of North America has released a list of the top 100 movies in the past 100 years. You have 2 of the top 10 movies. People from all walks of life have different opinions on this list and question the Academy. Dude, please ask questions related to Charlie's Angels, okay?" Before the reporter finished speaking, Wayne waved his hand at the crowd, indicating that he refused to answer questions unrelated to the movie. In fact, the popularity of the list of the top 100 movies in the past 100 years has not passed until now. The most controversial point in this list is that Wayne has occupied 2 of the top 10 positions. When the list was first released, he happened to fly to the East, and countless reporters' interview target today was this. However, he did not give the reporter a chance, and then briefly talked about his expectations for Charlie's Angels, and followed the on-site staff to leave the media interview area. Charlie's Angels has attracted a lot of attention. Now I just hope that this movie will not let down the work done by Warner Brothers. In the lounge on the 2nd floor of the Chinese Grand Theater, Bruce Rosenblum, who entered early, hugged Wayne and whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, you should trust my judgment." After sitting down, Wayne said while tilting his head to light a cigarette, "It's also a movie from a female perspective. Some people make art films with naked actors, but what I want is a commercial film that conforms to the mainstream market aesthetics. Use movies to make money and let countless male fans willingly pay for it. This is the difference between me and other producers." Bruce. He took a deep puff of the cigarette and let the smoke spray out of his nose. The finger holding the cigarette nodded to Naomi Watts, who was walking on the red carpet, and continued, "You should know me. My principle for movies is to decide whether it should be done from the perspective of interests, whether it should be gambled from the perspective of risks, whether it is worth my investment from the perspective of ability, and whether it can bring me greater benefits from the perspective of results. It is never to listen to those so-called Hollywood experiences and let these experiences tell me whether I'm doing the right thing. Bruce, you should understand why I do this. If Charlie's Angels achieves the desired results, it will not only bring me those damn benefits, but also bring enough market response survey data for Wonder Woman." Bruce Rosenblum shrugged, looked out the window at the lively red carpet in front of the theater, and did not speak for a while. So far, The Flash has earned $270 million at the North American box office, and the overseas box office has exceeded $230 million. As a transition to DC, this film, in order to introduce the 2 important characters later, can be said to have perfectly completed the task. And this is far from the end of the box office for The Flash. The summer season is still long, and the time that the movie exists in the theater is also long. This film, which uses audio and video special effects as a selling point, can exceed $300 million at the North American box office. No one is stupid enough to question it. Now the eyes of the top management of Warner Brothers have actually been set on the follow-up of DC. There are 2 movies on the list, one of which is the most important, Wonder Woman. However, one problem that cannot be avoided is that Wonder Woman Diana Prince, no matter how popular she is ultimately a female character. Movies and comics are 2 completely different carriers. A movie shot with an absolute female character and a comic with a female character face completely different levels of acceptance among consumer groups. So, everyone's eyes were all on this Charlie's Angels. No matter what kind of results this film achieves, the subsequent detailed market research can provide a lot of experience for the production of Wonder Woman, whether it is successful experience or failed experience. Let's go down. It didn't take long for the 3 heroines to walk the red carpet at once. Since the distributor, Warner Brothers, didn't invite any guests from the circle to stand on the stage, the whole red carpet process was relatively fast. Wayne greeted and led the way to the screening room. After the 2 arrived at the screening room, Bruce Rosenblum saw the 3 heroines of the movie at first sight, Cameron Diaz, Angelina Jolie and Naomi Watts, all of whom were smiling and chatting with each other. Seriously, man. The head of distribution at Warner Brothers raised his arm and poked Wayne beside him, leaning closer mysteriously, deliberately lowering his voice and teasing, "How did you deal with the 3 of them? You know, the fact that the movie was able to be successfully filmed and the crew was not broken up by these 3 women is an unsolved mystery in my world. Want to know, Bruce?" Wayne looked mysterious, raised his hand and patted Bruce Rosenblum's shoulder, and under the curious gaze, he whispered solemnly, "I'm Wayne, I'm rich. M***HERF**KER. Bruce Rosenblum stood there and cursed, watching the man who claimed to be Batman hug 3 sexy women in turn, and sat in the middle of the first row with a smug look on his face. However, unlike what others imagined, after Wayne sat down, he didn't even look at the 3 women around him, and didn't even notice when the lights were turned off. He just stared blankly at the opening animation that had appeared, and his mind kept surging with the next big plan on his desk. Wonder Woman, Superman, and even the later Justice League. After several years of brewing and preparation, if nothing unexpected happens, he will tell the whole of Hollywood, and even the whole world, how he created a big scene. Chapter 680, a video that seems like selling meat. As the distribution director of one of the 6 Hollywood giants, Bruce Rosenblum is a master of film marketing. Basically, everything related to film marketing is within his business scope. In the field of Hollywood commercial films, there are several points that must not be touched. These points are what every Hollywood film company tries to avoid, and letting actresses play the absolute protagonist of a commercial film is just one of these points that cannot be touched. In Hollywood, where everything focuses on data surveys, there are basically various surveys and analyses related to movies every year. A survey and analysis of 2,000 movies shows that in Hollywood commercial films, male actors speak more lines than actresses of the same level. This situation is very interesting because the commercial films surveyed and analyzed are not just real-life commercial films, but also animated feature films with female themes. However, the result is that the number of lines of male characters is at least twice that of female characters. There is also a more common phenomenon, that is, Hollywood male and female stars of the same level, even if they are involved in the same project, and play the male and female protagonists of the project. But the treatment they receive in the crew is also very different, not to mention the huge difference in salary. That's right, it's unequal pay for equal work. Although it seems that various social activities in Hollywood have emerged, from skin color to the Me Too movement, the phenomenon of unequal pay for equal work has not improved. Even in 2015, Jennifer Lawrence, known as the Big Cousin, has publicly accused herself and male actors of the same level of being treated differently on the crew when they collaborated on the film American Hustle. However, compared with obvious discrimination such as unequal pay and huge differences in work treatment, the more far-reaching impact may be the details that everyone is accustomed to and have penetrated into life. From the moment Hollywood scripts are written, all screenwriters are following a default rule, that is, no matter what the film is, it must be based on male performance and lines. Even if women are the absolute protagonists, they only play a role to set off their male partners. This is the case with other movies, and even Disney, which mainly focuses on female fairy tales, releases animated feature films. From Pocahontas, The Little Mermaid to Beauty and the Beast, in princess movies like this, men have much more lines than women. What is the reason for all of this? That's right, it's the rule that Hollywood has been tacitly accepting for decades. Women can be embellishments, but they can never be the main perspective, let alone the absolute protagonists of a commercial production. Otherwise, what awaits the film companies is to repeat the failures that have occurred countless times in the past. The rules have always been like this. When film company executives face the media one by one, they are full of respect for women. However, when a commercial project with a female perspective appears, no film company will invest a lot of money to shoot it. This is a reality. And this is why Charlie's Angels is so eye-catching. If this project was not written, invested, and produced by Wayne, Warner Brothers would never release this film, even if it didn't invest a penny, and was completely empty-handed. Oh my god, they are so hot. S***T. My heartbeat is rising sharply. Wow. Cameron Diaz is so sexy. After the movie officially started, the opening scene of a plane landing on the sea. It took only 5 minutes. When the three Charlie's Angels appeared together for the first time, the male audience behind the screening room whistled and exclaimed. When these sounds rang out, Bruce Rosenblum immediately realized one thing. Even though the entire shot was completely focused on the three absolute heroines from the beginning, the male audience did not feel disgusted, and they were abnormally excited. Wayne also heard the chaotic exclamations behind him. He temporarily put aside his contemplation, glanced at the three sexy hotties who were driving a yacht on the big screen and galloping on the sea, and turned his head with satisfaction to the director Joseph McGinty and nodded. It must be said that this guy's really good at shooting women. In order to show the appearance of the three protagonists, this section has always been shot slightly upward, and the distance of the lens is controlled just right, which firmly attracts the audience's attention to the faces and figures of the three protagonists. It can be said that the movie has captured the hearts of all male audiences since the beginning, and because of this arrangement of shots, the audience's attention has been glued at the beginning of the movie. It's a brilliant opening, isn't it? Wayne shrugged, looked at Naomi Watts who was sitting next to him, and whispered teasingly, it's just that Cameron Diaz has taken all the limelight, and you and Angelina Jolie have become foils. Look at her sweet smile. Wow. And this outfit. The director can't wait to chase her upper body to shoot. You bastard. The Australian actress rolled her eyes helplessly, gritted her teeth and said fiercely, Wayne, do you know? Not only do you not have any adventurous spirit, but you also lack the vitality of young people. No, I forgot to mention one thing. Apart from unbed, do you still have any vitality of young people? I used up the vitality in my last life. I'm a bastard, but as long as I don't slack off in bed, I'm energetic. Without saying anything, Wayne turned his eyes to the big screen again, and encouraged himself with a pout in his heart. He ignored Naomi Watts' ridicule, saying that he was just an asshole, so he just had to make do with it. In fact, his ridicule of the Australian actress was not completely unreasonable. Although the three heroines appeared together at the beginning of the movie, Cameron Diaz's full upper body and sweet smile attracted most people's attention. At this time, Cameron Diaz had already become famous and had a considerable reputation among movie fans. She debuted as a child star at the age of 16. Her father was Cuban American and her mother was of Anglo-German descent. Such a mixed blood made Cameron Diaz stand out with blonde hair and blue eyes since she was a child. Since then, she has entered the modeling industry and has been very successful. After the big hit of The Mask, her perfect body proportions, sweetness, sexiness, and unique temperament have made her the dream goddess of countless male fans in recent years. Let alone other things. Just for Cameron Diaz in Charlie's Angels, a silly, sweet and lovable character, plus the literal meaning of a big bear without brains, Wayne is sure that there will be a large number of male fanatics who are willing to go to the theater to buy tickets and watch the movie repeatedly. If there were three men, there would definitely not be the effect now. As the film was shown, the audience's admiration was heard from time to time in the screening room, and even Bruce Rosenblum heard the sound of many male audiences swallowing saliva. Although he had watched the film once at the preview, he still had doubts about this selling meat movie without the reaction of a large number of audiences at that time. If Bruce Rosenblum were to summarize the real highlights of Charlie's Angels, it would be Cameron Diaz's sweet smile and sexy temperament, Angelina Jolie's extremely hot and majestic figure and seductive lips, and Naomi Watts' white and slender thighs. Apart from the three heroines, whose faces and figures are different, but cover most of the male aesthetics, this film is at most a brainless popcorn. However, when these things are combined with each other and presented on the big screen, countless men are sometimes amazed and sometimes drool. Not to mention other men. Even Bruce Rosenblum secretly swallowed his saliva when he saw some shots of Angelina Jolie. However, he immediately glanced in Wayne's direction with a guilty conscience and was relieved to make sure that no one saw his little action. Others may not know, but he knows very well that Wayne Greenberg seems generous and easy to talk to, but under this layer of skin, he has always been a petty person. The rhythm of the whole movie Charlie's Angels is very tight, and the whole movie is only 90 minutes, which is the standard of commercial films. After the movie ended unknowingly, along with the subtitles, there was also huge applause in the theater, mixed with the screams of countless male audiences. Especially when Naomi Watts took the lead in the curtain call. The men at the scene seemed to be in a frenzy, and waves of fierce applause continued. Cameron, I love you to death. Hey, Naomi Watts, look over here, you are so hot. The audience kept greeting the three heroines, and the film director Joseph McGinty became the least noticeable one among the main creators of the curtain call. However, among the applauding crowd, some Hollywood insiders focused their attention on the film director. He is very good at photographing women. Well, it can be said that he has recorded the advantages of these three actresses to the extreme with the camera. Los Angeles local film critic Todd McKenzie shook his head slightly, raised his elbow while clapping, poked his friend beside him and said, "This is a smart director, very smart." Kenneth Turan, who was also attracted by the special subject matter, nodded after listening to his friend's words. The film is positioned as a brainless popcorn movie, which is very suitable for the current schedule. In addition, the acting skills of the three actresses are all good. Together with this director, who is very good at filming women, at least the excitement is guaranteed. The applause gradually died down, and thousands of audiences slowly left the theater under the guidance of the staff. The two film critics sat down instead, and were not in a hurry to leave the theater. After about a few minutes, most of the fans at the scene had left, and Kenneth Turan waved to the front. "Long time no see, Kenny." The three heroines and members of the main creative team went to the premiere media conference together. Wayne saw the wave of the local Los Angeles film critic, smiled and patted Bruce Rosenblum's arm, and walked over with Nina. "Hi, Todd." He shook hands with the two film critics one by one, and they sat down after exchanging greetings. "How about it? Tell me what you think of this film." Wayne has always had a good relationship with the two, and the two of them have maintained long-term cooperation with Warner Brothers, so he was not polite. After a few pleasantries, he opened his arms and rested them on the chair behind him, tilted his head, and looked at the two and asked. The two film critics looked at each other. Kenneth Turan shrugged and spoke first. "First of all, the acting skills of these three actresses are more than enough for this kind of brainless popcorn. The two of us were just discussing that this director named Joseph is very smart. Under his lens, Cameron Diaz's silly and sweet style, combined with her own long legs and big buttocks, can be said to be very popular with the audience as soon as she appeared. There is also Angelina Jolie's bare and her delicate face, as well as charming and sexy lips. Naomi Watts' aura is like an older sister. These three, there is always one actor who can make the audience feel good. The only problem may be the action scenes. The stunts of the three sisters are very interesting, but the wire walk is too serious. This is the only point that makes me feel out of the play. It would be better if it could be refined. Overall, as a summer action popcorn, this film is well made and has a clear selling point. I personally think that this movie with a female protagonist will have a good box office performance. While thinking and slowly speaking his opinion, Kenneth Turan gave a very high evaluation of the film. He obviously knew very well that a commercial popcorn must not be viewed with an artistic perspective. This film is purely for fun. So his evaluation of the film is very objective. Although several people understood that his praise was partly for Wayne's face, it was understandable. It would be a fool's behavior to pick on Charlie's Angels in front of Wayne. A groundbreaking female action film, the whole film captures all types of beautiful female bodies. Although the action scenes have some flaws, the three protagonists are all very beautiful. The film brings together almost all the successful commercial element of Hollywood, a special and alternative visual feast. This is the summary given by Kenneth Turan, and it is also the evaluation he is going to write in his column tomorrow morning. Seeing that he gave a very high evaluation, Todd McCarthy shrugged slightly and said his own opinion. The film is funny and interesting, and it is a popcorn movie above the standard. I hope the fans have the same opinion. Wayne smiled and shook hands with the two again, saying, Warner Brothers has organized a simple cocktail party. Let's have a drink together. Faced with his invitation, the two film critics nodded happily and stood up and walked to the Four Seasons Hotel not far from the cinema under the guidance of the staff. In the entire screening room, only a few staff members and Wayne and his group were left. Originally, he wanted to go to the second floor of the cinema to watch the premiere press conference and go to the hotel with the main creators of the crew, but Bruce Resendblum suddenly received a message, so that several people sat down again. My secretary just called me. The Four Seasons Hotel banquet hall. Bruce Resendblum stretched out his hand, pointed in the direction of the Four Seasons Hotel, and said with his head slightly lowered, an unexpected guest, Paul Knight, the distribution director of Sony Columbia, just asked the staff about your whereabouts. Why is he here? That's not right. Hearing this news, Wayne frowned and muttered. Although Charlie's Angels has attracted a lot of media attention this time, and many eyes in the circle are also watching this premiere, Warner Brothers did not deliberately invite any guests to the platform. It can be said that the whole premiere was very grand, but the starlight was relatively dim. All the media attention today was basically all on the three actresses. This is the distribution strategy of Charlie's Angels. Even the cocktail party held after the premiere was mainly for entertaining media representatives. If the film wants to get more attention, it must be inseparable from this group of entertainment reporters. This is almost a routine operation of all film companies. However, the distribution director of Sony Columbia came without an invitation, which was obviously strange. You know, Warner Brothers and Sony Columbia are still on the verge of a fight. The two sides have been throwing dirty water on each other because of the competition between the films The Flash and Godzilla. Let's go and see what this big boss of Columbia Pictures wants to do. Instead of guessing here, it's better to go and see it directly. Wayne stood up with a smile, showing a mouthful of white teeth, but the smile on his face always revealed a hint of imperceptible sarcasm. The Four Seasons Hotel is not far from the cinema. When the group just walked into the hotel lobby, Nina tilted her head to answer a call. Before several people were about to get on the elevator, she pulled her boss's sleeve. What's wrong? Wayne turned around and looked at the assistant lady and asked. Just received the message. Nina raised her head, glanced at Bruce Resendblum inadvertently, and pointed to the lounge area in the hotel lobby. Let's go over there and talk. Okay, I'll go up first. The head of distribution at Warner Brothers was very perceptive. Although he knew that Wayne didn't want to avoid him, he still laughed loudly and walked into the elevator. The hotel lobby was crowded with people. After a few people sat in the lounge, Nina leaned close to her boss's ear and whispered, Sony Columbia has a big earthquake. This morning, because of the mistakes in the Godzilla project, the board of directors voted no confidence in the current CEO Ogayu. It was just now that Hollywood I got this news through private channels. It happened very suddenly, and Sony Columbia didn't have any news leaked out. So far, other Hollywood companies should not have received specific news. The moment the assistant finished speaking, Wayne's eyes couldn't help but look at the ceiling, or at the banquet hall upstairs, looking at the Sony Columbia executive who unexpectedly appeared here. No one is stupid. After learning this news, he almost didn't need to make a judgment, and he dared to assert that it was this local North American executive who dug a big pit with his own hands and buried his boss of Japanese descent. Wayne stretched out a finger thoughtfully and pointed at the top of the hotel. If I'm not mistaken, it's Paul above. Nina nodded. He is now the actual manager of Sony Columbia. I estimate that Sony Columbia will announce the news of the CEO's change in a week at most. Interesting. With a click, Wayne leaned on the sofa and lit a cigarette. One hand kept scratching the stubble on his chin, squinting at the people coming and going in the hall. Now it is obvious that when the Japanese CEO began to lead the Godzilla with a total investment of more than $200 million, it is likely that the distribution director began to dig a pit. Many things also have reasons that can be explained. Why is Sony Columbia still spending a lot of money on marketing and publicity even if there is no hope of a turnaround for Godzilla? Obviously, Paul's instigation and the dying struggle of the Japanese CEO are indispensable. Are we still going up, boss? Seeing that Wayne was about to brainstorm again, Nina shook her head slightly and whispered, I can guarantee that the current head of Columbia is definitely coming to us with strong confidence. There shouldn't be much connection between us and him. After hearing what the assistant said, Wayne suppressed all his doubts, stood up and buttoned his suit jacket, while saying meaningfully, let's go. I'm interested in this future head of Columbia. Dear Ms. Clean, what do you think he came to me on the first night, after he overthrew his old boss? Who knows? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681. Let me make the conditions. I want venom. There were almost no celebrities invited to the cocktail party tonight, so Paul, who was waiting not far from the elevator door, became very conspicuous. The media representatives in the banquet hall were all wondering why this Sony Columbia executive came. But even Bruce Rosenblum did not get the other party's purpose during the greetings. Everyone knew that he was waiting for Wayne, and everyone knew that there was basically no cooperation between Sony Columbia and the young man, which was the puzzling part. If the Hollywood dark film master wanted to cooperate with other companies besides Warner Brothers, his first choice would definitely be 20th Century Fox. It just so happened that, since he entered Hollywood, he had only cooperated with these two film companies. Good evening, Wayne. The moment the elevator door opened, Paul approached with a smile under the gaze of countless people in the banquet hall. Hi, Paul. Wayne strode out of the elevator, also with a sincere smile on his face, stretched out his right hand, and carefully observed the other party. The moment the two shook hands, they were actually looking at each other. In Wayne's eyes, this is the image of a typical middle-aged executive in North America, with a meticulously tailored suit, neatly combed hair, and a slightly fat belly. I wish you a big box office successful Charlie's Angels in advance. Hey, Paul. Wayne seemed to be joking, and said, I'm not used to hearing this from a Columbia Pictures executive like you. Hearing his ridicule, Paul shrugged slightly, raised the champagne he had been holding in his hand, and took a sip. It can be seen that he has been waiting for Wayne, as if he really has something to do. Can we find a place to talk alone? Something? Can't we talk here? Seemingly unintentional, Wayne glanced at Bruce Rosenblum, who was staring at him not far away. However, his actions were not concealed at all, and they were all seen by the middle-aged white executive in front of him. I think we'd better talk alone. Paul also glanced at the Warner Brothers executive in the distance, with a smile on his face. I swear, you will never regret it. Hearing this, Wayne's eyes flickered with a thoughtful look. He waved and called a waiter, and whispered to ask for a separate lounge. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two walked along the corridor, turned out of the banquet hall, and came to a VIP lounge. Nina took the initiative to tip the waiter, and after personally confirming that there was no one else at the door, she closed the door of the lounge, looked at her boss who had already sat down, and nodded. Wayne, you are the genre film director who understands the market best that I have seen in my half-life career in Hollywood. No one knew what Paul wanted to say, but his face was full of sincerity. Such an evaluation of Wayne was indeed not an exaggeration. Strictly speaking, the path you have taken is a path that cannot be replicated at all. I have seen many directors with strong artistic styles, but usually the strong personal style will inevitably lead to niche works and will not be widely accepted by fans. You are just the opposite. Not only have you retained your strong dark style, but you can also take into account the love of the general public. Nina and Wayne sat quietly on the sofa together, listening to each other's praises. In fact, both parties knew very well that the things they were saying now were probably unrelated to what the other party wanted to say, but it was undeniable that the generous praise in person could greatly improve the favorability of the person being praised. Human nature is sometimes so simple, just like you will not feel disgusted with people who greet you with a smile. Just say it, Paul. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, Wayne and the assistant looked at each other and couldn't help but interrupt the other party. Why did you come to see me tonight? I don't know if you've noticed that when The Flash was first released, someone was behind the scenes supporting that little reporter to cause you trouble. Seeing a hint of impatience on Wayne's face, Paul immediately stopped the compliments that had nothing to do with the plan, with a mysterious tone, and the continued reports of James Franco's scandals. It can be said that all the troubles encountered by the Flash came from Paramount Pictures. Hearing the other party talking about this, Wayne tilted his head and said, "It's over, Paul. Isn't Hollywood always like this? Besides, don't say that Sony and Columbia didn't have a hand in this. I'm not a fool. The relationship between the 6 Hollywood giants is originally a complex one where they can't wait to stab each other, but will turn around and smile and cooperate with each other. Let alone the competition between the Flash and Godzilla. Similar things can be said to happen all the time. The means, whether open or covert, basically only stay in the competition period of the film. Once the two sides have decided the winner, it is almost impossible to bite them to death. This is the survival logic of the Big Six over the years. Holding on to it will only allow other companies to take advantage. No, listen to me." Even though he was interrupted, Paul was not angry at all. He just smiled and waved his hand and continued, "Paramount and Columbia do have some kind of tacit understanding, but those things against you were all ordered by the CEO of the Japanese descent, Ogayu. This morning, at the Sony Columbia Board of Directors, the majority of shareholders have voted no confidence in Ogayu. In other words, his career at Sony Columbia is over. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be the next CEO. Congratulations." Since Wayne had received the news in advance, he did not pretend, but just said congratulations in a bland way. Seeing that he had no special reaction to this news that could shake Hollywood, Paul was slightly surprised, and then he said, "Oga's era is over, Wayne. Maybe we can talk about the possibility of Sony Columbia cooperating with you." Cooperation? Cooperation. When Wayne said this, he immediately thought of the little spider. If nothing unexpected happened, the only project that the two sides could cooperate on was this little spider. No, Paul. Unexpectedly, before Paul said the conditions he wanted to impress him, Wayne shook his head firmly. "Let me put it this way, Paul. I simply can't squeeze out any other time to work with Columbia on the project. There's no need to lie to you about this. My work schedule has already been scheduled after the millennium." Seeing that he refused immediately, Paul immediately sped up his speech and said, "Listen to me, Wayne. The conditions offered by Sony Columbia to you will definitely not be lower than the treatment given by 20th Century Fox on the X-Men project, and the work you have to do is similar to the X-Men project. We need you, the superhero master, to build a complete series development outline for Spider-Man, and even for the script, you just need to give enough successful ideas. Believe me, Wayne, this project of Sony Columbia will definitely not take up too much of your work energy. What you have to do is to control the general direction of the first film." Wow. Although Paul was quite sincere, Wayne still looked unhurried. Even under the other party's gaze, he took the cigarette and light from the assistant lady while exclaiming, and lit one with his head tilted. "Do you think I will be short of money, Paul?" Along with a large cloud of green smoke being exhaled, there was also his vague voice. In fact, the biggest asset that Sony Columbia wants to impress him is nothing more than a salary far exceeding the market price, and even a sky-high share of the X-Men project. No one doesn't love money. If there is, it must be that the price is not high enough. This is the truth that Paul has always believed in. Thinking of the other party's wealth and the fact that there is no shortage of big money making projects, his previous confidence immediately became less strong. As an executive of one of the 6 major Hollywood giants, of course, he can calculate the other party's income from film projects. Even if we put aside the DC series, which makes the other party earn hundreds of millions of dollars for each film, the Greenberg studio under its umbrella also holds the copyright of popular series of films such as The Matrix. Everyone knows that, even if directors and producers can get more salary, it is just a one-time deal. But as the boss of a 100% controlled film company, the profits that can be earned from successful film series will be endless. From this aspect, the other party is not short of money and may still be worried about how to invest the large amount of cash flow in his hands to maintain its value. As long as he thought of Wayne's terrifying wealth, Paul felt a little powerless. He began to doubt whether he had taken his confident invitation for cooperation too far. Paul, you just said that I only want to work on a project similar to X-Men. Just as he was racking his brains to find a way to increase the persuasiveness of his conditions, Wayne, who had quietly smoked half a cigarette, suddenly asked this question. Paul was slightly stunned and nodded immediately. That's right. Sony Columbia needs an opening that can guarantee the success rate of Spider-Man and also needs a complete development outline. This will not take up too much of your work energy. Wayne held a cigarette between his fingers and flicked it in the ashtray on the coffee table beside him. He raised his eyebrows and asked with a hint of imperceptible distortion in his voice, "Can I offer any conditions?" Of course. Although Paul couldn't figure out why the other party had changed, he didn't have the time to think it through. He nodded again and said, "I can assure you that not only will you get the top salary and benefits, but you will also gain the friendship of Columbia Pictures. I want Venom." What? Wayne only used a simple sentence to slowly solidify the atmosphere in the entire lounge. Seeing the future CEO of Columbia Pictures looking surprised and thinking hard, he didn't care what the other party was thinking and continued in a tempting voice, "Paul, I want the film and television rights of Venom. Money doesn't mean much to me, but I like to collect superheroes with special attributes. You have time to think about it, or you can wait and see the box office performance of X-Men before making a decision. My condition is Venom, and I don't even want a penny of profit from Spider-Man. I will help Sony Columbia Pictures make film development plans for free. The reward is the film and television rights of Venom." "No, you misunderstood." Paul shook his head. "Even if I become the CEO of Sony Columbia, I have no right to give you the copyright of a certain movie character." In fact, in his heart, he felt that this business was not a loss. Venom was just one of the characters that came with Spider-Man. Even if it was sold, would someone spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy it? That's right. In Paul's mind, as long as the first part of Spider-Man could be successful, he was willing to push this plan with all his strength, even if he had to pay Wayne hundreds of millions of dollars for it. Although this price may scare people to death, consider it from another angle. Which successful DC movie paid him less than this figure? That's your business. Shaking his head with regret, Wayne stood up with a cigarette in his mouth, buttoning his suit jacket with both hands and nodding. "You can think about it carefully. If you can give me the film and television rights of Venom, you can call me at any time." Nina put a personal business card of her boss on the coffee table at the right time, and finally looked at Paul, who was frowning, and followed her boss out of the lounge. For Wayne, this is more like a dispensable test. For the copyright of the superhero Venom, he would be happy if he could get it, but even if he couldn't get it, he would not lose anything, because Venom was not in his plan at all. But for Paul, this condition made him very uncomfortable. He worked hard to dig a pit, let his old boss fall into a big fall, and then he became the CEO of Sony Columbia with his work achievements over the years. Everything went quite perfectly. Now there is only one achievement left that can keep him in the CEO position. In a film company, is there anything more convincing than a successful film series? Obviously, his idea is Spider-Man. It just so happens that in the entire Hollywood circle, all the superheroes who have become successful and glorious are more or less related to Wayne, and there is no second person who can replace him. Warner Brothers. DC film series, with a fine revenue capabilities that are not inferior to Disney's animated feature films, has been ranked first in Hollywood film companies in terms of revenue for many years. Not only 20th Century Fox is jealous, but other film companies are also jealous. There are always people who can't help but want to try to copy, but the results are not so gratifying. The green fat man made by Universal Pictures with a big hand still did not gain market recognition. 20th Century Fox is smarter. No matter what the reason is, they have successfully tied Wayne to their chariot with interests and favors. This is what Paul wants to copy. He hopes to use the huge benefits that are hard to refuse to temporarily tie Wayne to Columbia's chariot. Who knows clearly that, as long as the first Spider-Man can be recognized by the market, the subsequent work will be much simpler. Without changing the style of the film, just shoot it as it is. This can be said to be the sequel money-making model that Hollywood film companies are best at. Venom. Venom in the empty hotel lounge. Paul whispered the name softly. In his head, he was not only thinking about what characteristics Wayne saw in this hero, but also thinking about the possibility of meeting his conditions. However, one idea after another was constantly denied by himself. There is no way. The 6 major Hollywood film companies are all the same. That is, the copyright insurance vault. There has always been only one thing that the 6 major film companies swallowed. Once it enters their mouths, it is basically difficult to spit it out. Sony Columbia is the same. He did not lie. Even if he really became the new CEO, he was just a professional manager who reached the top and had no right to give out the copyright of movie characters. Paul needs Spider-Man to create a series that continues to succeed and bring a lot of revenue to Sony Columbia. This is a shortcut for him to sit firmly in the position of CEO in a short period of time. The safest way is undoubtedly to meet Wayne's conditions. As long as the film copyrights are in the 6 major copyright libraries, basically don't think about being spit out again. Honey, it's too difficult to expect Sony Columbia to agree to your conditions. When Wayne brought Nina back to the banquet hall, Naomi Watts and others had also finished the premiere press conference. Because he didn't hold out much hope, he said this matter as a joke. The Australian actress thought the same thing. After listening to the assistant's description of the meeting process, she deliberately stretched out her white fingers, patted the man on the shoulder, and said pretentiously, "Boy, don't be too greedy. You already have a lot of film copyrights. Do you really like to collect those third-rate superheroes?" As far as she knows, Greenberg Studios now holds the film and television copyrights of Iron Man and Black Widow, and vaguely heard about Black Panther a few days ago. According to normal people's thinking, these are all second and third-rate superheroes, and their popularity is completely incomparable to Superman and Spider-Man. But if you want to make these heroes into movies and TV series, the investment required is not much less than that of first-class heroes. After all, from the perspective of movies, at least the special effects investment and manpower investment are the same price, which is completely not worth the loss. Naomi, the first-class hero depends on who makes it. Wayne shook his shoulders violently, shook off Naomi Watts' hand, and stretched out his finger to touch her forehead. If Paul really has a way to give me Venom, then I don't mind squeezing out more work time. If it weren't for Spider-Man, he really wouldn't have remembered the matter of Venom. Many years ago, Marvel Comics, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, had to sell its most popular Spider-Man movie copyright to Sony Columbia due to the recession of the entire comic industry. You know, it's not just Spider-Man that was sold, but also Venom, Spider-Woman and more than 900 other hero characters related to Spider-Man comics. What a huge fortune this is. Of course people of this era don't understand, but Wayne knows it better than anyone. In his memory, basically any superhero with a little fame has its copyright traded at a sky-high price. He was not wrong in saying that no matter how good a superhero is, whether it can make money depends on who owns it. If these heroes under Sony Columbia were in the hands of Walt Disney in his memory, it would definitely be a different story. More than a decade later, Sony Columbia invested $200 million to shoot The Amazing Spider-Man 2, but the box office did not bring enough surprises. The investment of $200 million only brought $700 million in box office worldwide. What was more fatal was the collapse of the reputation of the Batman movie. It can be said that it was unanimously criticized by fans, critics, and the media. What's more fatal is that Sony Columbia's desperate gamble also put itself in the vortex of financial crisis. Under internal and external troubles, it had no choice but to cooperate with Disney's Marvel Studios and agreed to Spider-Man joining the Avengers. However, things were so unpredictable. At that time, the whole Hollywood felt that Sony Columbia had no hope in superheroes, but they came up with Venom. Venom not only sold well at the box office, but also unexpectedly received overwhelming praise from fans. It can be said that this movie once again pulled Sony Columbia back from the brink of life and death. This superhero, which was regarded as a life-saving straw, also became Sony Columbia's only weapon against Disney. Listen, Wayne. Since the main creative team of Charlie's Angels will start a publicity tour early tomorrow morning, the cocktail party did not last too long. Naomi Watts' eyes have never left her two good sisters in the movie. When the two women held their glasses and looked at them frequently, she reached out her hand secretly and twisted the man's waist. If you dare to invite those two bitches back to the manor to fool around, I will move out with little Fendi tonight. You misunderstood me, Naomi. Looking at Angelina Jolie's towering figure with regret, Wayne reluctantly threw aside some perverted thoughts in his head. Turning his head and looking seriously into Naomi Watts' eyes, he said, "How could I do that? What do you think of me, dear? As a beast that can get horny at any time?" The man's actions were all seen by the Australian actress. The two had known each other for nearly 10 years, and she knew too well some of the thoughts of the man around her. Without waiting for Wayne to say anything, Angelina Jolie walked towards them with a glass of champagne. Naomi Watts' eyes slowly narrowed, and she just watched the other person approach her. "Wayne, the cocktail party is about to end. Can you take me home?" Angelina Jolie didn't even look at the Australian actress. She made no secret of her purpose. She held her head and chest high to show off her voluptuous figure under her low-cut evening dress, and at the same time, issued an invitation that all adults could understand. Especially when she saw the man's eyes wandering over her body for the first time, the corners of Angelina Jolie's mouth began to slowly rise involuntarily. She didn't care about the gazes of the people around her at all. Instead of dodging, she lifted a few strands of hair behind her ears, revealing her entire face. At the same time, she took advantage of this action to move forward a step, not only shortening the distance between the two parties, but also shrugged the part of her low-cut evening dress that was not covered in front of the man's eyes. Chapter 682. They are just temporary partners. Facing the first rays of sunshine in Los Angeles, an extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom sedan turned into the Greenberg Manor at the end of Mulholland Road in Beverly. Wayne, who was sitting in the back of the car, had a tired look on his face, but also a hint of relief, as if he had vented. The car stopped at the small square in front of the main building. The housekeeper Hella was already waiting by the fountain. She bent down slightly and opened the car door. "Ms. Watts looks very bad, sir." Hearing the housekeeper's low report, Wayne patted the non-existent wrinkles on his shirt and shrugged lightly. "Where is she?" "She's having breakfast in the restaurant." Hella followed him slowly, raising his wrist to check the time. Wayne nodded secretly. It was not yet 7 o'clock. It seemed that he was not too late to come back. Although he had fought with the T'Challa's Angels for most of the night, at least he did not miss the chance to see the child's mother off, right? In fact, most outstanding men are two-faced. Naomi Watts is particularly impressed by this now. Especially seeing the man who walked into the restaurant with a height of nearly 1.9 meters, a tough and handsome face, deep eyes, and a brown crew cut, with a slim-fitting British handmade suit and shiny leather shoes. At least from the appearance, he has successfully squeezed into the circle of outstanding men. He clinked glasses with Hollywood celebrities, invested in film companies, and worked closely with superstars in the circle. The works he shot were regarded as a guarantee of commercial performance, and his ability to make money in the film industry was the highest since the commercialization of Hollywood. When all these conditions are concentrated on a man under 30 years old, I believe that 99% of the girls in the world will lose all their resistance. Don't blame all kinds of hot girls lining up and trying their best to climb into his bed. All this, Naomi Watts had thought clearly when she gave birth to a child for this man. But what made her angry from last night to now was that this man was actually seduced by two cousins in front of her with a few words and deliberate flirting. F***K. Hella, am I dazzled? Naomi Watts put the half-drunk milk cup in her hand back on the dining table with a bang. Then, with an expression of incredible surprise, she looked at the housekeeper who handed the man breakfast. Oh my god, Hella, tell me, is all this true? Our dark tyrant actually rushed back to his home early in the morning. He even knew to go home? Shit, it's so disappointing. Those 2B** H didn't even make him unable to get out of bed? Nami. Although he was thick-skinned enough, Wayne still frowned helplessly, raised his hand, and knocked on the table, and glared at the Australian girl fiercely. Then he winked at Hella beside him, and waited until the housekeeper lowered his head, and walked out of the restaurant quickly. Then he put on a dead pig fearless posture, picked up a piece of scrambled eggs, and said with a smile, Naomi, you know, they are just temporary partners. Aha, partners for rolling in the sheets, huh. Naomi Watts saw his expression, and knew that her anger was in vain. She simply rolled her eyes, sighed secretly in her heart, and picked up the half-drunk milk on the table again. In fact, the Australian girl was very smart, and understood the deep meaning of temporary partner in the man's mouth. The other party was actually expressing a certain attitude to her. More importantly, the man also knew very clearly that he had to rush back before he left Los Angeles for publicity in the morning. To some extent, temporary partner is definitely not as good as life partner, right? Have you packed your luggage? Wayne's tone was the same as usual, as if he didn't notice the woman's ugly face at all. Because he was chewing scrambled eggs, his voice was a little vague. Angelina Jolie and Cameron Diaz have already rushed to the airport in advance. Do you want me to take you there? No, let Sergi take me there. As long as Naomi Watts thought of the three of them last night, she couldn't help but curl her lips, but finally shook her head. Dear Director Greenberg, remember to go to the farm to see little Fendi. Our little princess misses her father. By the way. The Australian girl stood up from the dining table while wiping her mouth with a tissue and admonished, you'd better pray to God at home. Pray that I won't be able to help myself and beat those two bastards hard. After saying that, she ignored the man's reaction, turned around and walked out of the restaurant in a chic manner. You could still vaguely hear her conversation with Hella, asking the butler to help take the luggage. For some things, the necessary attitude must be shown, but it must never exceed the tolerance of men. Naomi Watts has a thorough understanding of this kind of thing. It is okay to show your temper appropriately, but if it exceeds a certain critical point, it will only cause unnecessary disgust to the other party. To put it bluntly, there is no legal contract or moral contract between them that requires them to fulfill their responsibilities. At least they are free to do what they want. This is why she did not stop the man from hugging the T'Challa's angels and leaving last night. Even among ordinary young men and women in North America, there are many who maintain a relationship of flirting and friendship, not to mention Hollywood, where the relationship is more chaotic. Not to mention singles like Wayne. Even those couples in the circle, who have entered the marriage hall and sworn to be loyal to each other before God, are still playing with each other. The relationship of temporary partners is not something that needs special attention in the circle. You can find out that it is everywhere. On the crew, cocktail parties, and various social events, men and women in the circle will roll on the same bedsheet when they see each other. If both parties feel good about this time, then this temporary partner relationship will last for a few more weeks. If the situation is the opposite, they will wave goodbye to each other in a chic way. Even for ordinary little stars, the temptations they encounter every day in Hollywood are countless, let alone a top boss like Wayne. Naomi Watts had thought about this early, so she never thought about entering a marriage with Wayne that would bind both of them. She knew that no normal man could resist the temptations that are everywhere in the circle. Instead of living the rest of her life as a suspicious and resentful woman, it is better to step back and give each other more freedom and space. It seems that I came down at a very suitable time. The sound of footsteps sounded in the restaurant, accompanied by a teasing greeting. Good morning, boss. Wayne looked up and saw the assistant lady covering her mouth, yawning and pulling out the chair. After burping and throwing the steel fork in his hand back into the plate, he raised his eyebrows at Nana. It seems that you have woken up a long time ago. If you had come down earlier, you might have seen the battle of the century. Boss, I'm very hungry now, but I'm not stupid because of hunger. The assistant pushed her glasses on her face habitually, looked at her boss helplessly, and said, with Nina's personality, she will probably just say a few more words. She knows your character better than anyone else, unless she really wants to turn against you. As the only close woman around Wayne who has not had a relationship with him, Nina always looks at things very objectively, and can always stand from the perspective of a bystander, to analyze everyone's actions and choices, although she herself also thinks that her boss is a complete scumbag. Just now the distribution department of Warner Brothers called. It seemed that in the assistant's world, business was always the theme of getting along with Wayne. After a few jokes, she stuffed food into her mouth while reporting, the fans of the premiere of Charlie's Angels have a good reputation, and the average score fluctuates between B+ and A. The distribution department called and said that they will adjust the publicity and distribution strategy at any time according to the subsequent performance of the film. In any way, the director of the film Charlie's Angels is a novice. The reason why the distribution department of Warner Brothers arranged a large-scale theater opening for the film and held a grand premiere for the film was basically all because of Wayne's relationship. Otherwise, let alone letting a film like Charlie's Angels open on a large scale in North America, even if Warner Brothers accepted the distribution of the film, it would definitely start with a small-scale preview. I know. After Nina finished her intermittent report, Wayne nodded with a cigarette in his mouth. Get ready. While we have time, let's go back to the farm to see little Fendi. Professional matters should be left to professionals. He knows very well that the staff of Warner Brothers distribution department are professionals in the publicity and promotion of Charlie's Angels. As long as the publicity and marketing can keep up, the performance of this film will not be too bad. Not to mention that there are countless eyes watching behind Charlie's Angels, especially a group of executives and shareholders of Warner Brothers, who are very clear about the significance of the success or failure of this film to Warner Brothers. Even after the official large-scale opening this morning, Warner Brothers and DC Comics have sent many investigation teams to start keeping a close eye on the fans' response of Charlie's Angels, in order to get first-hand market data earlier. Just for these very special attention, Charlie's Angels will not make mistakes in publicity and promotion. After coming here for so many years, and rolling in the pages of Hollywood for so many years, Wayne has never been an idealistic person, and understands the importance of publicity and marketing to the performance of a commercial film. There is a point of view that is completely opposite to the education he received in his previous life in Hollywood. That is, don't be superstitious about gold will always shine. That's right, gold will always shine is just a nonsense in the Hollywood film industry. According to the experience he has learned from childhood to adulthood, even if gold is covered by a piece of rag, it will never shine. So there is only one rule for commercial movies, that is, when you can promote it desperately, don't feel sorry for every penny you invest. You must have as much money as you want, as much media resources as you want. Good box office figures are always inseparable from intensive bombardment style publicity and marketing, just like the media resources Warner Brothers has invested in Charlie's Angels. Just as Wayne got in the car to return to his father's farm, information related to Charlie's Angels began to appear instantly in major North American media this weekend. Roadside billboards in the city center, stand-up posters everywhere in the cinema, TV commercials, newspaper soft articles, magazine revelations, and photos of 3 sexy and hot female stars seemed to appear in everyone's sight within a day. Even countless entertainment gossip tabloids have begun to publish a large number of stories about the ups and downs of love between the 3 female stars and Wayne. Since the only new film released with Charlie's Angels this weekend is 6 Days and 7 Nights released by Disney's Buena Vista International, the publicity scale of 6 Days and 7 Nights is far from comparable to that of Charlie's Angels. In addition, a series of popular blockbuster films such as The Flash, Godzilla, and Collision Impact have passed their hottest screening period, so the only films that can be called rivals of Charlie's Angels this weekend are 6 Days and 7 Nights and The Horse Whisperer released last weekend. With a large amount of intensive publicity bombardment and the largest opening scale this weekend, it can be said that Charlie's Angels has all the advantages. After successfully getting fans to go to the cinema, they regard Charlie's Angels as their first choice for watching movies. As the 3 days of the weekend passed, the latest working day arrived, but Charlie's Angels did not become the headline of the entertainment media, because after 5 weekends of release, The Flash successfully broke through the North American box office to $300 million at a speed that shocked all media. Although the performance of The Flash in the theater market has dropped drastically since the 4th week of its release, its performance in the first 3 weekends was too fierce. Even if the daily box office fell to $1 million in the later period, it still successfully broke through the North American box office to $300 million in a short period of time with the huge advantages accumulated in the early stage. Everyone knows that with the film attributes of The Flash, it is basically impossible for the box office to continue to maintain a high trend in the later period, but this film still has a long time to be screened. What kind of box office figures it can achieve in the end depends on when Warner Bros. Is ready to take the film off the shelves. However, the special commercial film model of The Flash has taught all Hollywood film companies a lesson. The Flash relied on the first few weeks of the release to get more than 80% of the total box office, which successfully made all film companies see the profitability of pure visual effects commercial films. Charlie's Angels was overshadowed by the $300 million North American box office of The Flash, but it does not mean that it failed at the box office. This film, which mainly sells 3 sexy girls, also achieved quite amazing box office results in the first weekend of its release. At the beginning of this year's summer season, the DC series The Flash, directed by Wayne Greenberg, did not disappoint North American movie fans. After last weekend, this superhero film with amazing audio and video special effects successfully climbed the threshold of $300 million at the North American box office. Last weekend, Charlie's Angels, also directed and written by Wayne Greenberg, officially opened in 2,800 theaters in North America, and the box office was reported to be $68.5 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. This film, which is starred entirely by 3 female stars, had a single theater box office of $24,600, successfully topping the box office last weekend. The Throne. According to many industry professionals, the production cost of Charlie's Angels will never exceed $70 million. Among the 3 main actors, only Cameron Diaz's salary is close to $10 million. Therefore, Wayne Greenberg's investment in the film can be said to be fully recovered in 1 weekend. It is a classic investment case of Hollywood commercial films. The second place in the box office last weekend was 6 Days and 7 Nights, a film released by Disney's distribution company Buena Vista International. This film successfully won $31.23 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. Premiere Charlie's Angels. The whole screen is full of scenes that make men drool. Angelina Jolie, Naomi Watts, Cameron Diaz, these 3 actors with different temperaments, but equally hot bodies, simply add a raging fire to the extremely hot summer season. Daily Entertainment, a groundbreaking female action film, The Sexy Angels Bodies, Costumes, and Action Awards, another new idea of commercial action movies in the late 1990s. Cameron Diaz's legs, Angelina Jolie's bare, Naomi Watts' waist, as well as the film's rhythm, editing, and action design, are all places that make the audience scream with excitement. The Hollywood Reporter, the mainstream entertainment media, gave full recognition to Charlie's Angels early on Monday morning. Strictly speaking, Charlie's Angels is still a typical commercial popcorn, but the unexpected 3 sexy hot girls starring in it make this film a beautiful scenery in late June. As the film continued to be screened, the 3 leading actresses who were being promoted outside became the angels in the dreams of most men in North America. Wherever they went, a large number of male fans would go crazy for them. When the film was screened in the North American theater market for a week, the box office of Charlie's Angels had reached $88.65 million. This box office result fully met the expectations of Wayne and Warner Brothers. They all knew that the North American box office of this film would definitely exceed $100 million this weekend. According to statistics from relevant media, Charlie's Angels is likely to become the first female movie in Hollywood to exceed $100 million in North American box office, simply as a movie from a purely female perspective. There are countless works that have better results than this film, but if the leading actors are limited to pure female actors, people will first think of niche art films. In other words, this film is likely to be the only female-themed movie that can break the 100 million box office in North America. This situation has also gained more attention for Charlie's Angels. The media's continuous reports, the spontaneous word-of-mouth spread of male fans, and some women's organizations that can't wait to jump out have laid a very solid foundation for the film to be screened the next weekend. The performance of Charlie's Angels did not disappoint those who paid attention to it. After the second weekend in the North American theater market, the box office successfully exceeded $100 million, reaching $103.25 million. Not only was the overseas distribution of the film included in the work plan by Warner Bros., but even the script writing of the second part of the film. Warner Bros. Executives have begun to eagerly test Wayne's intentions. Obviously, this is the consistent code of conduct of large Hollywood film companies. As long as the movie can make money, they don't mind continuing to shoot. In particular, the performance of the peripherals of Charlie's Angels is far better than Wayne and Warner Bros. Expected. The character dolls of Angelina Jolie, Naomi Watts and Cameron Diaz have almost become a must-have for male movie fans. From late June to early July, Wayne was basically on vacation, but his eyes did not leave the hot summer season, nor did he leave Charlie's Angels, which has attracted countless male fans. It's just that this is the hottest season in North America. Even Charlie's Angels has only dominated the theater market for 2 consecutive weekends. When July 1st came, The Last Airbender, released by Disney's Buena Vista International, stole all the limelight. As soon as it was released, the dominance of the explosion in the summer season, or the dominance in the field of popcorn commercial movies, is almost as famous as Wayne at the beginning of the summer season. This work, starring the first-line male star Bruce Willis, continued the usual hot scenes of the explosion, and opened in North America with a super large scale of 3,127 theaters, and got a terrifying box office of $36.09 million on the first day of its release. At the same time, with the release of Armageddon, Charlie's Angels' brief dominance in the summer season was also ended, but no one can deny the success of this female action film. Only 3 weekends after the film was released, the North American box office has reached $119 million. After entering July, it was officially announced that the North American theater market has entered the hottest screening schedule of the summer season. After Armageddon, there are several big productions that are highly anticipated by movie fans, and Wayne had to take a break from his intermittent short vacation because Steven Spielberg personally called to invite him to the premiere of Saving Private Ryan in late July. Chapter 683 Cruel War. When the annual summer season in North America begins in late June and enters July, it has actually entered the most competitive period. Whether it is the 6 major Hollywood giants or small and medium-sized film companies, almost all of them have saved their top films that they have high hopes for until this time, when movie fans are most enthusiastic. Especially since a few years ago, after the beginning of the summer season was completely dominated by Warner Bros. And Wayne, it is basically impossible to see the scene of a large number of blockbusters being released at the beginning of the summer season. On July 1st, Armageddon, released by Disney's distribution label Buena Vista International, ended the dominance of Charlie's Angels. As soon as it was released, Charlie's Angels is still the bomb of the summer season, with a box office of nearly $40 million in North America at its premiere, announcing the beginning of the hottest competition in the season. Then, Warner Bros. Released its traditional sequel Lethal Weapon for the following weekend. This film, starring A-list star Mel Gibson, attracted huge attention when it was first released. It even surpassed the extremely popular Armageddon the week before in terms of the discussion heat among the media and movie fans. The main reason for the good reputation of a large number of fans is not the performance of the Hollywood superstar, but the Jet Li, who only appeared for 5 minutes, had only 3 scenes, and 1 line of English dialogue. Although North American audiences have seen some of the magic of Kung Fu in The Matrix, Jet Li's performance in just a few minutes is no less than a myth in the eyes of North American audiences. The clean, neat, beautiful and powerful action scenes constantly caused screams in the theater. After many years, the action method of Kung Fu has finally been recognized by the mainstream audience in North America again. The Hollywood Reporter commented on Jet Li, which is still circulating on the internet even after more than 10 or 20 years. Jet Li only took 5 minutes to amaze the audience. Her appearance in black clothes was even more mysterious, refreshing the image of the East in the mainstream Western vision. It was this unexpectedly popular action scene that made Lethal Weapon 4 get a box office that exceeded Warner Bros. Expectations, even in the face of the explosive Armageddon the week before. Sometimes reality is more mysterious than movies. The final box office of Lethal Weapon 4 in this summer season was $285 million. Market research analysis by the producer Warner Bros. Showed that the number of fans attracted to the theater by Jet Li was not much less than that of Mel Gibson to some extent. In Hollywood, which always attaches great importance to market research data, Jet Li only played a small supporting role and immediately entered the vision of mainstream production companies. In 1998, Warner Bros. Film and Television Production Department had already specially created Romeo Must Die with Jet Li's image and unique kung fu. After only 5 minutes of supporting performance in a commercial film, he was immediately made into a leading role in a movie by one of the 6 major Hollywood films. No matter when it is released, this is a miracle of some magnitude. The reason that prompted Warner Bros. To do this is very simple, that is, Jet Li, whether in action scenes or personal image, is rarely accepted by mainstream North American audiences. Another point is that for participating in Lethal Cannon 4, Mel Gibson's salary was $25 million, but Jet Li only received $500,000. Warner Bros. Would only let him go if he was paid so much now. Perhaps the name Lethal Cannon will make people feel very unfamiliar, but another name Lethal Weapon will definitely make Eastern audiences more familiar. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, this film was wildly circulated in many Eastern families on pirated discs and videotapes. In fact, the difference between Chinese and foreign translations is sometimes so big that it is incomprehensible. Not only is Lethal Cannon translated as Lethal Weapon in the East, but the more familiar Leon, the Professional, is translated directly as Leon in North America. There is also the movie Marilena, which is the Enlightenment movie of adolescence for countless people. Its name in the West is Melina. Even more outrageous is Up, because its name in the West is Up. Inception is called The Beginning, and Maleficent is called Maleficent. Even the masterpiece in the hearts of countless people, Christopher Nolan's Batman, is amazing. In fact, there is no Batman in the name of North America. The war of summer movies is still going on, and it has even begun to enter a white-hot state. Armageddon and Lethal Weapon have caused a carnival for fans, each of which lasted only a week. When the time came to July 15th, There's Something About Mary by 20th Century Fox officially opened in major mainstream theaters in North America. At the beginning of its release, it immediately attracted the attention of most fans again. At the same time, Sony Columbia's traditional Ip Zorro was also released. After the release of these two highly anticipated films by fans, the theater market was completely in chaos. The hot July market environment is a blessing for movie fans. After they enter the theater, no matter what they choose, there will be all kinds of blockbusters that will make them enjoyable. But for film companies, it is not so happy, because the blockbusters are released one after another, which completely diverts the audience. It was in such a chaotic scene that at 7 o'clock in the evening of July 24th, the film Saving Private Ryan, directed by Steven Spielberg, produced by DreamWorks, and distributed by Warner Bros., held an extremely grand premiere at the Coda Theater in Beverly. This film is not only highly expected by the three giants of DreamWorks, but Warner Bros. Is also very optimistic about its box office potential after conducting internal previews, so the scale of this premiere is very grand. Besides, Steven Spielberg's films are naturally bound to attract attention. At the invitation of Warner Bros., not only hundreds of media reporters were invited to the scene, but also celebrities frequently walked on the red carpet. For a time, the front of the Kodak Theater was star-studded, which was no less than a small award ceremony. "Thank you for coming, Wayne." In front of the Kodak Theater, Steven Spielberg and Wayne, who had just finished the interview, hugged each other warmly. "Hey, man, don't tell me that someone will not give you a face as a good man." Wayne patted the Jewish old man's back gently, let go of his hand, shook his head in surprise, and said jokingly, "Great director Spielberg, Saving Private Ryan is the movie I look forward to most this year. You know, I'm very curious now, what kind of R-rated war movie you made." While the two were chatting, he shook hands with David Geffen and Jeffrey Katzenberg on the side and nodded politely. The appearance of the three giants of DreamWorks together has already explained their importance of Saving Private Ryan, especially Jeffrey Katzenberg. In a short period of time, Wayne looked at him several times without mixing. "Come on, Wayne." Steven Spielberg waved his hand, pointed at him, and said with a smile, "Before Saving Private Ryan was prepared, I invited you several times. Even now, I still think that you are the most suitable director in Hollywood for this kind of R-rated film that shows cruel war and discusses human nature." "No, Steven." Whether it was commercial mutual praise or sincere, Wayne shook his head politely and said seriously, "You are the best director in showing humanistic care in movies. I still have a lot to learn." His words caused a hearty laugh from several men. Suddenly, a cheer from fans came from the red carpet, and the sound was so loud that it completely overwhelmed the conversation of several people. Wayne turned around and took a look. He was originally going to say a few words and go in, but he couldn't help but stop his steps. Not long after, the creator of Star Wars came over in a formal dress, getting rid of the entanglement of the media reporters. George Lucas' voice came over from a distance. "Damn, if I had known you didn't have a female companion, we, the Grammy Best Newcomer of the Year duo, should have walked the red carpet together. You know, Nami is still out promoting Charlie's Angels." Wayne shrugged and took a step aside. The protagonist tonight was not him, but the three giants of DreamWorks standing in front of the theater. After George Lucas exchanged greetings with a few people, the two of them walked into the theater together. There were many guests on the stage tonight, and Steven Spielberg simply couldn't spare the time to accompany them personally. The two found a seat in the lounge and chatted while waiting for the premiere to begin. "George, is the new Star Wars almost finished?" Wayne asked casually, tilting his head and lighting a cigarette. "It will take some time." The creator of Star Wars shook his head. "It will take until the end of the year at the earliest to complete all the work. By the way, the North American box office of The Flash has exceeded 300 million so early, and the global box office will soon reach 700 million US dollars, right? It should be soon. It is now 696 million US dollars. The Flash was released in North America on May 19th and landed in overseas theaters 2 weeks later. The release time has exceeded 2 months. The North American box office of the film reached a terrifying 331 million US dollars, and the overseas box office was 365 million US dollars. This result is definitely incomparable to The Dark Knight, but it can be taken alone. It is undoubtedly a super high box office in this era. According to the release date, The Flash has basically booked the top spot in the North American annual box office in 1998. In the North American annual box office rankings, The Flash's top spot is difficult to shake. Although there is still a little more than half of the year, up to now, no one would believe that any film can exceed this result in North American box office. In fact, many professionals have higher expectations for the global box office of The Flash, but judging from the properties of the film, even if some figures can be increased in the future, it is basically impossible to grow too much, let alone 800 million US dollars. Whether it can reach 750 million depends on the subsequent screening time. Hey, man, can you reveal your plan for the next one? It won't really be Superman, right? After observing the surrounding environment, George Lucas turned his head and asked in a low voice with a mysterious look on his face. But as soon as he said it, he immediately shook his head slightly and muttered in a low voice, "No, it could also be Wonder Woman." Being able to become the richest man in Hollywood, the father of Star Wars is not stupid at all. Combined with the importance Warner Brothers attaches to this film after the release of Charlie's Angels, he has already guessed something. But in terms of the market and popularity, Superman Clark Kent is the first choice. There is no doubt about this. After several years of preparation and accumulation, if Superman is produced at this time, it will definitely be a big bomb that will detonate the global theater market. No, perhaps it should be described as a nuclear bomb. No need to guess, George. Exhaling a large cloud of green smoke, Wayne smiled mysteriously and said, "I can only remind you, don't take Star Wars and learn from Universal Pictures and Sony Columbia, otherwise, we will definitely lose each other and form a lose-lose situation." Listening to this reminder, that seemed like a joke, George Lucas looked into his eyes and nodded seriously. Yes, Star Wars is the most popular movie series in North America, and he is not afraid of any direct competition. However, if he knew that the choice of the release schedule would result in a lose-lose situation, the father of Star Wars would definitely not be stupid enough to not make money. Everyone knows that the release time of the DC series in Wayne's hands will not exceed the end of May every year at the latest, which can be said to be the beginning of the summer season. If the new Star Wars is released in this schedule, then undoubtedly, the only ones who are most happy are other movie companies that are watching the excitement. Okay, it's almost time. While the two were chatting, Nina, who had been following them, raised her wrist and pointed at her watch to her boss, indicating it. Wayne turned his head and observed, and found that the guests had begun to enter the screening room one after another. He greeted the father of Star Wars, and the two stood up and walked downstairs together. "Steven has said no less than 20 times that he hopes you will direct this film, and you are the most suitable director for this kind of film." Under the guidance of the staff, the two sat in the middle of the third row. George Lucas glanced at the main creative team in the first row, turned his head and teased, "Maybe God knows why a director who made R-rated films is tinkering with superheroes." Hearing his friend's complaints, Wayne shrugged and didn't explain anything. He wouldn't tell the other party that as early as the beginning of his fame, as early as when he started to cooperate with Warner Brothers by chance, he had already noticed the DC movie series. Batman is easy to say. After all, Bruce Wayne's superpowers, rich, are destined to not exceed the limits of this era, even if special effects are needed. But starting from Wonder Woman to Superman, the subsequent DC series heavily relies on CG production, which is one of the reasons why Wayne has been patiently laying the groundwork. With the development of time, as Hollywood special effects blockbusters become more and more, the technology of CG special effects has become relatively mature. The result is that the funds required to produce special effects are decreasing year by year. If in the early 1990s, Industrial Light and Magic needed to spend $30 million to produce special effects, the price was almost reduced by half in the late 1990s. Only in this way can we maximize the number of shots for large scenes. And don't forget that Wayne still holds more than 30% of the shares of Weta Special Effects. He believes that after the training of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, this special effects company will grow rapidly. As long as 2 years pass, the DC series of films will use their own special effects company and can further control the cost in this regard. It started. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the lights in the entire screening room went out one after another, and the logos of Warner Brothers and DreamWorks began to appear on the big screen. The North American premiere of Saving Private Ryan officially began. The beginning of the film gave a strong shock to all the audience. For a full 20 minutes, Steven Spielberg used the lens to almost restore the real World War II scene. War, a topic that humans basically cannot avoid. At this moment, in front of more than 1,000 viewers, a cruel scene that was so real that they were actually there appeared. If you use one word to describe this opening scene, it is purgatory on earth. Some soldiers held their broken hands. Some soldiers covered their stomachs that had already come out of the factory, and some soldiers took off their helmets. Fortunately, when the helmet just saved their lives, they were shot by bullets flying from nowhere. Steven Spielberg seemed to be using all means to remind the audience watching the film that this is World War II. This is a real battlefield. It is not only a visual shock to the audience, but also a shock to the soul with the shaking lens of Captain Miller's first-person perspective. The gunshots of World War II, the roar of tanks, the roaring background music, combined with those real first-person perspective shots, moved the hearts of all the audience in an instant. In the silent atmosphere of the screening room, there were constant exclamations of God and God. For the first time, countless viewers saw what a real battlefield looked like. Although he had seen this movie several times in his previous life, Wayne still focused on the big screen at this time. When people mention Steven Spielberg, they always think of Jurassic Park. Schindler's List, or Jaws and The Terminal. But in his heart, he always felt that Saving Private Ryan was ranked among the top of all the works of this old man, simply because he liked it. The movie is called Saving Private Ryan. In fact, when Private Ryan appeared in the movie, more than half of the movie had passed. Just when the protagonist who was saved appeared, George Lucas, who had been concentrating on watching the movie, relaxed his upper body and leaned back on the chair. It doesn't matter who is saved. What Steven wants to express is the meaning of saving people. That's right. Hearing his friend sigh, Wayne withdrew his gaze from the big screen, turned his head and whispered, "The last thing people need to worry about is Steven's sensitivity to the market. Just wait and see, George, the discussion heat this film will cause will never be lower than The Flash. It doesn't matter who is saved at all. It can be Ryan, of course. It can also be Jack, Rose, it can be anyone. The important thing is that the theme of the film is extremely consistent with North American values and will inevitably cause a lot of discussion. Especially as the film comes to the end, the members of the rescue team die one after another. Everyone knows that this arrangement is a crude sensationalism that has been popular in Hollywood for decades. But the reason why this sensational shot has been popular for decades is because the audience has always been buying into it. To be honest, if I were the CEO of Paramount, I would also wish you dead. When the movie ended, and the fans applauded wildly in sobs, George Lucas raised his arm, gently poked Wayne beside him, and teased, originally, whether it was Steven Spielberg or the DreamWorks created by the three of them, they were all fat meat on the lips of Paramount Pictures, but now because of you, they have become Warner Brothers. Hey, George. Wayne interrupted his teasing helplessly before the other party finished speaking. Warner Brothers is just the distributor of DreamWorks. As for whether DreamWorks will be sucked dry, it has nothing to do with me. The father of Star Wars glanced at him, shrugged and muttered in a low voice. Well, at least Warner Brothers' exploitation is less. The moment the film was finished, many people expected that this World War II epic would be successful, which is why George Lucas teased Wayne. The premiere was over, and the audience lined up to leave. After the guests who came to the stage sent their blessings, they were led by the staff to attend the regular cocktail party after the premiere. In such an occasion where celebrities, film company executives, and producers gather, socializing is always the first theme. People dressed in formal attire and greeted each other politely in the banquet hall. Whenever this scene appeared, Wayne felt a trance. In fact, he never liked socializing and never liked to deal with those hypocritical smiles, but he also understood that a lot of cooperation in this circle was completed at parties and cocktail parties, and there was no difference between himself and those who kept testing under the lights. From the moment he entered the banquet hall, George Lucas went to say hello to his old friends. Wayne sat alone in a corner near the balcony, ready to say hello to Steven Spielberg in a while and go back to rest early. Although he sat in a corner near the balcony, there were still a lot of eyes on him. As one of the main actors in Saving Private Ryan, Matt Damon did not attract much attention, even though he was already famous for Good Will Hunting. After all, Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg were also in the main cast of the crew. To be honest, man, I don't like him. Not far from Wayne in the banquet hall, Matt Damon held a glass of champagne and whispered to his friend, "Wayne Greenberg is a good guy on the surface, but too domineering in private." Hearing his friend's words, Ben Affleck shook his head helplessly. He knew that his friend still had a grudge against Harvey Weinstein. They both knew that half of the new film Shakespeare in Love, being produced by Miramax, was invested by that Hollywood tycoon. In fact, from a neutral point of view, is Harvey Weinstein not domineering and a good person? But when people look at things, they will inevitably stand in the perspective of their own people. I'm afraid that in the eyes of most people, Harvey Weinstein simply hit a wall and had to bow his head. Maybe most people would even be happy to see that fat guy suffer. Harvey himself said that the matter is over, Matt. Ben Affleck patted his friend's shoulder and nodded in Wayne's direction. Let's go over and say hello. Chapter 684. There will be a chance. Good evening, Mr. Greenberg. Ben Affleck and his friend Matt Damon came over to a corner of the banquet hall near the balcony and greeted politely. Good evening, Ben. Take a seat. Wayne waved to the seat next to him with a smile on his face, indicating that the two of them should sit down. and chat without being polite. Matt, you performed very well in the movie and gave everyone a surprise tonight. Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. Matt Damon, who had just sat down, immediately straightened his back and nodded cautiously. Everyone could see that he was quite nervous when facing Wayne and carefully observed the Hollywood bigwigs around him. There was one thing he had to admit, this young and powerful figure in the circle, at least in terms of appearance, there was nothing to pick. Especially the three-piece suit that never changed, which set off the other party's overall temperament and gave people the first impression that he was trustworthy. If you had a tough face and deep and bright eyes, it's no wonder that those sexy female stars want to climb into each other's bed. Especially when they sat together. Matt Damon even felt that this powerful director had chosen the wrong career. He was obviously more talented in becoming an actor than himself and his friend. God gave him a tough and handsome face that conformed to mainstream aesthetics, as well as a tall and solid body. If he wanted, he didn't even need any so-called acting skills. Just relying on his appearance, he could easily become a qualified male vase in Hollywood commercial films. Anyone who has been in the industry for a few years knows that, whether it is people's subjective acting skills or the so-called excellent dialogue skills, they are far inferior to the beautiful appearance given by God. For example, Leonardo DiCaprio now doesn't need to consider anything else. As long as that face appears on the big screen, he can attract countless girls to buy tickets to support him. It's like he is observing intentionally. In fact, since he sat down, Wayne has been carefully observing Matt Damon in his casual chat with Ben. Matt, you look very good. No one expected that Wayne suddenly looked at Matt Damon and said this. I'm optimistic about your future, and I admire your talent in Good Will Hunting. If there is a chance, maybe we can work together once. I believe that no actor would not look forward to working with you. Although he didn't know whether what the other party said was true or false, Matt Damon still responded politely, even though the people present knew that this might be a polite remark from the other party. Unexpectedly, Wayne suddenly smiled and said with a hint of meaning, there will be a chance. In fact, when he said that Matt Damon had a good image, it was not a polite remark. In his opinion, this guy was like Tom Hanks, who was surrounded by people not far away. That's right, their looks are definitely not traditional handsome guys, but in life, who doesn't have so many handsome guys around them? For example, Tom Hanks's face always gives the audience the first feeling that he can be trusted. In other words, such an actor is very popular with the audience, and such a face trusted by the audience can't be found in the whole Hollywood. If you want, you can easily find handsome guys from all over the world in Los Angeles, but their ordinary faces that can easily make the audience trust them are actually a scarce resource. Mr. Greenberg, we have to socialize. Ben Affleck saw his friend's nervousness and caution. Although he felt that Matt Damon was a little too subjective, he still exchanged a few pleasantries and prepared to get up. I will continue to strengthen my body before October, and it will definitely not delay my work after joining the crew. Okay. Standing up and patting Ben Affleck's arm, Wayne nodded with satisfaction. Since the two sat down, he has seen that this guy has a very strong body. The tight shirt under the suit and the slightly thin thighs of the trousers all show how strong this guy is. But this is not enough. Fitness and weight gain must continue. It is best to make the body stronger before joining the crew in October. A strong body that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve will be convincing when appearing on the big screen. This is the prerequisite for playing the strongest hero. Of course, Hollywood has never lacked balloon-like figures, nor has it lacked actors who can eat without gaining weight. If, on the eve of filming, the actor's figure still does not meet the requirements of the script, the same effect can be achieved through makeup, shooting angles, lighting, and even post-production, but it is definitely not as natural as a body that has been trained by oneself. Notified Jimmy. After the two actors left, Wayne did not stay any longer. He prepared to say hello to Steven Spielberg and others, and went back to rest early. While buttoning his suit jacket, he whispered to his assistant, tell him to investigate whether the copyright for Robert Ludlum's novel The Bourne Identity is still in the hands of the author. Nina was obviously stunned when she heard the inexplicable order, and then asked, Robert Ludlum, the king of thriller novels? That's right. According to normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for the copyright for the works of Robert Ludlum, the king of thriller novels in the world, to be in his hands. Following Wayne, Nina whispered to remind him that according to the information she had learned, Robert Ludlum's identity as the king of thriller novels was basically true. Due to the characteristics of his novels, he has always been one of the most popular writers around the world. After all, his works are popular and there is no threshold for reading. The above reasons have led to the fact that Robert Ludlum's thriller and spy novels are very popular. After all, there are only a handful of writers who can translate traditional literary works into dozens of languages and sell nearly 300 million copies throughout the world. Best-selling authors in North America are the main targets of Hollywood film companies. Some of their best-selling books were purchased decades ago. Let Jimmy investigate first. Wayne whispered again. If there is a chance, let Jimmy directly take over all the film and television adaptation rights of the Byrne trilogy. He knew that this was the assistant giving him a shot of prevention. Just like the Transformers and G.I. Joe copyrights before any IP that is too famous, the copyright monsters of Hollywood film companies would probably have eaten it all up long ago. Especially the film companies headed by the 6 Hollywood giants. They would rather buy the film and television adaptation rights at a high price and then put them in their own copyright library to eat dust and would not easily miss any opportunity to create profits. Okay, I understand. Nina shrugged and agreed softly. In fact, many times, she couldn't understand her boss's obsession with copyright, or it could be said that he paid too much attention to it. In terms of the importance attached to copyright, her boss even surpassed the film companies. Take a look at the current Greenberg studio. As far as Nina knows, there are several second-rate and third-rate superheroes, and several game, film and television copyrights. However, as a close assistant, she did not indulge her curiosity. For example, in the safe in the study on the second floor of Greenberg Manor, there are a lot of manuscripts written by her boss, and then the draft drawings, and even some special records composed of square characters and letters. Some of them Nina can understand, some can be guessed, and some she knows that, as long as she learns some Chinese and Pinyin, she can figure it out, but she has never had that idea. She can sort out those things by herself, manage all of Wayne's wealth by herself, and even help plan some of his future plans, relying on the absolute trust of her boss. In order to gain this absolute trust, Nina has not had a formal boyfriend for nearly 10 years. She has lived and eaten with Wayne for nearly 10 years. She can't easily lose this trust. Yes, she knows that her IQ is much higher than everyone around her. But to be successful, it takes more than just a smart brain. But as long as this absolute trust exists, she will be able to reap success that will last for the rest of her life. So the smarter a person is, the better they can do with every choice in life, and the more they can clearly understand the significance of trade-offs. People only see the artistry in his works, but ignore that he really understands the market and what movie fans want to see. Just as Wayne hugged Steven Spielberg and said goodbye, and walked into the elevator with his assistant, the tall and thin Jeffrey Katzenberg, with a shiny bald head and a pair of small glasses on his face, came over, stood beside his friend, and looked in the direction of the elevator and exclaimed, "It's just that." After taking a sip of champagne, Jeffrey Katzenberg took off his glasses and wiped them, and continued in a low voice, "He is really not sociable. Many of us our own people have spread the rumor that he is not sociable." Jeffrey. Unexpectedly, Steven Spielberg smiled and shook his head, turned his head and teased, "Beasts always walk alone, only sheep need to survive in groups." Without waiting for his friend to say anything, Steven Spielberg shrugged and continued, "I know this kid, no matter what time, he is our own person." Jeffrey, is there anyone among the young people who can do better than him? Yes, is there anyone who can do better than him? Jeffrey Katzenberg nodded silently. Not to mention the young people, even if you count the entire Hollywood, Wayne is already the best in every aspect. How many years did Steven Spielberg take to get his current power, status and wealth? How many years did George Lucas take? Look at that young man again. In less than 10 years, he has become one of the top few in Hollywood in terms of power, status in the circle, and wealth. As a highly commercialized circle, power undoubtedly represents everything in Hollywood. Here, the cornerstones of power are power and money. North America has always subdivided power infinitely, but has never restricted money. If we magnify it, the government's power is time limited, but the money of capitalists can last for thousands of years. The final result must be that all aspects of society are constantly serving money, including Mr. Zipper in the White House. Do you think he is so willing to force Wayne to pass the Congressional Gold Medal? Basically, all the upper classes of society know that if Time Warner asks him for it, he must give it. This is the logic of the bottom of North American society, because Wayne represents young capital with unlimited vitality, and Time Warner needs this unlimited vitality capital to create more fundamental interests for them. The star-studded cocktail party ended, and Los Angeles gradually became quiet. When time passed midnight and entered the early morning, the city of angels fell into complete silence, and the hustle and bustle began to be replaced by darkness. In the media capital of Burbank, the Warner Brothers building, the CEO's office was still lit, and it was obvious that the owner of the office was still working overtime tonight. Jeff Robinoff held a thick cigar in his hand, curled up on the sofa in the lounge area, and occasionally looked out the window at the silent night, and exhaled large clouds of green smoke. Opposite him, Bruce Rosenblum was holding a cold coffee, and also puffing out smoke. The North American box office of Charlie's Angels has fully met our expectations. The survey reports collected by the marketing department and DC Comics also show that the mainstream audience in North America does not reject similar female films. In fact, because of Charlie's Angels, many audiences are now looking forward to more similar films. Jeff Robinoff flicked the cigar in his hand in the ashtray on the coffee table. He pondered for a moment and continued, "There is no doubt that Wayne will definitely make Wonder Woman for his next film. It can be said that the box office and market research reports of Charlie's Angels have dispelled most of the doubts of Warner Brothers executives and shareholders. The North American box office is now $120 million, and overseas distribution will also start next week. It is foreseeable that the overseas box office will never be lower than the North American box office. Although Warner Brothers did not invest a penny in this film and will only earn distribution fees, the significance behind it has relieved countless people. To a certain extent, many executives care more about Charlie's Angels than the blockbuster The Flash, which opened at the beginning of this summer season. After all, everyone knows that The Flash, which Wayne personally directed, is unlikely to fail. Jeff, we have to talk to Wayne. Bruce Rosenblum frowned slightly, sighed and said, the preparation for the DC movie universe must be accelerated. We can't wait for him to shoot one movie after another. In fact, the two have talked about which one should be released first, Wonder Woman or Superman, for many times, but it is obvious that, if they want to speed up the preparation for the DC movie universe, they must get Wayne's nod. Whether it is Jeff Robinoff or Bruce Rosenblum, neither of them can silently tinker with something like Black Catwoman without notifying Wayne. Too difficult, Bruce. Too difficult. As long as he thought of this, Jeff Robinoff instinctively felt a headache. Even the bottom-level employees of Warner Brothers understood that, if the Justice 3 wanted to achieve greater results, they had to make it themselves. The explosive box office and reputation of Batman, The Dark Knight are still vivid, and no one dares to joke with the Justice 3. But if you want to speed up the construction of the DC universe, you can't expect Wayne to shoot one movie after another. Even if he is a famous Hollywood quick shooter, it still won't work. Movies have their own production rules, especially for blockbusters, that rely heavily on special effects. Even if you want to speed up, you can't do it quickly. Being able to guarantee one movie a year is actually very efficient, but this is obviously not enough. Wayne trusts Zack, but it doesn't mean he will let Zack take over Superman directly. Jeff Robinoff shook his head after looking at Bruce Rosenblum. They both thought that whether Zack Snyder can direct Superman has nothing to do with whether he has the ability, because the three most important characters in the DC series involve Wayne's own interests. To put it bluntly, it is related to his status and reputation in film history. People are selfish. Wayne only gets basic salary from the DC series. Although the salary figure is unprecedentedly high, compared with the revenue that the series can create, is he really getting a lot? Therefore, no one dared to challenge his bottom line again. If the talks failed, no one could bear the consequences. I'll talk to him again. Bruce Rosenblum gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. I tried to test his opinion before, but unfortunately, he neither objected nor agreed. When the second part of The Matrix was released the year before last, Bruce Rosenblum had tried to test it. To some extent, he thought Zack Snyder was really suitable for Superman. Neo's feeling of being invincible in The Matrix is really exciting. In addition, Zack Snyder's shooting style can be said to be passed down from Wayne, and the finished film will definitely not deviate from the overall rhythm of DC. Considering various circumstances, he is the most suitable director to enter the DC series now. Listen, Bruce. After careful consideration, Jeff Robinov raised his finger and waved it between the two of them, reminding them, don't go and test Wayne's intentions directly. Talk to Ms. Clean first, and you might get something out of it. Okay. Talking directly to Wayne would undoubtedly reduce the room for both parties to retreat to the extreme, but if he talked to Nina Clean first, he could achieve the effect of testing while leaving enough room for maneuver. Bruce Rosenblum nodded and thought this was the only good way. Putting out his cigar in the ashtray, Jeff Robinov said directly, tell Wayne's personal assistant that, as long as he is willing to let Zack Snyder be the director of the opening of Superman, I will personally serve as the producer of Superman. To ensure that there will be no accidents in this movie. Although the voice was calm, it scared Bruce Rosenblum when it reached his ears. The head of distribution at Warner Bros. Suddenly raised his head and looked at his old boss in surprise. Then he nodded thoughtfully and slowly leaned back on the sofa. That's right, if you want to pick a central production figure that everyone can rest assured, Jeff Robinov is definitely qualified. Don't forget that he has been the head of the film and television production department of Warner Bros. For many years, and under his leadership, the performance of the film and television production department has always ranked among the top 6. For this reason, even Wayne would probably not refuse forcefully. Who can deny the ability of the CEO of Warner Bros. In film and television production? After thinking for a while, Bruce Rosenblum raised his head and said jokingly with a smile, then just add some chips. I will also be one of the producers. In this way, Wayne will not be worried. With the relationship and face between the two of us, he should let it go. Anyway, there is still Justice League waiting for him, right? While the two were still discussing matters related to the DC series, there was a gentle knock on the office door. After receiving the response, the secretary quietly put down a fax and turned around and left the office. It looks like the results are good. The secretary brought the advance box office of Saving Private Ryan. Bruce Rosenblum asked, how much? Jeff Robinov raised the coffee cup on the table and clinked it with him. He said very happily, about $6.03 million US. 93% of the advance audience gave Saving Private Ryan an A or above rating. Maybe we should have a toast to celebrate. $6.03 million US. This number may not seem high, but it must be considered that Saving Private Ryan is an R-rated film, an R-rated war film. More importantly, the audience's reputation is the current result, which has fully proved Steven Spielberg's ability and the box office potential of Saving Private Ryan. The reason why the two waited until now is because the distribution performance of this film is related to the subsequent cooperation with DreamWorks. In Jeff Robinov's mind, it even concerns Warner Bros. Revenue in the summer season. After all, this is Steven Spielberg's masterpiece. Didn't DreamWorks recently launch 2 more films? Yes. Bruce Rosenblum recalled and said slowly, one is directed by Robert Zemeckis, and it seems to be called Dangerous, and the other is Ridley Scott's Gladiator. Jeff Robinov tapped the table with one hand and said with a smile, give the good guy the same distribution treatment and tell him that Warner Bros. Is willing to maintain long-term friendly cooperation with DreamWorks. The two looked at the box office report of Saving Private Ryan on the table and laughed out loud. But before a while, Bruce Rosenblum suddenly put away his smile, and under Jeff Robinov's unexpected gaze, he stretched out his hand and slapped the box office report of Saving Private Ryan. Jeff, DreamWorks was also brought in by Wayne. Hearing his sigh, Jeff Robinov was also stunned. Yes, even DreamWorks was brought in by Wayne. The more this is the case, the less likely they are to take the initiative to ask Wayne for anything. According to the plan, you should test it out with Nina first. Chapter 685. No, Bruce, I don't agree. After the release of Saving Private Ryan, It earned more than $6 million in advanced screenings, which is an excellent result for an R-rated film. The extremely good audience reputation, the attraction of big-name stars Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks, and Warner Brothers' unremitting publicity and marketing made Saving Private Ryan hard to get tickets from the beginning during its first weekend. Although this is an R-rated film known as 18+, after only one day of large-scale screening on Friday, the bloody and realistic war scenes in the film, which are extremely in line with the theme of mainstream North American values, not only won it a very high professional rating, but also the word of mouth of moviegoers is spreading rapidly. War films are not always bloody and cruel. Before Steven Spielberg's latest masterpiece Saving Private Ryan, Hollywood war films generally reserved cruel war scenes. The appearance of Saving Private Ryan is clearly telling the audience that when we watch these war films, we really should not just use our eyes. After 3 days of screenings on the first weekend, the media is optimistic about the performance of Saving Private Ryan. This is the evaluation of the film by Todd McKenzie, a special columnist and film critic of The Hollywood Reporter. Not only The Hollywood Reporter, but almost all media reported on Saving Private Ryan 3 days after its release in North America. Kenneth Turan, a columnist and film critic of Los Angeles Times, said in his column, "Some movies can only be used as entertainment before and after meals, while some movies are destined to become milestones of the times." If it is said that most of the reports of authoritative entertainment media are not too outstanding and novel, then an exclusive interview with Steven Spielberg in Hollywood Daily Entertainment attracted the attention of countless fans and media. As soon as it appeared, "Everyone knows that I'm not very good at such scenes that show cruelty, reality, and blood. Therefore, when I was preparing for this World War II epic, I did not plan to direct it myself. As early as when I planned to make this film, the first person that came to my mind was Wayne. Yes, Wayne Greenberg. Among the film directors I know in Hollywood, Wayne is undoubtedly the one who is best at showing such films. Unfortunately, I invited him no less than 10 times, and he rejected them all mercilessly. At that time, I did consider that I should break up with Wayne." This interview with Steven Spielberg, which seems to be self-deprecating, immediately attracted the attention of countless ordinary people. Many people only know now that the original director for Saving Private Ryan was Wayne Greenberg. However, after thinking about it carefully, most people nodded secretly and felt that Steven Spielberg's invitation was not wrong. Because just looking at the opening scene of Saving Private Ryan, Wayne is indeed the most suitable director, and there is no other. Although Steven Spielberg has done a great job and the film has been widely recognized, many fans and film critics have said that if Wayne had really directed the film, the depiction of the scale of war would have been more bold and cruel. Less than half a day after the interview was released, a large number of reporters rushed to Beverly Hills and surrounded the gate of Greenberg Manor, wanting to know what Wayne thought about the matter. After all, the heat of the matter is very high. It is very rare that Wayne did not disappoint the reporters this time. Before lunchtime, he took the initiative to walk out of the manor gate and briefly accepted the interview with the reporter, and his answer was quickly seen on the pages of various entertainment media. "Life is so fragile that it is frightening. When the bullet hits the head, the blood has not yet splashed on the ground. When the sharp blade pierces the chest, the heart is still diastolic and twitching. Life has passed away, and the traces left behind are as easy to evaporate as the water stains left on the hands after the rain runs through the fingers." Steven only used a short opening scene of 25 minutes to make us who live in peacetime feel deeply shocked. Many people are curious about the director of Saving Private Ryan. What I want to tell fans is that Steven is better than me in expressing the reflection on war. This film is good enough. Even if I were to shoot it, it would not be as good as it is now. Everyone should go to the theater to watch this film. I believe that you will be deeply shocked like me and cherish the preciousness of life even more. The media's extensive coverage, the fans' heated discussions, and even the interview with Wayne about his evaluation of the film. The current situation is actually all due to the box office performance of Saving Private Ryan in the first weekend. Saving Private Ryan was officially released in 2,463 mainstream commercial theaters in North America on July 24th. Due to the intensive publicity of Warner Brothers, the box office was reported to be $56.53 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. You know, this is an R-rated film. Due to the film classification, it naturally rejected the mainstream viewing group of the summer season, family moviegoers. In fact, regardless of whether the intention of this film is to reflect on the war, those cruel and bloody scenes have invisibly rejected most of the children and parents. But even so, Saving Private Ryan also collected more than $56 million in the first weekend, which not only gave Warner Brothers and DreamWorks a huge surprise, but also gave the media countless topics to hype. Since Monday, the hottest topic of discussion is undoubtedly whether to save Ryan. Basically every fan who has the habit of watching movies has participated in this big discussion. There is no doubt that in terms of North American values, the values shown in the film are the most correct. But there are still a large number of media and fans who say, is it really worth it to exchange so many lives for one private run? Only when there is discussion can there be box office, which is a marketing method that has been proven countless times by Hollywood film companies. For a time, talk shows, debate shows and talk shows on TV were all discussing this topic. It is unknown whether Warner Brothers has fueled the flames. As time goes by, the box office of Saving Private Ryan is also rising. After a full week, the box office of the film has reached $89.07 million. After the second weekend, the film's box office in North America has successfully exceeded 100 million, and the pace of the film and the theater market has gradually converged. And just when Saving Private Ryan came to the second weekend, Warner Brothers simultaneously released Charlie's Angels in theater markets in more than 50 countries and regions overseas. The main creative team of the crew, who has been promoting in major cities in North America, also boarded a plane and flew to Europe. From late June to now, the North American box office of Charlie's Angels has exceeded $120 million. This result is completely successful for a commercial film with an investment of $60 million. Moreover, with the large-scale overseas distribution of the film, Wayne can not only recover all the investment from the theater market, but also make a lot of money. You know, the real profit of such films has always been the operation of offline copyrights, the peripheral products produced by the film characters, the authorization of various commodities, the buyout of the TV first broadcast rights, the sale and rental of videotapes and DVDs, etc. Can be said that before the film is released, the foreseeable production company Greenberg Studio will definitely make a lot of money. Throughout the second half of July, there was only one voice in the North American theaters, that is Saving Private Ryan. However, this period is the hottest time period for North American movies after all, which is the summer season. On July 31st, 20th Century Fox, which produced as many films as Warner Brothers this year, released Cinderella, and Disney's distribution label Buena Vista International released The Couple. Even Warner Brothers released its own Ace vs. Ace on the same day. Obviously, the melee of the summer season is still going on. Even if Saving Private Ryan has a very good audience reputation, it is difficult to face at least two blockbusters that will be released every week. Less than a week later, on the first weekend of August, Paramount Pictures released Snake Eyes and Miramax released Ghostbusters. It can be said that before you finish singing, I can't wait to start. Every weekend, there are medium-sized and above productions released. For every movie fan, it is an absolute movie-watching carnival. But in the summer season, there will be big winners and losers. So far this year's summer season, 20th Century Fox and Warner Brothers are undoubtedly the big winners. Sony Columbia simply replaced its CEO because of the investment of more than $200 million in Godzilla. Paramount Pictures' subsequent films were basically small scale because the head project Collision Impact did not meet expectations. So far, Universal Pictures has not had a film that has won the weekly box office champion since entering the summer season. The most unexpected thing is Disney, a fairy tale giant in the midst of internal strife, and its distribution label Bowen International has frequently produced small dark horses. However, as time goes by, a blockbuster that is expected by countless fans has started a vigorous pre-screening publicity. X-Men, as a superhero outside the DC movie series, is not only expected by fans, but also many insiders in the Hollywood circle are closely watching the performance of this film. Just as the publicity of X-Men became more and more intensive, a dark black book commercial vehicle drove into the Greenberg Manor at the end of Mulholland Drive in the afternoon before the premiere. Mr. Greenberg is waiting for you in front of the garden. The large book business car stopped by the small fountain in front of the main building. The housekeeper Hella helped to open the car door and said to Bruce Ressenblum, who was getting out of the car, "Please follow me." "Thank you." The Warner Brothers distribution director looked serious. He lowered his head to check his clothes and made sure there was nothing wrong. Then he followed the housekeeper's footsteps silently and walked to the pergola in front of the garden. He knew that Wayne basically didn't have any particularly long vacations. One work plan after another made it impossible for this young director to squeeze out time to go on vacation like most practitioners in the circle. Therefore, the sunshade on the lawn in front of the manor became his favorite resting place. In fact, Bruce Ressenblum's intention to rush to Greenberg Manor this time was not his original intention. This morning, he just wanted to use Nina to test Wayne's own thoughts on the opening of Superman in the DC series. Something unexpected happened. Less than an hour after he finished talking about this matter, he received a call from Ms. Nina Clean, clearly stating that Wayne hoped that he could come to the manor in person to discuss relevant matters. In the eyes of Bruce Ressenblum and Jeff Robinoff, this invitation was a mixed blessing. According to the tacit rule, no matter what Wayne himself thought, he should communicate with him through his personal assistant first. All the two Warner Brothers executives thought that it must be somewhere, or which words, or which conditions touched the young man's red line. "Hi, Wayne." After arriving under the awning in front of the garden, the housekeeper Helen nodded politely and turned away quietly. Bruce Ressenblum glanced at Nina, who was flipping through a fashion magazine, and his eyes finally fell on the young Hollywood tycoon lying on the recliner with his eyes closed. Sorry, Bruce, I fell asleep." Hearing the greeting, Wayne opened his eyes dazedly and turned around to see Bruce Ressenblum, who was dressed meticulously. "You know, I'm a little tired to participate in the promotion of X-Men by 20th Century Fox these days." "Well, happy troubles, aren't they?" Bruce Ressenblum waved his hand, sat down on his own, and pulled out a bottle of beer from the ice bucket beside him. "Everyone knows that, in order to invite you to take action, Townsend Rothman offered a sky-high producer salary that is unique in Hollywood. From the perspective of making money alone, this is indeed a happy trouble." Wayne, under the arrangement of the distribution department of 20th Century Fox, began to appear on major TV shows and accept interviews from various media a week ago. The promotion plan for the X-Men project was clearly written into the producer's contract from the beginning. Since he signed the contract and took the sky-high share of 20th Century Fox, all of these are his obligations. In fact, most of the publicity plans formulated by 20th Century Fox are centered around him. There is no way around it. He is the biggest star and the biggest hit in this X-Men. The title of Wayne Greenberg writing and producing the film can bring countless fans' attention to the film. Where is Fendi? Seeing Wayne yawning with his hands covering his mouth, Bruce Ressenblum looked around and asked curiously, "Where is our little Greenberg princess?" "On my father's farm." With a click, Wayne tilted his head and lit a cigarette and said casually, "You know, there are almost no reporters there to take pictures. The farm is very big and the cowboys like little Fendi very much. I think there must be no paparazzi who is willing to risk being shot down by a cowboy for a little money and step into my father's private territory." In fact, since little Fendi was born, countless paparazzi have been trying their best to take pictures of the little princess of the Greenberg family. The reason that prompted them to do this is simple. As long as they can take pictures of her face, countless entertainment media will spend a lot of money to buy photos. As we all know, in North America, children of celebrities should not expect to have too much privacy. What's more, for a celebrity like Wayne, there are too many people interested in his privacy. After all, his daughter was born in Rome, a place that others can't reach, even if they work hard all their lives. After all, she will have to face the media's flashlights. Since she was born in a family like yours, it means that little Fendi has lost her normal childhood. Bruce Ressenblum shook his head slightly and gulped down a few mouthfuls from the beer bottle. It's still early. I believe she can face it well. Wayne certainly knew that in a few years, when little Fendi began to receive education, she would need to be exposed to the media's flashlights all the time. As the head of distribution at Warner Brothers said, being born in such a family basically means losing a carefree childhood. Being born in a billionaire family, or a world-famous billionaire family, it can be said that you have everything at birth. But it also means that every step of the child's growth will be watched by countless people around the world. What he can do now is to protect his daughter for a few more years and let little Fendi spend a few more years of carefree childhood. Just say it, Bruce. Wayne also took out a bottle of beer, tilted his head back, and took a few big gulps. The cold liquor flowed down his throat, instantly sobering up his somewhat drowsy mind. Then he turned his head to look at the man beside the table and said seriously, "I don't agree with your plan." Seeing Bruce Resemblam stunned for a moment, he continued, "Listen, I don't agree with your and Jeff's plan. This is my attitude." This result was completely unexpected by the distribution director of Warner Brothers. He didn't expect Wayne to refuse so readily and so ruthlessly. "Listen to me, man," Bruce Resemblam said hurriedly. "What Jeff and I mean is to shoot Wonder Woman and Superman together. I believe you know the benefits of doing so. It can greatly advance the progress of the DC series." "Hey, let me finish." Halfway through, he found that Wayne had frowned slightly and hurriedly put down the beer bottle in his hand, and his upper body sitting on the plastic recliner instantly straightened up. "Zach came from your team. He has fully proved his ability in the Matrix. Jeff will personally serve as the producer of the opening of Superman. I will also join the main creative team and become one of the producers. You should believe in the ability of Jeff and me. With our control, the opening of Superman will never go astray. As long as Wonder Woman and Superman are completed together next year, you can start Justice League a year in advance. Don't worry, the center of the Justice League project will only be you, and only you can control this great project." Bruce Resemblam talked until his mouth was dry, but Wayne kept shaking his head. This was obviously inconsistent with his usual personality. The head of distribution of Warner Brothers was also confused. Logically, he should give face to himself and Jeff. The two of them came forward together, but they didn't expect to get a more firm rejection. "It's because you and Jeff are going to join the main creative team that I can't nod." This sentence kept brewing in Wayne's heart, but unfortunately he didn't have the courage to say it in the end. There was no way. He knew too well what kind of people these Warner Brothers executives were. If only one person was in charge of a big project, they would undoubtedly be good at business and the film would definitely perform well. But looking at the current trend, who knows who will join the creative team and give orders about the production of the film? How could he not be afraid? After all, Warner Brothers executives had criminal records. It was even beyond the scope of fear. When Nina reported the plans of the two executives to him, Wayne almost doubted that his years of work were in vain, and Warner Brothers would still go down the old path. "Bruce, the reason why I invited you to come to the manor in person is to tell you seriously to give up this idea." Looking into Bruce Resemblam's eyes, Wayne said very seriously, "Give me 2 to 3 weeks. When I finish my work on X-Men, we will call Zach and sit down to talk about this matter together. But now, give up all your and Jeff's ideas, okay?" It is now early August. Bruce Resemblam secretly calculated the time and nodded helplessly. He thought that the plan he and Jeff had discussed was the safest and most convincing way. This trip to Greenberg Manor was destined to leave with disappointment. Not to mention how the two executives of Warner Brothers discussed afterwards. Wayne fell into deep thought after he left. In his memory, Warner Brothers is the most capital-rich giant among the 6 major Hollywood companies. Whether it is the various series of movie hypes or the discovery of a billion-dollar series like The Little Wizard, it can be said that there are countless content production assets. What's more, Warner Brothers holds DC Comics. That is a whole DC Comics company that owns all the superhero copyrights. What's the result? In the end, it was Walt Disney who turned around from the chaos and became the leader of Hollywood. Under the leadership of Robert Iger, the smiling Mickey Mouse, Disney became the world's #1 media group, wantonly acquiring companies that produce important Hollywood content. From Pixar to integrating the copyright of Marvel Comics, every step is a textbook. However, one thing that cannot be ignored is that this group of brain-dead executives of Warner Brothers are making the worst choices almost every step of the way, whether in terms of content output or in the general direction of the company after the millennium. They are fighters among the brain-dead. What is particularly impressive is the intervention of a group of Warner Brothers executives in their major projects. It can be said that this problem runs through the entire history of Warner Brothers' failure. Counting DC superhero movies, apart from Christopher Nolan's Batman series, which one has a bad reputation, but is not because of too many executives directing it. It is enough to have one production center in a crew. If there are too many voices that can make decisions, then the film is doomed to be bad. Wayne knows that Superman, this project means something completely different to Warner Brothers, because this series was popular as early as the late 1970s. As early as 1978, Warner Brothers produced the first Superman, and once it was released, it received unexpectedly good results, and it can be said to be popular in North America. What happened afterwards was more painful. Warner Brothers executives began to use the old tradition of brain damage, and began to interfere with the big investment Superman sequel. First, the director Richard Donner was replaced. You know, when the director was replaced, most of the content of Superman Part 2 had been shot. The result of pushing it to reshoot is inevitable. Although Superman Part 2 did not fail, it also caused a sharp drop in the reputation of movie fans. What's even more disgusting is that although the director of Superman 2 was replaced due to contract issues, the director's name was still written as Richard Donner. This is why Richard Donner has never admitted that he made Superman 2 so far. The poor reputation of Superman 2 finally made the executives of Warner Brothers realize that they had done something wrong. They wanted to invite Richard Donner back to urgently produce Superman 3 to restore its reputation. Unfortunately, Richard Donner is not someone who can be wronged. He is a well-known director and directly rejected the invitation of Warner Brothers. So, Superman 3 changed a group of creative teams, and the result was even more terrible. The box office and reputation both failed. This time, the Superman series was directly killed. Until now, no one at Warner Brothers is willing to mention the reason for the death of the Superman series. If it weren't for Wayne's appearance, the bumpy Superman series of movies would have been sealed until after the millennium before being restarted. Of course, the result seems to be equally unsatisfactory. It is worth mentioning here that director Richard Donner, although he rejected the Superman series, helped Warner Brothers to start the Lethal Weapon series. And because of the lessons learned from the past, Warner Brothers executives did not dare to interfere with his creation, which indirectly made the Lethal Weapon series a success from the first to the fourth. Especially in this year's fourth film, Jet Li only used 5 minutes of kung fu scenes to successfully establish himself in Hollywood. Chapter 686 The Dirty Underlying Logic of Capitalists. If Warner Brothers does not interfere with the creation of its films, then the film will surely be a big hit at the box office and in the public eye. Once the executives and producers start to play tricks, the sequels of the best-selling series of films will be shelved indefinitely. In the years since he entered Hollywood, Wayne has been trying his best to avoid similar things from happening to himself and his own project crew. Even for projects co-produced with Warner Brothers, such as The Matrix and The Departed, he only allows Warner Brothers to send one producer to the crew and never allows too many voices to make decisions in the crew. That's right, Jeff Robinoff personally took the lead and controlled the opening of Superman with himself as the production center. No one could find too many faults, but once Bruce Rosenblum joined, things immediately changed. You can't blame Wayne for thinking too much. Over the years, he has tried his best to increase the influence of his Warner Brothers, so that there will never be a second voice in his own projects. As a low-end practitioner in the film industry in his previous life, he may not understand other things, but he knows too well the traditional nature of Warner Brothers executives. This group of self-righteous professionals interfered with Zack Snyder's Justice League, and everyone had their own ideas. Although Zack Snyder's status in the circle was not low at the time, he still couldn't get the treatment of Christopher Nolan, so he has been working with shackles. The failure of Justice League was not unexpected at all. In fact, in the eyes of many fans, it is much more difficult to make a superhero movie with Bruce Wayne Clark Kent, Diana Priest, Barry Allen and other world famous superheroes failed and to make the movie successful. I can only cite the ability of Warner Brothers executives to stir up trouble. They can always clearly and accurately select the most wrong one from countless correct choices. Because even fans who don't know much about the film industry know very well that with these world famous superheroes, as long as the film is understandable, even if there is nothing new, it is highly likely that the money won't be paid. You know, sometimes fans don't want much. As of now, Wayne has seriously doubted whether he got involved in the DC series too early. But there is no if, compared to a mess that is so bad that it can't be cleaned up. The current result is obviously more acceptable. It is obvious that, if he hadn't laid the foundation for DC too early, overturned everything, and led DC movies on the most correct path, the group of executives of Warner Brothers might have made some weird decisions. Just like in the late 1980s, after several meetings, the senior executives of Warner Brothers decided not to play the dead Superman, and focused on another popular hero, well, Batman Bruce Wayne. So they cordially invited the genius director Tim Burton, and gave full power to this director with a strong personal style. Tim Burton did not disappoint them. He used his unique dark gothic style to produce the first Batman movie, which was a great success in both word of mouth and box office after its release. The box office of Batman Returns, which followed, was still acceptable. It still cost less than $80 million to produce, but it earned $270 million at the box office. However, the audience's word of mouth declined. It was at this point in time that the ancestral passive skills of the senior management of Warner Brothers were activated again. Most executives and shareholders believed that the audience was tired of Tim Burton's personal style. After all, both the box office and the audience's word of mouth were lower than the first one, right? Then the interesting thing came. Warner Brothers, which decided to kick Tim Burton out, originally wanted to take advantage of the good situation created by the first two Batman movies, replace all the core creators, and find a director who could make Batman into a family-friendly style. This is where the turning point came. Wayne successfully convinced the previous CEO Kevin Tsujihara with a complete, logically rigorous, and highly feasible outline of the DC Universe plan. If he hadn't appeared, Warner Brothers would have brought in Joe Schumacher to produce the joyful Batman Forever. Although it earned $336 million at the box office, the word of mouth among fans fell rapidly. However, Warner Brothers does not believe in the word of mouth effect. They have no doubt that the good box office is because of the foundation laid by Tim Burton in the first two films. They are paranoid that their decision is right and that fans should like this joyful Batman dress show. Then they continued to tinker with Batman and Robin, which completely killed Batman. After the release of Batman and Robin, the word of mouth and box office collapsed again, just like the story in the Superman series. Warner Brothers can only seal the Batman series again, just like the previous Superman series, waiting for enough time to pass, and fans to forget the bad movie watching memories, and then find an opportunity to restart. Therefore, the grievances that Zack Snyder suffered in the DC series are not rare at all. No matter how many batches of executives Warner Brothers executives have changed, their style of arguing about their big productions has always been well preserved. More importantly, it is not just one executive who likes to do this, but n executives, which results in too many people giving orders, and various voices are affecting the outcome of the film's direction. From all these situations, if a director wants to start a long-term cooperation with Warner Brothers, the premise is that he is already the top in the circle, has a huge status and reputation, and can completely control the crew. This is the only feasible way. Otherwise, even if the conditions are signed into the contract, Warner Brothers executives still have ways to interfere with the crew's creation. It is very simple to send a few more production managers to the crew to make the director talk nonsense. Boss. Seeing Wayne go from closing his eyes to resting his mind to gradually falling into deep thought and recollection, Nina hesitated for a moment and called out in a low voice, "What's wrong?" When he opened his eyes, he found that the sun had already set, and the clouds on the horizon seemed to have been scorched by fire, and the blood red color filled his eyes. Raising his hands and rubbing his eyes vigorously, he moved his body to rub against the top of the recliner. Wayne turned his head to look at the assistant lady and muttered, "What's the matter?" Nina shook the mobile phone in her hand back and forth to her boss, shrugged and reported that Reed Hastings called again. Wayne certainly didn't want to miss the Netflix cake, and now he just postponed the investment for some reasons. Since chatting with the founder of Netflix at the party, he has not seen him again. It was basically Nina who contacted him. In fact, to put it bluntly, it was just perfunctory dragging. Neither let the founder feel hopeless, nor could he really give sweetness. Reed Hastings is having a hard time now. The internet is developing at an astonishing speed, and the number of personal computers is also growing rapidly. However, the number of registered members on his website has been growing at a steady pace. There is a lack of funds for development, but the bigger reason is that his internet DVD rental company has too little content. Nodding secretly, Wayne certainly knew what was going on. In his memory, even Netflix, which later became the world's #1 streaming media group, still had the biggest flaw in content output. Don't look at the endless stream of Netflix dramas and movies, such as House of Cards, Dark, Sense8, Love, Death and Robots, etc., which will hardly disappoint users. But it is precisely because of the lack of content output that they spare no expense to shoot self-made dramas. It is precisely these self-made dramas that have greatly increased Netflix's profit costs. After all, people have seen successful dramas, and more dramas that no one cares about have been ignored by everyone. Self-made dramas are too expensive, so high that, even if the world's #1 streaming media group spends money, the content output is still not enough. He is really ambitious. Wayne had already understood what Reed Hastings wanted when the assistant was halfway through. It can be said that the founder of Netflix was not only interested in the money in his hands, but also the lifeline of Warner Brothers and dozens of small and medium-sized film companies under it, the film library resources. Keep dragging him and tell him that Warner Brothers can certainly authorize Netflix. I have the ability to obtain the authorization of Warner Brothers' huge film library. With a slight smile, Wayne stretched out his hand and kept scratching his chin stubble and ordered in an extremely strange tone, "But if he wants to get my investment and get the authorization of Warner Brothers' huge film library, his current achievements are not enough. I want to see more achievements, whether it is the number of internet members or the growth of the company's revenue." You can tell him clearly that his current workshop-style small company is not qualified. Nina nodded. Plan to continue? Continue. Just keep an eye on him. The reason is actually very simple. In the plan to invest in Netflix, Wayne completely adopted the assistant's plan, a low-risk plan most commonly used by capitalists. Just like when Reed Hastings first found him, he explained his idea about Netflix to him in full, and the answer he got was also a genius idea. Just go for it. A few months later, Reed Hastings himself invested tens of millions of dollars, and it can be said that the company started out well, but it was definitely far from profitability and listing. At this time, when he turned around and contacted Nina again, the assistant immediately told him, "You have done a great job on this future website. My boss plans to invest $50 million in you, but you have to meet some necessary conditions." What are the conditions? You probably want to grow the number of website members to millions, and the membership range will spread to the entire North America. Hearing the conditions offered by Nina, Reed Hastings turned around and invested in the promotion of the website again. What if there is no money to expand? Whether you mortgage your property or borrow, it has nothing to do with potential big investors, right? Because in the current internet environment, large-scale growth of users is extremely normal, and there is no interference from competitors. With the rapid expansion of the number of users, some difficulties will inevitably surface, such as the shortage of content that has to come before the funds. At this time, Wayne has not only become a potential development fund solution for Netflix, but also a life-saving straw to solve the company's biggest difficulty, lack of content. When Reed Hastings turned around and contacted Nina again, it was this call. The assistant's reply was also quite simple. "Your current scale is still too small, and the results are not enough. Mr. Greenberg wants to see more. Otherwise, there is no way to convince the senior management of Warner Brothers to license Netflix's film and television content." What you have to do is to continue to promote the website, increase the number of users, and attract more users who are willing to consume on the internet. When Netflix is able to generate the first profit, Mr. Greenberg will not only invest $100 million in you, but also bring you the coveted Warner Bros. Film library authorization. As a normal person, of course, he would doubt the effectiveness of these promises, but now, Reed Hastings has no choice, because he can't find a better potential investor than Wayne. There are many people who have money to invest in him, but only Wayne can provide Netflix with a development platform. Therefore, he had no choice but to carry the company forward and strive for the indicators given by Nina. You know, in this process, Nina's plan greatly reduced Wayne's investment risk. In this process, Reed Hastings' personal risk was greatly increased. If the other party makes mistakes in any attempt to expand the company, such as mortgaging real estate to raise funds and carrying unhealthy capital flows to expand the market, Wayne will not lose a penny. More importantly, the conditions and suggestions given by Nina every time she talks with Reed Hastings are all in line with market development, without the slightest mistake. I support your entrepreneurship and help you understand the subsequent path. Not only can you not complain, but you must also secretly thank me. Now Nina's plan is actually only the second part. Once Reed Hastings really meets those conditions, whether it is the number of user groups or profit indicators, Wayne will definitely be the first person to invest in him. Because among all potential investors, Wayne knows him best. Not to mention the possibility of finding someone else. Even if there are other potential investors, they must understand Netflix from the beginning. The twists and turns and wasted time involved make this process impossible to skip. You can't want to invest without giving others time to analyze your company, right? In the end, you will only find that you can't wait for that time, and it will take more time to build trust with other investors. However, Nina has participated in every process of your entrepreneurship and has been with you all the time. That means that Nina is the one who knows all your situations best, and Wayne behind you will definitely be the first to invest in you and will give you everything you want. What are the benefits? The benefit is that, even if Wayne finally invests in him, the valuation given to Netflix will not be too high. You know, Wayne is not afraid of someone intercepting him. The assistant lady participated in the entire development process, and every promise given is what Netflix needs most. And this is the most basic capitalist investment behavior, not only in North America, but also in the world. There are countless entrepreneurs and startups who have been pressed to the ground by capitalists. Don't think that angel investors are really angels. The social system in North America determines that power is infinitely subdivided, and a group of people are replaced after a few years, which is time limited. Billionaires like Wayne who hold large sums of money are the real vested interests behind the scenes and the real long-term power holders. From a global perspective, politics is undoubtedly the bloody knife ranked first, but in the capitalist land of North America, it is completely the opposite. Money, or financial means, is the more dirty sword of Damocles that steps on politics. In other words, is Reed Hastings stupid? After all, he is also a multi-millionaire who has successfully started a business in Silicon Valley. In fact, he is not stupid, because this is the most commonly used method of big capitalists, big investors, and investment institutions, and he cannot avoid it. And in the past few months of entrepreneurship, he must have thought about giving up countless times. But on the one hand, he invested his own money, and on the other hand, Nina kept encouraging him. You've done a great job. Mr. Greenberg is always watching you. Go for it. You're just a little bit closer. As long as you do a little better, you can get everything you want and realize your life dream. Since he was a child, Wayne's father taught him, business is business, and business is just business. Don't underestimate this sentence, which contains the reason why Jews continue to succeed. So, once it comes to business, there is naturally a set of business rules, and all the bullshit ideals and emotions must be thrown aside. In fact, this is true in business, whether in the East or the West. Don't expect someone to help entrepreneurs in times of trouble. You must be aware that others are already kind people if they don't add insult to injury. Since you want to succeed, you must endure things that ordinary people cannot endure. In life, everyone will inevitably eat shit. The key is, don't chew it. For the new CEO of Sony Columbia at this time, he can now deeply experience this feeling. On August 11th, which was Thursday at 7 p.m., Paul entered the premiere of X-Men through the VIP channel with the invitation letter he got through his connections. As the new CEO of one of the 6 major Hollywood companies, he is definitely one of the top bosses in the entire circle. However, after being rejected by Wayne, he still tried his best to get in, just to achieve his goal. Come on, come on, come on, let me see how superheroes other than DC should be made to be successful. There were crowds of people in front of the Hollywood Chinese theater, hundreds of fans cheered, and hundreds of media reporters were desperately pressing their cameras, and cheers broke out from time to time in the crowd. Paul didn't even look at it, and didn't even walk into the VIP lounge where guests generally socialize before the premiere. He went directly to the screening room and quietly waited for the premiere of X-Men to begin. He only wanted to confirm one thing now, that is, whether the path taken by 20th Century Fox Townsend Rothman was feasible. He wanted to see what the difference was between X-Men and DC superheroes, and whether it could achieve the terrifying offline revenue of Warner Brothers. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it was basically impossible to meet Wayne's conditions. The copyright monsters of the 6 major Hollywood companies would never easily give up the copyrights they had already acquired, even if they were gathering dust in the script library. In the past 20 years, it was difficult to find a case of the 6 major companies selling their own copyrights. Paul has made plans. As long as this path works, he will mobilize all the relationships within the company to promote cooperation with Wayne. He is now the CEO of Sony Columbia. To put it bluntly, he is just a senior employee. As long as Sony Columbia can have its own successful superhero series under his leadership, he doesn't care about the company's gains and losses in a few years or even more than 10 years. But all the premises must be based on whether X-Men can be successful. It won't take long. The results of the premiere, first day, and first weekend will be clear. At this time, in the media interview area in front of the theater, dozens of reporters are surrounding Wayne. Although he is not the director of X-Men, compared with the director Bryan Singer who walked in front, it is obvious that he has received more media attention. Since he walked into the media interview area with Halle Berry, questions about X-Men, superheroes, etc. have been constantly thrown out by reporters. Mr. Greenberg, seeing that the interview was about to end, a reporter from the New York Times asked loudly, "According to the information we have learned, you are only playing a role similar to that of a producer in the X-Men crew. So, how can you ensure that the direction of this film is as you designed? How can you ensure that the main creators of the crew who are doing the specific work are working completely according to the plan you designed?" First of all, I want to correct one thing. It is clearly written in the contract I signed with 20th Century Fox that I'm the first producer of X-Men. Facing the reporter's question, Wayne smiled and shrugged. After a little consideration, he answered to the countless microphones and recorders in front of him. As early as the beginning of the preparation of the X-Men project, the core creative directors, actors and other experts in the industry were all carefully selected by me, which has already been able to a certain extent. To a certain extent, we can guarantee their ability to work on X-Men. As for how to ensure that the work direction is carried out according to plan, there is no need to worry too much, because these main creative staff are all the top industry talents in the circle. Speaking of this, he deliberately paused, looked at everyone, and spread his hands, and continued, "Excellent talents are self-managed, they don't need to be managed. Just like Bryan Singer and a group of excellent actors, when they know what they are going to do, they will try their best to do their best, and there is no need for special management. My job is to let them have a common vision, which is the secret to ensuring the work direction of X-Men. Propose a common vision for everyone, and clearly convey it to every member, so that they understand that everyone is working hard for the same vision, and what I have to do is to make this vision recognized by everyone." What's special about chapter 687? The much anticipated X-Men has officially begun, and the screening room of the Hollywood Chinese theater has fallen into silence. Unlike other major projects in the summer season, this film has attracted the most attention in the industry, which can be called the most in this year's summer season, even more than the summer season's opening blockbuster The Flash. Everyone knows that with a good reputation accumulated by Wayne in recent years, even if The Flash is a bunch of shit, there is still no shortage of fans who love shit to pay for it. In this context, it may be difficult to make The Flash fail directly. Even if the film is really unbearable to watch, at most it will affect the subsequent chapters of DC and cause some loss of audience reputation. After all, Wayne has been too successful in recent years, and he has the capital to try and make mistakes. But X-Men is different. The premiere held by 20th Century Fox basically invited all the guests who could be invited to the stage. While expressing its ambition for X-Men, it also expressed its unparalleled trust in Wayne. What was unexpected to everyone was that not only did the new CEO of Sony Columbia attend the premiere in a low-key manner, but executives from Universal Pictures, Paramount Pictures, Disney, and even Warner Bros. Sat in the screening room in person, and executives from some medium-sized Hollywood film companies were no exception. It was as if people had tacitly raised a magnifying glass to this superhero movie outside the DC system. In fact, Townsend Rothman, who was sitting in the first row of the screening room, knew very well that the purpose of those familiar faces in the circle was nothing more than that they felt that the DC superhero model could not be copied, and wanted to see if they could copy X-Men. Mutation is the key to our evolution. After the traditional opening animation of 20th Century Fox ended, the big screen was dark, but the narration sounded in the quiet screening room. It allows us to evolve from single-celled organisms to the dominant species of this planet. This process is very long, usually taking millions of years. But every few 100,000 years, evolution will suddenly leap forward. The narration ended, and the perspective on the big screen began to shuttle through abstract cells, and finally stopped at a title that looked like steel: X-Men. The film officially entered the theme, with heavy rain and darkness at night. The first panoramic view that appeared in front of the audience was this concentration camp. It was also on the screen, where the story officially began, that a familiar line of letters appeared in the upper right corner of the big screen. Screenwriter and producer, Wayne Greenberg, X-Men. 1 Inch, a work by Wayne Greenberg. As a commercial film with the purpose of commercial profit, the original intention of doing so is understandable. After all, in the minds of most movie fans, as long as this name appears in the title of the movie, it basically means that this is a movie that is destined not to disappoint the fans. To put it bluntly, everything is for the marketing of the movie. Under this premise, the actual producer of the crew, Avi Adela, and the director, Bryan Singer, all have to be ranked behind Wayne. The reason is simple. Whether or not to hang the name Wayne Greenberg can affect the box office figures of the movie at the tens of millions level. Since 20th Century Fox paid him a large salary, it would certainly not miss such an effective marketing method. The first few minutes of the film were not very attractive. The various information that was constantly revealed made the audience watching the movie wait patiently until Wolverine appeared. Uncle Wolf seemed to have a unique charm, especially the scene where he waved his hand to cut off the shotgun in the hand of the bar owner, which aroused the admiration of the audience in the screening room for the first time. Honestly, Wayne. The projection on the big screen continued. Townsend Rothman, who was sitting in the first row, turned his head to look at the side, automatically ignoring the black beauty who was clinging to the young man, and whispered, "I regret it now, Wayne." Huh? Regret what? Turning his head with a little difference, Wayne had already seen the movie more than once, so like the CEO of 20th Century Fox, he was not too concerned about the story on the big screen. Shaking his head slightly, Townsend Rothman deliberately lowered his voice and muttered, "I have a strong premonition that one day, 20th Century Fox will regret not choosing your first plan and regret choosing a more quick and profitable plan." The silence between the two returned again. For Wayne, it didn't matter what 20th Century Fox chose, even if the first plan he gave was more conducive to the construction of the X-Men universe. No matter how 20th Century Fox produced it, he would be paid the same amount. In addition, he understood better than anyone else that it would be difficult for 20th Century Fox to make the X-Men project fail, even if they did not find him. This is a film that will not lack attention, even if it is not innovative. Originally, according to Wayne's idea, he really wanted to change the trend of X-Men. It had nothing to do with other things, just because Townsend Rothman gave Happy Death Day a chance during his graduation period, and also gave himself a precious opportunity to show himself to Hollywood. From a god's perspective, he sorted out the order of appearance of each mutant and the stories behind these mutants in detail according to the timeline of X-Men. He wanted to gradually improve the entire X-Men universe by introducing more characters through the appearance of each character. Perhaps the disadvantages of doing so are too obvious. After all, the heroes in X-Men are completely incomparable to DC in terms of popularity, so the box office risk of the opening work is destined to be extremely high. Even laymen can think of it. The story behind a single mutant is definitely not as eye-catching as several mutants appearing together. But it's good now, at least in the X-Men series. He has returned to the turning point he is most familiar with. Do you feel anything special? Nick Crowley, the distribution director from Paramount Pictures, frowned and looked at Paul beside him in the middle of the fourth row behind Wayne and other core creators. The tacit understanding between Sony Columbia and Paramount Pictures made the two people familiar with each other, especially Paul's behavior of digging holes and pitting the CEO of the script. It is considered normal behavior by many executives in the circle. Not only is it not disgusting, but it has also received a lot of praise in private. I can't see it. Hearing the doubts of the Paramount distribution director, Paul leaned back in his chair and shook his head, saying softly, "The strange thing is here." As he said that, he raised a hand secretly and pointed to the audience in front, behind, left, and right, and even behind him in most of the screening room. The result is self-evident. Yes, the strange thing is that this X-Men has nothing to do with Wayne's style in terms of color, camera movement, story rhythm, and editing habits. However, the audience in the theater were all very fascinated by it. Nick Crowley shook his head, scanned the entire theater, and muttered, "A commercial film that is so normal that it can't be more normal." Paul complained helplessly, perhaps treating superheroes as a normal commercial film, not thinking about imitating Wayne's style, and letting darkness and depression go to hell, is the way to success. No one could give him an answer to this question. After all, X-Men has only been screened for less than half of the time. Not to mention how the subsequent plot is arranged. Even if it can gain high reputation from fans at the premiere, it is still not a valuable reference data. Everyone is a veteran in the Hollywood distribution industry, and they really know what the premiere is all about. Although more than 80% of the screening halls with thousands of people are occupied by ordinary moviegoers, no one can say for sure what proportion of these ordinary moviegoers are hired by 20th Century Fox. This is just a common practice for Hollywood movie premieres. In order to make the premiere scene look good, film companies that are more confident in the film may only arrange some shills among ordinary audiences. The more common practice is to hire professional movie fans on a large scale to create a viewing atmosphere for the premiere. Don't underestimate these professional movie fans. In Hollywood, a place full of commercial attributes, they have already formed a complete industrial chain. The agent companies of all sizes in Los Angeles not only provide party atmosphere groups for big names in the circle, deeply customized party guests, but also undertake the business of organizing professional fans to watch movies and organizing professional audiences to participate in TV programs. Therefore, some special agent companies in the circle not only hold a large number of beautiful and handsome models in their hands, but also have a profit range that can be said to be spread across all aspects of the film and television industry. After a long sigh of relief, Ron Mayer, a senior executive of Universal Pictures and current CEO, looked quite ugly. He wore a baseball cap that covered most of his face and stared at the big screen. Now within Universal Pictures, Ron Mayer's personal reputation has declined sharply, mainly because of his several wrong choices on the company's major projects. Fortunately, he has been running the company for many years, and he has overcome difficulties again and again. In contrast, the directors or producers of failed projects have become the perfect scapegoats, such as Bill Beckby, the director of The Hulk. At least it's pretty average now. The special effects may be acceptable, but they are not realistic and gorgeous. The story is not strong, the background music is mediocre, and the shitty emotional drama is inexplicable. The film has been shown for more than half, and there is no shot that can catch people's attention. Hearing the noise made by Ron Mayer, his secretary Brandstein turned his head and whispered to his boss about the shortcomings of the film. "Shut the F***K up." Ron Mayer glared at his secretary fiercely, feeling that either his IQ was insulted or his secretary Brand's IQ was worrying. If you look at it with a critical eye, the secretary's comments are all correct, but movie fans are never critics who want to deliberately find faults. They never look at the film from such an extreme perspective. Script. Ron Mayer turned his attention to the big screen again and muttered softly. As a professional who has worked in the industry for many years, he certainly understands the difference between X-Men and other superheroes. The most obvious point is that there is no absolute protagonist in this X-Men, so the film chooses to describe the characters in multiple lines from the beginning, and then focuses on all the characters later. Ron Mayer has summarized a lot of things after watching most of the film. The storyline is arranged quite cleverly, although it is forced to be arranged like this because there are too many characters. It is also clear and not messy. You know, this is not an art film that conveys the director's emotions. Being able to make such an arrangement now is completely sufficient in the commercial field. In terms of special effects, it is certainly not comparable to the immersive special effects of The Flash, nor does it have the special effects performance that is so vivid that it almost overflows the big screen. However, the special effects display of mutants' abilities is very appropriate, especially the outstanding Transfiguration Girl. Another point that must be admitted is that whether it is Wolverine, Transfiguration Girl, or Storm Girl, the temperament of the actors is very consistent with the roles they play, and each role leaves a deep impression on the audience. Suddenly, Ron Mayer completely lost the desire to watch the movie and turned his eyes to the first row of seats in the dark theater, muttering to himself, "Choose actors who fit the temperament of the characters. Choose an obedient and capable director, and then let these people shoot strictly according to the designed script, and control the post-production work of the film." Wayne, you are indeed a genius in the production industry. Everyone knows that Wayne has been busy with work related to The Flash, and he also has to take time to care about the third part of The Matrix and the first successful pure female commercial film in Hollywood, Charlie's Angels. It is definitely impossible for him to have the energy to focus on X-Men. But even so, the finished film of X-Men still did not disappoint. Just as Ron Mayer muttered, "Choose an obedient and capable director, personally control the auditions of the main actors, and arrange a producer who will not interfere in the crew," and the final result is like this. The reason is simple. Basically it is the template for Hollywood producers to produce projects as the center, but so far, the CEO of Universal Pictures has only seen two producers who can take on so much and then let go and still guarantee the success rate. One is Jerry Bruckheimer, who can guarantee revenue during the civil strife of Disney, and the other is Wayne Greenberg. This is not a Greenberg-style superhero. The much anticipated premiere of X-Men, 20th Century Fox naturally did not forget to invite film critics, but compared with the large number of invitations in previous years, the budget for directing funds they gave this year is not much. As a local film critic in Los Angeles, Todd McKenzie is naturally on the invitation list. That's right, except for the script, there is almost no trace of Wayne. Kenneth Turan, another local film critic in Los Angeles, nodded and responded softly after hearing his companion sigh. Looking at the film that is about to come to an end, Todd McKenzie smiled and said, "X-Men is actually different from all superheroes. It is really too special. It is not a wrong choice for a smart person to do so. The reason why this superhero is special is because of the background in which each character appears, and even the social background in which the entire comic appears. In the early 1960s, in order to support the increasingly fierce minority rights movement in North America, Marvel Comics produced X-Men under the leadership of Stan Lee, the father of Marvel superheroes. Its stories, characters, etc. are constantly metaphors for the plight of ethnic minorities. In this very special social background, the first superhero team with obvious minority characteristics, X-Men, was born. Since then, this special comic independent of other systems of Marvel Comics has developed in North America for decades. During this period, X-Men has undergone many adaptations in film, television, animation, etc. But before 20th Century Fox produced the X-Men movie, those adaptations were just small scale, far less impressive than the current big production. It could have developed into a most special universe. Tut tut tut. What a pity. No matter what others think. Wayne glanced at Townsend Rothman beside him and shook his head helplessly in his heart. In fact, strictly speaking, the first real movie universe in Hollywood is the monster universe of Universal Pictures. Some people have given the monsters of Universal Pictures names such as the Dark Universe many years ago. From the 1920s to the 1950s, the concept of the full series of Universal Monster Movie Universe had been known. With the silent film The Hunchback of Notre Dame and Border as the first, Universal Pictures continued to create its own monster series because of its box office performance. For example, the classic images of the monster universe such as The Phantom of the Opera, The Man Who Laughs, Dracula, Frankenstein, The Mummy, The Invisible Man, The Werewolf of London, and so on were born very early. You know, it was the 1930s. Universal Pictures monster series had a brilliant beginning, and the subsequent development was also very wise. The previous work gave birth to the sequels such as The Bride of Frankenstein and Dracula's Daughter. After a series of operations, Universal Pictures' monster series of movies became a banner that Hollywood could not bypass after the 1930s. In the years that followed, Universal Pictures has never given up on the development of monsters and has developed them in connection with each other. The Mummy's Hand, The Mummy's Tomb, The Return of the Invisible Man, Son of Dracula, Soul of Frankenstein, and so on. The brilliant monster series of movies is rare, in that it is connected with the past and the present, and new characters and new stories are constantly derived under each worldview. If it were just this, it wouldn't be considered a novel universe concept, because although these movies are related, there are still no multiple series intertwined to plan a unified worldview. There is always no shortage of smart people in this world. As early as the mid-1940s, the visionary executives of Universal Pictures made another decision. The first movie, Frankenstein vs. the Wolf Man, was launched, in which the characters intersected, and the worldview was initially unified. From today's perspective, does it have a sense of deja vu of Batman vs. Superman? That's right, this world has never lacked visionary hangers-on. The success of Frankenstein vs. the Wolfman allowed Universal Pictures executives to make persistent efforts, continue to find ways to plan a unified worldview, and continue to stuff various monsters in. Later, they launched House of Frankenstein, Zombie House, Two Idiots vs. Frankenstein, a series of movies with multiple monsters intertwined, and achieved rare good results. However, as time went by, social trends in North America were also slowly changing. The advent of the Cold War, space wars, and other events forced Universal Pictures to abandon its huge monster series and turn to a different direction, focusing all its attention on the science fiction series. Movies have never been a product that exists alone. Behind every hit movie, there is actually a close connection with social trends. It can be said that Universal Pictures' monster series was simply forced to be cut in half by the development of social forms. In fact, it was not until the turn of the century that Universal Pictures restarted the monster series on a large scale, although the reputation of films such as Van Helsing was not satisfactory. Unlike the aborted Monster Universe and Dark Universe, if it were not for the appearance of Wayne, the first successful movie universe in Hollywood would undoubtedly be the X-Men universe. At first, 20th Century Fox did not plan X-Men so big, and even the X-Men trilogy was also produced according to tradition after the release of a good performance. But it was just this kind of trial and error that created the first movie universe with more and more heroes appearing in the same world. And because of the preconceived effect of comics for decades, the X-Men universe did not become a big grosser as in the eyes of movie fans right away. It's not that no one in Hollywood has thought about shooting something like a movie universe for so many years, but there has always been a problem in the circle. It is common to have a movie with a core character, and the director has a lot of room to play. But 2, 3, 4 or even more, it becomes a century-old problem. How to distribute the roles. Since every hero is important, how to balance the importance of each? A pot of thick soup with everything thrown into it will inevitably be unpalatable. But X-Men does not need to consider this problem at all, because of its own advantages. The impression that comics have formed on the audience for decades is there, so it is naturally much easier. coupled with the birth process under a special social background, X-Men naturally forms characteristics that are different from other comic universes. Even the Justice League series and the Avengers series are not as good as X-Men in this regard. Any main character from the former two has a world-renowned influence, and it is precisely because they are too famous that when they are mixed together, the director cannot make a reasonable trade-off. Marvel, that is, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, is definitely the most successful, and there is no doubt about this. One of the major factors for its success is that the group of senior executives of Marvel Pictures had already designed the subsequent development plan before the filming of the opening work Iron Man, with a unified shooting style and a unified worldview, and then step by step, to stuff the characters in. This is what created the Marvel method. After all, the popularity accumulated one by one, bursting out at the right time, is really terrifying. X-Men is the opposite of Marvel, because it did not have such a long-term plan at the beginning, so the series has continued to develop for 20 years. It can be clearly found that from the aspects of action design, special effects rendering, script creation, etc., they are constantly adjusted with the progression of time and the changes in social trends. There is a core that can make X-Men popular for 20 years. Wayne dares to swear that no one can find it today. Although the story, special effects, actions, etc. are all changing, the only core theme of X-Men has never changed, which is the metaphor of minorities, the confrontation and acceptance of mainstream society. And this is actually the point that Wayne regrets in his heart. It is really that X-Men is too special. Apart from this series, it is difficult to find an IP with the same background and the same theme. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688. You are not the only smart person. A great masterpiece. X-Men will definitely be a big hit at the box office. Thank you. Mr. Greenberg, can we chat for a few minutes? Sorry, I can't leave now. The premiere of X-Men ended. After the warm applause of the audience and the premiere press conference attended by hundreds of media, Wayne led the core creators of X-Men to the hotel specially booked by 20th Century Fox to attend the indispensable post-screening reception. From the moment he left the elevator, Wayne undoubtedly became the center of the crowd. Familiar or unfamiliar faces in the circle lined up to greet him politely. On the contrary, several main creators of X-Men were left behind for a while. That B****H. She wanted to flirt with Wayne Greenberg in front of everyone. Not far from the center of the banquet crowd, Rebecca Romijn, who played Mystique in X-Men, looked at Allberry with contempt in her eyes. Especially when she saw Black Pearl wearing a Channel dress with very little fabric and staying by Wayne's side to accept the compliments from everyone, she inevitably felt uncomfortable. It was obvious that the guests who came today were all star-studded, but whether it was the big stars in the circle or those big directors and film company executives, they were all surrounding Wayne and 20th Century Fox CEO Townsend Rothman, which made them, the main creative actors, ignored. If it was just that, it would be fine, but Allberry had been sticking to Wayne since she walked on the red carpet for the premiere, and whether it was the attention of the media or the attention of the big names on the stage, she had received much more than them. Listen, Rebecca. Film director Bryan Singer turned his head and glared at Rebecca Romijn and warned in a low voice, I don't care how you get along in the group or how you have a private relationship, but in public, don't cause trouble for the crew. After hearing the director's warning, Rebecca Romijn shrugged lightly, indicating that she understood. Starting from the first stop of the promotion tomorrow, I need to see you show the public the perfect working partner status in the crew, okay? The X-Men crew is no different from 90% of Hollywood crews. There has never been a break in various personnel frictions during the filming process. Director Bryan Singer of course saw it all, but according to Hollywood's usual practice, as long as they did not affect the progress of the work, he did not intervene. Some situations do exist, that is, Allberry has been enjoying treatment far beyond her worth in the crew due to her relationship with Wayne Greenberg. Whether it was the huge Mack truck and nanny trailer, or the producer's invisible desire not to offend, they all became reasons for other actors to isolate and target Halle Berry. You know, other actors can't help but feel jealous of the living and working conditions similar to those of first-line actresses. Even director Bryan Singer sometimes felt uncomfortable. She really thinks of herself as a first-line actress, doesn't she? After director Bryan Singer left with the producer to greet the guests, the actors who were gathered together spoke again. Famina Janssen, who played the role of Phoenix, spoke sharply and pointed at Halle Berry secretly. Wayne's voice in rejecting Paul's invitation to meet alone was not small, and almost all the onlookers who were paying attention to them heard it. Just as Wayne rejected it, Halle Berry also raised her head slightly. This expression, in the eyes of several actors who felt uncomfortable, was a complete sundeer. Well, who told her to use her mouth, isn't it? Rebecca Romijn shrugged exaggeratedly, raised one hand in front of her, and kept moving it back and forth, while at the same time slightly opened her mouth, and kept using her tongue to push up and down on her left cheek. Ha 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 ha. Her exaggerated and funny movements caused a burst of obscene laughter among several actors. Everyone was an adult, and everyone knew what she was hinting at. Rebecca Hugh Jackman, who played Wolverine, shook his head helplessly and whispered, "Don't go too far, okay? We all know that being able to climb into Wayne Greenberg's bed means that Halle Berry is capable." The people around all put away their smiles silently, and it was obvious that everyone agreed with this statement in their hearts. Don't be silly, this is Hollywood. There is never a shortage of beautiful girls, and there is never a shortage of beautiful girls who succeed by currying favor with big men in the circle. In a way, being able to curry favor with a big shot like Wayne and maintain the relationship with him without being thrown out after playing with him at least shows Halle Berry's ability. Among these actors, only the former model from the Netherlands, Famina Janssen, is a little confused. She is lucky enough. Because of her outstanding face and figure, she was selected to play the Bond girl in GoldenEye and entered Hollywood. Later, she participated in this X-Men, so she doesn't understand the hardships of many low-level actors. Who, I've heard before, that many Hollywood actresses will try every possible way to please producers and directors in order to become famous and get the leading role in a project. Looking at the polite and smiling big-name guests in the banquet hall, Famina Janssen leaned towards Hugh Jackman, stared with big eyes, and asked with an inquiring look, "Is this very common?" "I just heard about it." Hugh Jackman raised his head and took a sip of champagne, shook his head gently, and scanned the former Dutch supermodel's ups and downs. He whispered, "I have been in Canada before. Big work, like you, actually doesn't know much about Hollywood." He paused for a moment, recalled the messages he had heard, and continued, "As far as I know, this kind of thing is not very common, but a very common behavior. You are very lucky, Famina. If you were to audition for Phoenix Girl, and the producer asked you, why did you choose to play, think about how you would impress the producer." Famina Janssen nodded thoughtfully, silently drinking the champagne in her hand, squinting at the lively crowd in the banquet hall. Seeing her, Hugh Jackman didn't continue to talk about this topic. The common sense in the circle that the agent told him had mentioned the precautions in this regard. In fact, what is the capital for beautiful boys and girls who don't have a good background and good identity to come to Los Angeles to pursue the dream of being a star? There is no doubt that they have nothing, and the only thing they can pay is their bodies. Perhaps in the entertainment circles of other countries and regions, similar things have to be covered up and carried out privately. But basically this is not a big deal in Hollywood. There are no unspoken rules here, because everything is out in the open. Hugh Jackman glanced at Halle Berry in the crowd, especially the black beauty who was holding the hands of the man next to her tightly. Not to mention those little actors who have not achieved any results. Even some well-known actors, without the care of the big guys, will still run into obstacles everywhere in the circle. The only way for beautiful actresses to end this status is to work hard to climb up. When their status reaches the first line and completely becomes a scarce resource in the circle, they can be considered to have the initial right to say no, such as Julia Roberts today. That's right, once the status reaches their height, it means that no one in this circle can easily force them. The premise is that you can climb to that position and become an irreplaceable scarce resource in the eyes of capital. Hollywood has never lacked similar inspirational stories of success. In the 1990s, there was Julia Roberts. Almost everyone in the industry knew that for the role of Pretty Woman, she not only slept with the producer, but also slept with everyone from the assistant casting director to the big guys behind the scenes of each crew. The fact is that, if an actress with no education, no connections, and only a beautiful body wants to become a successful person in the eyes of the public, she must give the only thing she can give, and must be very good to herself. Even until more than 10 or 20 years later, the famous words of the big mouth ZHU to the agent were still circulating in and outside the Hollywood circle. As long as I can get this role, tell me, who else do I want to sleep with? Exclamation mark. For Julia Roberts' stories, at least in many Hollywood actresses, it is an inspiration. After all, she did rely on this ruthlessness to not only become a representative actress in Hollywood in the 1990s, but also became a well-known producer in the circle a few years later, and successfully made herself a benchmark in the eyes of countless actresses. Even after the turn of the century, when the trend of women's equality in society became more and more common, similar things still happened in Hollywood. Ironically, many female stars shouted for women's rights in front of the media, but turned around and stripped themselves naked, trying every means to climb into the bed of powerful people in the circle. Julia Roberts was there before, and Rachel McAdams was there after. If you look at the Oscar acceptance speeches of those actresses who were made famous by Harvey Weinstein, you will find that no matter how the times change, the path to fame of those actresses with poor backgrounds has not changed at all. Hollywood seems glamorous on the surface, and the female stars wearing major luxury brands are dignified and elegant. To be honest, no industry in the world can reach the chaos and dirtiness of the North American film industry. It seems that, as soon as people step into Los Angeles, their desires are infinitely magnified. In the name of freedom, they indulge themselves and pursue fame and fortune at all costs. Everyone knows that behind the glamorous Hollywood, there is a big cesspool, but there is always a shortage of smart people who try their best to jump into the cesspool. It's getting late. Do you want to go to my place, or go back to the manor? After the cocktail party that lasted for half a night, Halle Berry helped Wayne, who was a little drunk, into the elevator. She didn't care about Nina beside her at all, and looked into the man's eyes and asked. The two have known each other for more than a year or two. They are all adults. Of course, both sides understand what this question means. Let's go back to the manor. Let's get up early tomorrow morning and go to the airport together. Wayne responded with a big tongue after shaking his dizzy head. Then, regardless of whether there were other people around him, he stretched out his right arm to hug the Black Beauty, and in a daze, half of his body weight was pressed on her. Do you need help, Harry? The elevator arrived at the first floor of the hotel, and he knew that his boss had indeed drunk too much tonight. Nina completely ignored the man's hand moving below Halle Berry's waist. She just frowned and glanced at the media reporters at the hotel entrance, and whispered, "Can you hold the boss?" "No problem, let's go." Halle Berry shook her head and helped the man out of the elevator and walked towards a Rolls-Royce parked at the hotel entrance. In fact, Wayne did drink a little too much, but his mind was still clear. He just didn't expect that the champagne he sipped all night would have such a strong after effect. Even though the car drove quite steadily along the way, he almost couldn't help vomiting several times. There was no way. There were too many curious people tonight, and these people happened to be well-known figures in the circle. He and Townsend Roseman were always surrounded by colleagues who kept toasting. But when he returned to the manor and took a cold shower, the groggy feeling finally gradually disappeared. Wayne was wearing a bath towel, with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, lying lazily on the lounge chair on the balcony. The whole manor had fallen into darkness and silence. Except for the occasional flash of the lights in the hands of the security guards, almost nothing could be seen. "Honey, you almost tore me apart." Halle Berry was wearing a white bathrobe, tilting her head and wiping her hair with a towel while complaining as she walked to the balcony. "Damn, I can't wear a low-cut evening dress for the week before the promotion." After the Black Beauty sat down, Wayne glanced at her with his peripheral vision and waved his hand lazily. Just at this moment, the phone on the table, that had been silent, rang. "Go ahead, I'm listening." He picked up the phone casually, his eyes slowly narrowed, and it didn't take long. In less than half a minute, the phone in the man's hand was hung up and thrown back on the coffee table again. "How is it? Did you reach $5 million US? Holberry looked nervous. After the man hung up the phone, he immediately stared at him and asked. The reason they hadn't rested yet was because they were waiting for the advance box office results of X-Men. She believed that they were not the only ones waiting tonight. The other main creators of the crew and even the executives of 20th Century Fox were also waiting for the specific box office figures. About $7.53 million US. Wayne smiled, stretched out his hand, gently brushed the woman's scarred upper body, and whistled softly. "Sleep well, Harry. Storm will make you famous all over the world." Holberry frowned slightly, and her body was obviously feeling a little uncomfortable, but compared to the stinging pain caused by the bruises, she was in a very good mood at the moment, especially when she heard the advance box office figures. The corners of her mouth began to slowly curl up involuntarily. "Honey, you succeeded again." "No." Black Pearl didn't bother to wipe her half-dried hair, got up and squeezed into the man's recliner, stretched out her tongue, and licked her lips gently, looked directly into the man's eyes, and said, "No, you have never failed. In the film industry, you are the incarnation of God. It's still early. The subsequent box office trend of X-Men still depends on publicity." Wayne's mind was very clear. He was not overwhelmed by the woman's words. Instead, he curled his lip slightly, raised his hand and slapped the woman's thigh hard. "Let's talk about this after the movie is off the shelves. Rest. We can't sleep for 5 hours, and we have to get up to catch the plane." The lights on the third floor of the main building of Greenberg Manor went out, and the whole manor fell into silence, but there were always people who didn't rest until the early morning. In Beverly World City, not far from Greenberg Manor, an office on the 7th floor of Fox building was filled with smoke at this time. Several Fox executives held their glasses and drank them all with a smile. "We expect the advance ticket sales for X-Men to be $5 million. Tossing the victory champagne cup on the table, Townsend Rossman took a big sip of his cigar and said proudly, "Preliminary statistics show that it exceeds $7.5 million. The result is far better than we expected. Fox will finally have its own superhero series." It must be said that Wayne Greenberg is Wayne Greenberg. Another middle-aged executive sitting on the sofa shook his head with admiration. Superheroes with him, or without him, mean success or failure, but what? Townsend Rossman tilted his head and looked at the executive of Fox's film and television department. "It's just that the higher the box office, the greater the price we have to pay." The executive named Sam Rias carefully observed the CEO's face, but couldn't help but say, "Thompson, if the first weekend box office of X-Men meets expectations, I suggest that we immediately prepare for the second part of X-Men. We can make it ourselves. As long as we continue Wayne Greenberg's plan, the probability of success will not be reduced at all. The tradition of Hollywood film companies is to make a sequel immediately after a movie is successful, which is understandable." What caused several people in the office to frown together was precisely the producer's salary mentioned by Sam. In fact, everyone sitting here knows that no matter how much box office X-Men can create, it is inseparable from the Hollywood dark movie master. But people's views on a thing are constantly changing with development. As long as they think of the terrifying basic salary and box office share, no executive will look good, including Townsend Rothman, who has made great efforts to promote the cooperation between the two parties. There is no doubt that no matter how successful the first X-Men is, most of the profits will be taken away by that young man. 20th Century Fox needed to pay a large sum of money, and they had to thank Wayne. Whoever thought of this would not be too happy. "Terry, after the first weekend box office comes out, let the screenwriter department immediately write the script for the second part." Townsend Rothman nodded and whispered, "Okay, boss." 20th Century Fox paid such a high price, and it must make it back as soon as possible. This is the voice of several executives. When several people in the office left, Townsend Rothman picked up the wine glass again, slowly approached the window, and looked at the street outside where the lights were still flashing. No one knew what he was thinking. "Boss, As a diehard fan of Fox CEO, Terry has been a senior executive in the film and television production department for many years. He looked at his boss's back and instinctively felt that things had changed. Now that the film has not been successful, the executives can't wait to start feeling sorry for the box office share. This is obviously a bit too eager for quick success. Townsend Rothman turned his head, glanced and waved. Go back and rest early, Terry. Don't worry about me. Boss, there are a few things I want to talk to you about. What? Terry's expression was very serious. He had no intention of leaving. He said to his old boss standing in front of the window, time flies, but until now, I can still think of the scene when I personally received Wayne Greenberg. He didn't lie. Until now, he would occasionally think of the scene back then. At that time, the Dark King of Hollywood was still a young director who had just graduated. He was just a small figure in front of him. But it was he who personally negotiated Happy Death Day and watched that small figure become the leading big man in the circle at an incredible speed. What do you want to say, Terry? Townsend Rothman turned around unexpectedly and asked with interest. Terry didn't hesitate at all and said directly, I just want to remind you what Fox missed back then. The moment he said this, Townsend Rothman's eyes narrowed and his face became very ugly. For so many years, basically no one inside 20th Century Fox would mention this matter because everyone knows that if it weren't for the misjudgment of Townsend Rothman, who was then the distribution director, who would be the #1 Hollywood movie industry giant today. For many years, the media has been mocking 20th Century Fox, but no one inside will discuss this matter. No one wants to slap the current CEO in the face, right? However, after only a dozen seconds, Townsend Rothman slowly smiled, staring at Terry, and asked, what do you mean? Boss, Fox missed an opportunity, so don't let go of the second opportunity easily. Terry gritted his teeth and saw the smile on his old boss's face. Then he boldly said, if it were me, I would never get rid of Wayne Greenberg easily. Not only would I not get rid of him, but I would also find a way to maintain the cooperation. Now Fox has this opportunity, an opportunity that other film companies want but can't get. Very good, Terry. Townsend Rothman looked at him with undisguised admiration, but suddenly sighed and whispered, you must understand that you are not the only smart person. Go back to sleep. When there was only one person left in the office, Townsend Rothman continued to hold the wine glass and stood in front of the window looking at the early morning night view of Burbank. As he said, are the executives and shareholders of 20th Century Fox all fools? Is Terry the only smart person? Obviously not. It's just that when there are huge enough benefits, people often don't choose the safest approach, but prefer to choose the gamble that can get more benefits. 20th Century Fox is a media giant and a listed company. Even as the CEO, he still has no control over many things. Whether it is the company's top management or the board of directors, they will never agree to continue cooperating with Wayne. Even in his heart, he is more willing to take a big gamble. After all, with a successful start, the chances of winning the subsequent bets have greatly increased. Chapter 689 What is box office appeal? Before I walked into the audition room for X-Men, I had never expected that I could get the role of Wolverine so smoothly. Yes, I had heard about Wayne Greenberg's hiring habits when I was in Canada. People said he liked to give newcomers opportunities, but this is Hollywood after all, isn't it? Of course, I'm grateful to Mr. Greenberg for giving me the opportunity to show myself. On a talk show on Fox Channel, Hugh Jackman, Halle Berry and film director Bryan Singer were working hard to promote the film. From the casting and preparation of X-Men to the formal formation of the crew, all kinds of interesting experiences in the filming and some little secrets in the crew have become the topic of conversation for several core creators when facing the live camera. Even several actresses, including Halle Berry, showed a particularly deep sisterly love when facing the camera and the host. They sat on the sofa holding hands, and from time to time, they laughed and fell on the sisters around them because of some interesting things about the filming. Acting, it seems to be in their blood, isn't it? Wayne was leaning on the sofa in the living room of the presidential suite on the top floor of the Four Seasons Hotel New York, located on 5th Avenue and 59th Street, the symbol of New York's prosperity. He held a cup of coffee and teased surgery beside him. The Russian-American bear glanced at the TV, tilted his head and shrugged. Then they must be good actors. Anyway, I don't see any traces of acting. That's right. Wayne smiled and nodded. They are all good actors. After saying that, he stood up from the sofa and didn't watch the TV program at all, even though the host and several core creators of the crew mentioned his name intentionally or unintentionally on the TV program. Today is the second day after flying to New York. Since getting off the plane yesterday, 20th Century Fox has arranged a lot of promotional activities, including a fan meeting before lunch, a media interview in the afternoon, a roadshow in a theater of the Imperial Cinema Line in the evening, and this talk show after the show. The density of announcements is outrageous. Fortunately, this show does not require Wayne to be present in person. After interacting with fans in the theater, he rushed back to the hotel as soon as possible. With the click of a lighter, Wayne stood in front of the hotel window and lit a cigarette, looking down at the night view of Fifth Avenue with interest. No one can deny that 20th Century Fox gave him the highest level of respect in terms of personal treatment. He is now on the 52nd floor of the Four Seasons Hotel, which is said to be the most expensive hotel room in North America. The Four Seasons Hotel located in the center of Fifth Avenue is very famous, but this most luxurious suite in North America is undoubtedly more famous. According to the official statement of the Four Seasons Hotel, they spent $50 million and spent 6 years to transform the entire 52nd floor into the current super luxurious penthouse suite with nearly 420 square meters. Before, every time Wayne came to the Big Apple, he basically stayed at the Waldorf Astoria. This time he changed to the Four Seasons Hotel in the center of Fifth Avenue, which gave him a very strange feeling. Boss, the North American first day box office statistics of X-Men have just been faxed by 20th Century Fox. There were footsteps behind him, and then Nina's bad words to Sergey were heard. Big fool, if you dare to continue watching disgusting adult channels in the living room, I will throw all your luggage out of the window, including your damn game consoles and the handmade custom suit that the boss gave you. Hey, Nina, no wonder you can't find a boyfriend. You are too fierce. The Russian man's voice was mumbling, and the sound of his footsteps became smaller and smaller, and finally left a clang. Obviously Sergey couldn't afford to offend the assistant lady, so he habitually went back to his room to play games. Wayne was too lazy to care about the trivial things between them. In fact, he knew better than anyone that both Nina and Sergey were among the smartest ones. One was a top student at New York University with an ordinary figure and face, wearing a pair of large black framed glasses, and the other was a former Special Forces instructor who was over 2 meters tall and as strong as a Kodiak brown bear. Neither of these two people had simple minds. Sit down, Nina. Wayne shook his head slightly and sat down on the rattan chair in front of the French window. After hearing Sergio's door closing, he pointed to the chair beside him. The distribution department of 20th Century Fox has faxed over detailed first day box office data, audience survey reports after the film's screening, etc. The assistant reported, while pulling out a chair and sitting down with a few sheets of fax paper. Seeing that her boss was just leisurely smoking a cigarette and his eyes were still on the street scene downstairs, she shrugged slightly, glanced down at the fax document, and said directly, box office statistics for the first rest day of this weekend, which is Friday. X-Men produced and distributed by 20th Century Fox closed at $21.55 million in 2,818 theaters, plus $7.53 million from advanced screenings. The first day box office was as high as $29.68 million, almost crossing the threshold of $30 million per day. Single theater box office exceeded 10,000. Wayne smiled and flicked his cigarette in the ashtray on the table. It's better than we expected. Normally, if a film that can be released on a large scale has a single theater box office of over 10,000, it can basically determine the market potential and be considered a hit. It seems that there are many news reports in the media about films that have a single theater box office of over 10,000, but those films are almost all art films that are screened on a small scale. Once a commercial film is released on a large scale, it can still achieve such outstanding results. At least the early box office results are guaranteed. According to the estimates of Wayne and 20th Century Fox, the film is blessed by the name of Greenberg, plus the market expanded by DC superheroes in the past few years, and the expectations of movie fans for superhero movies. The North American box office of X-Men on the first day can exceed $25 million, which has met their expectations for the film's performance. Yes, X-Men was undoubtedly the North American box office champion yesterday. Glancing at the statistics again, Nina nodded and said, the box office of X-Men, which was over 29 million, accounted for about 52% of the total output value of the North American cinema market yesterday. The remaining 40% or so was made up of Warner Bros.' Ace vs. Ace, Miramax's Ghostbusters, Warner Bros.' Saving Private Ryan, Warner Bros.' Lethal Weapon 4, and Bowen International's The Perfect Match. Most of the summer season has passed, especially since July. Basically, at least 2 new works will be released every weekend, but even so, there is still no single movie company that dominates the market. At most, it will be surpassed by latecomers in 1 or 2 weeks. The competition during this period has always been like this. The high enthusiasm of movie fans can completely make a movie achieve good box office results in 1 or 2 weeks. Such fierce competition and the hottest enthusiasm for watching movies around the world have created a very special situation. Once a blockbuster movie that can crush everything and dominate the market appears, it will often become one of the top few in the annual box office of that year. A careful observation will reveal that basically half of the top 10 annual box office lists every year are from this period. According to the survey statistics of 20th Century Fox, the group of fans who bought tickets for the advanced screenings and the first day of the release of X-Men are mainly young people aged around 16 to 30. Among this main force of moviegoers, at least half are senior DC superhero fans. Speaking of this, Nina deliberately glanced at her boss and stopped her voice. After a moment of hesitation, she said, 20th Century Fox has made a good deal. They paid enough, dear Ms. Clean. Wayne smiled and waved his hand, spitting out a cloud of green smoke. There is no doubt that the reason why 20th Century Fox listed him as the main publicity and marketing focus is to attract his own fans and fans cultivated by the DC movie series under Warner Bros. There is only one DC superhero movie a year. From the perspective of fans who are interested, the supply is definitely in short supply. Now there is another superhero movie on the market, and it is also produced by Greenberg, which naturally satisfies the appetite of countless fans. Even if this X-Men has nothing to do with the DC superheroes directed by Wayne himself, as long as the reputation of the movie is acceptable, there will definitely be no lack of fans. According to the data feedback analysis of the first day, the marketing department of 20th Century Fox found that at least half of the main audiences of X-Men in the first weekend are your fans and fans of DC superheroes. Nina curled her lips and continued, such a situation is very good for the box office on the first weekend, but after these fans gather in the theater to watch the movie, X-Men will face a new test. The marketing department of 20th Century Fox predicts that this time is most likely to start from the first working day. This is part of the reason why 20th Century Fox is willing to spend so much money to hire me. Wayne nodded, and he was very clear about his own understanding. Just like when a film company is preparing for a project, the first thing it does is to consider which superstar to invite to join. Everyone knows that the first-line superstars in the circle are never easy to fool. Not only do they have to meet some seemingly unreasonable living and working conditions, but they also have to pay a high price far exceeding that of ordinary stars. However, the film contracts of first-line superstars have never been cut off. Every day, they face invitations from major film companies because they are a scarce resource in themselves. To put it bluntly, they have their own box office appeal. Whether or not a first-line superstar joins has a huge impact on the early box office of a film project. From another perspective, the cooperation between 20th Century Fox and Wayne is almost the same as spending a lot of money to invite a first-line superstar with box office appeal. Because of his continuous success in recent years, his name has become a brand among the fan community. I dare not say how long it has been, but if we talk about the first weekend of the film's release, there will definitely be countless fans who will not even watch the content of the film, but will simply go to the theater to buy tickets to watch the film, just for the name Wayne Greenberg, and there will be no shortage of such people. Boss, the North American box office of X-Men will not start high and then low, and then drop off a cliff after the working day, right? Seeing that the man next to her was not very interested in other data, Nina simply threw the fax paper on the table, stared at his tough face, and asked curiously, "To be honest, this movie was not shot by you, and from my personal viewing experience, it is at most a fairly good commercial film, which is quite different from the DC superhero you shot yourself. We'll see, it's unlikely." Looking at the luxury stores of different styles downstairs, Wayne shook his head slightly and said casually, "In the same period of X-Men, there are no other films of sufficient weight released. 20th Century Fox has great ambitions. They hope to start the X-Men movie series with an extremely successful opening, so they will definitely spare no effort in publicity. And, Nina, you can't ignore one thing. Now superhero movies are in short supply for fans in the theater market. Didn't you say that? The quality of X-Men is excellent, which is enough, at least for now. The most important point is that we should never ignore the role of word of mouth of fans. In Wayne's view, the release time chosen by 20th Century Fox is great, which lays a very good foundation for X-Men. Before the release of this film, the hottest screening period of films such as Saving Private Ryan has passed, and the subsequent films such as The Matrix have just started sporadic publicity. The time point selection can be said to be very accurate. Since this film does not exist alone, it also represents other meanings behind it, so 20th Century Fox is willing to spend money on publicity and marketing. It is undeniable that the best way to get more passers-by fans to go to the cinema to buy tickets is to bombard them with uninterrupted publicity. Another important point mentioned by Wayne is the word of mouth effect of fans, which is also a good way to get passers-by fans to go to the cinema. The reason is actually very simple. From another perspective, if you accidentally see a good movie, you will also be unable to help recommending it when chatting with relatives and friends, right? Human nature is like this. Audiences in different regions of the world are not much different. When they have watched a good movie, they will always recommend it to their friends. Don't underestimate this. Normally, if your friend recommends a movie to you, your trust in your friend will also be invisibly applied to the movie he recommends. It is this kind of preconceived impression under the recommendation of friends. After watching the movie, once the person who is recommended thinks it is quite exciting, he is destined to repeat the above process and can't help recommending it to his relatives and friends. This is the most traditional and most useful word of mouth effect of movie fans, which exists in almost all movie markets in the world. And many movies that have not been promoted in the early stage can gradually become box office dark horses, basically all relying on this word of mouth effect to turn over. There are countless similar examples. When Wayne followed the creative team of X-Men and began intensive publicity roadshows, he probably didn't expect that he really underestimated the enthusiasm of fans for superhero movies, underestimated the attraction of Greenberg's works to fans, and underestimated his own box office appeal. Santa Monica in Los Angeles is a traditional wealthy area and a place where many high-tech companies choose to settle down. Internet companies such as Google, Amazon, and Microsoft are all located here. In addition, Santa Monica also has popular shopping malls and entertainment venues, where there are many well-known brands, and are very popular among young men and women. In an Imperial Cinema in Santa Monica, movie fans, mainly young people, lined up, chatted with each other, bought tickets, checked tickets, and waited to enter the screening room to start watching movies. In particular, in a theater that had just finished the screening, hundreds of fans came out excitedly together, making the entire theater hall lively. Since early Saturday morning, the theater has become the main battlefield for young people, and most of these fans came in groups for X-Men. The media's sense of smell is very sharp, especially after the first day box office of X-Men was announced. At this time, in this theater, there were several entertainment reporters interviewing fans in the hall. In response to the reporter's question, a young blonde girl said, "We are here to see Wayne's new movie. Yes, it's X-Men." My friends have seen this movie yesterday, and they told me that the movie is very good. I can't wait to see Wayne's new superhero. Yes, we are all here for Wayne Greenberg's work. This X-Men is definitely a pleasant surprise in this summer's movie season. I didn't expect to see 2 superhero movies in 1 year. I like those fantasy scenes in my youth, and the exciting feeling of appearing on the big screen. Wayne has done this perfectly. I won't miss any of his superhero movies. In response to the reporter's interview, most young people gave very direct answers. They didn't care about DC or Marvel. Most of them believed that, as long as it was a superhero movie produced by Wayne Greenberg, there was no need to worry about the quality. It was a good movie that should never be missed. And it is undeniable that many fans who are fascinated by superhero movies have their own feelings for comics. After all, when people first read comics, they still divided them into DC or Marvel. X-Men slowly spent its first weekend in such a hot situation. When the working day came, Wayne's name was once again put on the headlines of many mainstream entertainment media, and each headline was very eye-catching and even sensational. Wayne Greenberg, a sweet date that was nearly 8 years late. This was the headline on the entertainment front page of The Hollywood Reporter, and a whole page was given to reports related to X-Men. 7 years ago, a graduate of the film and television major at the University of Southern California knocked on the office door of the former distribution director of 20th Century Fox with his graduation work Happy Death Day. In a sense, it was Mr. Townsend Rothman who personally brought a dazzling black crown to the Hollywood film industry, and since then, there has been a touch of black in the mainstream Hollywood film genre. Chapter 690 Making Trouble. Hollywood has never lacked directors who succeeded by luck, and even more, so directors who succeeded with their first film, but then never recovered. Obviously, the success of Happy Death Day was regarded as an accident by 20th Century Fox. 20th Century Fox was unwilling to believe in a young man who had just graduated, and of course unwilling to continue to invest in this newcomer. 7 years later, this master of dark movies in Hollywood in the 1990s chose to join hands with 20th Century Fox again, after becoming successful and rekindled the rather regrettable sweet date of the year. So, the project of X-Men was born this summer. In recent years, the name Wayne Greenberg has been closely linked to superheroes in the eyes of movie fans. The special appearance of X-Men itself has brought a touch of surprise and unexpectedness to the summer season for fans who love superheroes. X-Men officially landed in North America last Thursday night and earned $7.53 million at the box office that night. The film performed very well. This result has already demonstrated the enthusiasm of movie fans for the film. The film was officially released on a large scale in North America early Friday morning, and the box office closed at $21.55 million on the same day. According to the statistical rules of the North American theater market, the advance box office is included in the first day results, making the first day box office of X-Men close to $30 million, as high as $29.68 million, easily winning the North American box office championship that day. It is worth mentioning that X-Men opened in 2,818 theaters, and the film achieved a single theater box office of over $10,000. As the first day of the movie's release passed, on Saturday, the film's single-day box office once again closed at $25.5 million, and the market performance was very strong. However, due to the immediate workday, the box office on Sunday inevitably declined, closing at $18.65 million that day. 3 days after the release of X-Men, the total box office in North America has reached $73.83 million, almost crushing the entire theater market, and easily won the box office championship last weekend. The opening performance of X-Men far exceeded the expectations of the producer 20th Century Fox. According to Townsend Rothman, CEO of 20th Century Fox, in an interview on Saturday, they expected the first week box office of X-Men to be around $50 million. The box office of the film's opening weekend exceeded expectations, and the word of mouth of the film was also quite good. The latest data released by 20th Century Fox shows that the average fan rating is B+. Under the good fan word of mouth effect, the subsequent box office of the film is likely to draw a fairly strong trend. For a film that is destined to be a series of opening works, X-Men is undoubtedly qualified. Last weekend, due to the strong performance of X-Men, the North American theater market rose strongly, and the total box office of the North American market reached $141 million. This is the second highest market revenue since the beginning of this summer season, second only to the opening weekend of The Flash. The strong performance of X-Men that exceeded expectations once again proved Wayne Greenberg's ability in the superhero series. After 7 years, 20th Century Fox's date with it has entered a sweet state from the beginning. The box office information, behind-the-scenes stories, and interviews with fans of X-Men occupied an entire page of The Hollywood Reporter. However, starting from Monday morning, the relevant information of X-Men appeared in all mainstream media. The Los Angeles Times also gave a very eye-catching headline on its own entertainment front page. X-Men won the North American weekend box office championship. After DC superheroes, Wayne Greenberg once again led Marvel to success. Professional Film magazine Premiere wrote in a special issue early in the morning, Wayne Greenberg is still seeking breakthroughs. X-Men is a superhero style that is completely different from the DC style. Wayne Greenberg's works have an extremely strong personal style, but while he continues to achieve success, he is still perfecting himself. The first DC movie Joker he directed in 1993 is a monument that Hollywood movies cannot go beyond. In this movie, his perfect and unique style began to mature. At the same time, it was also an R-rated movie. In the following Batman Begins and Batman, The Dark Knight, he began to restrain himself more and more, and his control over the scale of the film was textbook. Therefore, DC movies with a strong dark and depressing style began to gradually move towards the general public. When The Flash met all the audience this year, after the interview, it aroused countless controversies for a while. Wayne Greenberg is still seeking breakthroughs. This time he completely abandoned his personal style that made him famous and shot the film like a gorgeous audiovisual feast. The box office results also proved that his breakthrough and change have further won more hardcore fans for DC. This X-Men is different from all the superheroes he has made before. Wayne Greenberg wrote and produced the film himself, but he rarely handed the director's baton to Bryan Singer and did not interfere with the creation of the crew at all. As a result, the X-Men presented to people is different from all the superheroes he has made before, but it is very good. Wayne Greenberg is still trying more possibilities, which is an extremely happy thing for movie fans. In Burbank, the media capital of Los Angeles, a black Cadillac sedan stopped downstairs of the Warner Brothers building. Jim Lee, the new CEO of DC Comics, sitting in the backseat of the car, flipped through major mainstream entertainment newspapers one by one. As the eye-catching headlines on the newspapers were flipped through, his brows slowly furrowed. Even though the car had already arrived at the destination, the new head of DC Comics did not notice it. Jim Lee rolled up the newspapers in his hand, and all the information about Wayne flashed in his mind. He slowly fell into a daze while sitting in the car. After a long time, he let out a sigh of helplessness and muttered softly, "How much did 20th Century Fox invest in the promotion of X-Men? All the mainstream media are full of relevant information, and the momentum is so great. More than $50 million US. Unexpectedly, the secretary who had been sitting in the co-pilot immediately gave an answer after hearing his soft muttering. This sentence also woke Jim Lee from his daze, and he looked at his secretary in surprise. "Sandy, how did you know?" The secretary sitting in the front row turned around. "I have a classmate who works at 20th Century Fox." According to him, the amount of publicity and promotion that 20th Century Fox has invested in X-Men has exceeded $50 million US. This amount does not include the investment in Fox Cable TV, Fox's local TV stations, and many entertainment newspapers under Fox. Jim Lee nodded thoughtfully. He had roughly understood it. In other words, the money that 20th Century Fox spent on other publicity and promotion channels has reached $50 million US. If we take the morality of Hollywood film companies and count the part that their media transfers from one hand to the other, they dare to announce that they have invested $100 million in publicity and promotion. 20th Century Fox is really willing to spend money. Shaking his head slightly, Jim Lee opened the car door and got out of the car with a rolled up stack of newspapers in his hand, looking up at the Warner Brothers headquarters building in front of him. When the secretary got out of the car with a briefcase, He lowered his head to check his clothes, buttoned up his suit jacket, and led the way into the building. 5 minutes later, Jim Lee knocked on the CEO's office door and sat silently between two Warner Brothers executives. It was obvious that the two people in the office were waiting for him, especially CEO Jeff Robinoff, who narrowed his eyes thoughtfully after seeing the newspaper in his hand. DC Comics did a survey. After sitting down, the executive president of DC Comics said directly with a serious look on his face, the box office of X-Men in the first weekend exceeded $70 million, but at least half of the box office was contributed by Wayne Greenberg's fans and fans of DC superheroes. Jeff, Bruce, you should know what I mean. Jeff Robinoff and Bruce Rosenblum looked at each other, and they almost frowned at the same time. 20th Century Fox, this is sucking our blood through Wayne Greenberg and consuming our movie reputation. I suggest. Hey, Jim, listen to me. Seeing that the new DC CEO was still chattering, Bruce Rosenblum couldn't help interrupting him and said seriously, we all know that this situation is inevitable. Can anyone restrict Wayne's freedom to work? Who will go? You, me, Jeff, or the board of directors? Faced with a question from the Warner Brothers distribution director, Jim Lee was stunned for a moment. Yes, Hollywood has always been like this. Since ancient times 20th Century Fox has been promoting it desperately and has also made Wayne's name the focus of movie marketing. Isn't it just to attract fans of Wayne and DC movies in a short period of time? In a way, 20th Century Fox did nothing out of line. They spent a lot of money to invite Wayne, isn't it, for the box office performance of X-Men? Everyone knows that at this time, the appearance of another superhero on the market, or a superhero under the name of Greenberg's production, will inevitably consume the reputation accumulated by DC over the years. Even in the eyes of most movie fans, Wayne's name is inseparable from DC superheroes. X-Men grossed over $70 million in North American box office in its first week, and at least half of that was earned by Wayne. On the surface, this seems normal, but you can't think about it carefully. Because if you think about it more, you can also understand that this is 20th Century Fox, which is taking advantage of Warner Brothers invisibly. What's more frustrating is that no one can restrict Wayne's freedom of work, right? He can make DC movies, and of course he can make Marvel movies. No matter from the legal or moral level, no one can say anything. What's more, he didn't direct it himself, but only existed as the producer of X-Men. Jim, I suggest you put all your ideas away. Jeff Robinoff threw a cigar over casually, and although his expression was casual, the warning in his words was quite obvious. What DC Comics needs to do is to fully cooperate with Wayne's movie universe plan. I suggest you go talk to your predecessor Diego Harris. As for other messy ideas, they are just asking for trouble. As he spoke, the CEO of Warner Brothers stretched out his hand and slapped the newspapers brought by the other party twice, making two muffled bang and bang sounds. However, it is obvious that the new CEO of DC Comics is quite different from his predecessor. Jim Lee shook his head slightly and did not continue to say anything. He just tilted his head and lit the cigar with a spray gun. Jim, let's talk business. Seeing the atmosphere in the office was dull, Bruce Rosenblum said patiently, in about 2 to 3 weeks, Wayne will get out of the promotion of X-Men. Let's think about how to talk to him about the opening of Superman and Wonder Woman. Warner Brothers' expectations from the top to the board of directors, and even the entire DC Comics company, are the same. That is, this year, the opening of the movies of these two super popular characters will be opened at the same time, so as to prepare for Justice League as soon as possible. No one wants to continue to delay for another year. Now the popularity of the DC series of movies is already hot enough, and the foundation laid by the previous multiple movies is already strong enough. Now they all hope to be able to use Justice League as soon as possible to detonate the accumulation of so many years. Jeff, I heard that Warner Brothers' film and television production department intends to develop a new character outside the plan, Catwoman. No one expected that Jim Lee would mention this matter after spitting out a large cloud of green smoke. As soon as he said this, Bruce Rosenblum's face changed immediately. Yes, there is such a thing. Facing the CEO of DC Comics, Jeff Robinoff did not hide it. No one knew what he was thinking. He just said calmly, However, the plan submitted by the Film and Television Production Department is now under review procedures, and there is little hope of passing it in a short time. Jeff, DC Comics can provide a certain degree of support to the Film and Television Production Department. Staring at Jeff Robinoff's eyes, Jim Lee's upper body slowly leaned into the sofa, without even looking at Bruce Rosenblum, whose eyes were already blazing. You should understand what I mean, Jeff. Warner Brothers and DC Comics should not have all the rights and the control of Wayne Greenberg. Maybe we can try to open another character series. Jim, is this your personal idea? Before Jeff Robinoff could speak, Bruce Rosenblum's cold voice sounded in advance. Or is it the idea of the entire DC Comics executives? Turning his head, Jim Lee looked at the Warner Brothers distribution director and found that the other party was looking at him with a smile, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable. At one moment, he felt like a frog being stared at by a cobra, and this illusion made him feel annoyed in his heart. Is there a difference, Bruce? Of course, there is a huge difference. Bruce Rosenblum smiled uncharacteristically, and in less than a minute, it seemed that all the anger in his eyes just now disappeared. Bruce, I'm the CEO of DC Comics, and this is a board of directors. No, maybe, it won't be soon. Bruce Rosenblum's expression relaxed, and he even crossed his legs, and raised a finger, shaking it back and forth between the two of them. Who can say for sure, Jim? Jim Lee put his cigar into the ashtray, ignoring the sparks flying around, and asked with his head tilted, threatening me? The head of distribution of Warner Brothers shrugged, spread his hands, and said in a fake and true way, Hey, man, you are too sensitive. This is just a little joke of mine, just a little joke. It's not funny at all, Bruce. Jim Lee curled his lips, did not hide his attitude, and stood up directly from the sofa. Jeff, I think I'll forget it today. I'll go back and rest first, and come to talk to you tomorrow. After saying that, he didn't even look at Bruce Rosenblum anymore, and walked out of the office. No one expected that it was just a simple small-scale meeting, but it would end in a bad mood. At least Jeff Robinoff and Bruce Rosenblum had never considered the attitude of DC Comics before. It has been so many years. DC Comics has basically been in demand of Warner Brothers, and the senior management of Warner Brothers from top to bottom had long been accustomed to it. Bruce, you're too anxious. When they were the only two left in the office, Jeff Robinoff shook his head and said, there's no need to confront him face to face. It's obvious that Jim is different from the previous CEOs. He wants to change the status of DC Comics. He can't change anything. Bruce Rosenblum smiled, but his smile was full of irony. He underestimated Wayne's power and overestimated the power of the CEO of DC Comics. Perhaps Jim Lee wanted to change the status of DC Comics, or perhaps he just wanted to change the situation where the entire DC series was controlled by one person. But no matter what his original intention was, he had already touched Bruce Rosenblum's red line. To some extent, he and Wayne were tied to the same boat, just like Jeff Robinoff before. It was only when the CEO of Warner Brothers had a retirement plan that everything changed a little. Ding ding ding. There were a few gentle knocks on the door, and the door of the CEO's office was pushed open, and Jeff Robinoff's secretary walked in. Boss, Jim Lee, the new CEO of DC Comics, left the office and went directly to the floor where the Film and Television Production Department is located. I see, you go out first. Jeff Robinoff nodded expressionlessly, and after the secretary left, the corners of his mouth began to slowly rise, as if he had heard a cold joke. Look, Jeff. Bruce Rosenblum stood up, buttoning his shirt, and teased, well, our new CEO, Mr. President, seems to really want to make some achievements. I'll talk to him later. It was impossible to tell what Jeff Robinoff was thinking, but he kept a faint smile and muttered in a low voice. After leaving the CEO's office, Bruce Rosenblum raised his head and took a special look at the floor of the Film and Television Production Department. Everyone said that he was a cold and venomous snake. After middle age, he still maintained the fierce way of doing things when he was young. But Bruce Rosenblum knew best that the old Jewish guy sitting in the CEO's office, who was considered stable by everyone, was the real venomous snake hiding in the dark. The DC Comics CEO was afraid that it would be difficult to get the desired result. He knew that, since Jeff Robinoff wanted to start his retirement life in a dignified manner after this term, He would definitely not want anyone to cause trouble before his retirement. Chapter 691 Self-Recommendation. One of the most unlikely scenarios in Hollywood is that Wayne Greenberg would shoot a project outside of Warner Brothers, but it really happened. On a plane from Boston to Phoenix, Halle Berry waited until the plane stabilized, then quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and changed seats with Nina. She picked up the newspaper she bought before boarding the plane and read it to the man, who was looking at the white clouds outside the window and thinking. There has always been a very interesting phenomenon around Wayne. The person who can read the newspaper for him is almost the closest person to him. Normally, this is Naomi Watts' job. If the Australian girl is not with him, she will be replaced by an assistant. Halle Berry tried her best to get this job from Nina. Only one weekend after its release, X-Men easily won over $70 million in North American box office. According to the latest information released by an authoritative third-party forecasting company, the North American box office of X-Men is likely to be close to $200 million. The sound of Black Pearl reading the newspaper was crisp, and almost everyone in the cabin could hear it clearly. Director Bryan Singer, who was sitting not far away, had an undisguised smile on his face, his eyes fixed on the figure looking at the white clouds outside the window. He knew very well that, even though there was not much information about him in the media and all the flashes were given to Wayne, it was just a publicity and marketing strategy of 20th Century Fox in order to attract more people to the cinema and maximize the appeal of the name Wayne Greenberg from the very beginning. It was an indisputable fact that he was the director of the film X-Men, especially after participating in the TV show yesterday. He had a phone call with Townsend Rothman, the CEO of 20th Century Fox, who had hinted that, if there were no major accidents, he would still be the director of the subsequent sequels. From the beginning of the X-Men project, 20th Century Fox had never concealed that this was a long-term sequel project. And the longer the production cycle, the more beneficial it would be for the main creative team. Whether in terms of fame or money, they would roll upside down with the start of the sequel. In fact, Bryan Singer did not communicate much with Wayne. He just worked strictly according to the other party's script and plan. The two were not familiar with each other, and naturally they were not friends. But what he envied most was the status, rights and achievements that Wayne Greenberg had obtained in Warner Brothers. As a Hollywood film director, no one did not envy Wayne Greenberg's shooting freedom. It just so happened that now, there was a best opportunity in front of Bryan Singer. As long as the first X-Men met the expectations of 20th Century Fox, the second part would probably be put on the agenda as soon as possible. With the successful foundation laid by the first part, at least the success rate of the subsequent second part was still very guaranteed. More importantly, he knew better than anyone that 20th Century Fox held the film promotion outline made by Wayne. The preciousness of this thing was second to none in front of all Hollywood film companies, and what he had to do was to strive for the right to direct this series for a long time, starting from the first X-Men. Then just follow the subsequent promotion outline plan and slowly shoot one by one. And Bryan Singer himself estimated that it would not take long. As long as the second movie continued to be successful, his name would be closely linked to the X-Men universe. This was his goal. Wayne had already set the most perfect example for all Hollywood directors. As long as one movie after another was successful, Bryan Singer was extremely confident that he could also get the same shooting freedom that Wayne had now gotten at Warner Brothers in the X-Men series of movies at 20th Century Fox, instead of continuing to exist as a shooting tool for the crew. Unlike Bryan Singer, Javier Della, the actual producer of the film, had remained silent since the beginning of the promotional activities. Even though the box office of X-Men exceeded expectations in the first week, everyone in the crew could not help but smile, and the calmness on his face never disappeared for a second. No one knew what he was thinking, but he had been silently observing Wayne since he got on the plane today. Slowly, Javier Della's eyes narrowed, as if he was making some kind of intense choice in his heart, and he muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Time is running out. This is Hollywood. No one will look at Halle Berry's behavior with strange eyes. At least everyone in the crew knows that this black beauty with delicate face and hot body has never lived in the hotel room arranged by the crew. From the first day, she blatantly moved into Wayne's presidential suite. Even at this time, this black pearl was in front of everyone, reading the newspaper, while blatantly trying to send her body, which was not wrapped in a few pieces of cloth, to the man. At least everyone knows that, if an actress wants to become famous and succeed in this circle, she must be ruthless to herself and can't have shame. If you want to have face, then you should simply not come to Hollywood to pursue your dreams. This place has never been suitable for pure girls to survive. Hi, Harry. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Aviadella waited until today's newspaper was finished before standing up from her seat and moving closer to Wayne. He greeted Hall very politely and said, "Excuse me, Hall, I think I have to interrupt you. I have something to discuss with Wayne alone." "Okay." She glanced at the man next to her first, and when the black beauty saw Wayne nod slightly, she reluctantly stood up from him. Holding the newspaper she bought, she politely nodded to the producer of the X-Men crew and prepared to return to her seat. "Avi, what's the matter?" As soon as Aviadella sat down, Wayne turned to look at him, shrugged and teased, "If what you want to talk about is not as tempting as that black beauty, I will definitely report you to Townsend." Aviadella shrugged at the teasing man and shook his head with a smile. He knew that the other party was joking. At least since the establishment of the X-Men project, he has given Wayne enough respect. Although he is doing the specific work of the crew, when the movie is released, he has quietly become a transparent person again, as if he did not participate deeply in the filming of X-Men. The smart approach of smart people has kept Aviadella's relationship with the other party quite good. He knows better than anyone that the young boss next to him seems to be easy to talk to, but in fact it is not easy to approach. He has initially met his expectations by allowing the relationship between the two sides to progress to the point where they can joke around. "Ha, do you need me to call her back for you?" Spreading his hands to the man next to him, Aviadella whistled, put on an expression that all men understand, and whispered teasingly, "I can wait a little longer and come over to talk after you finish the work." "Shit." The two men looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Wayne waved to Nina on the other side of the aisle, made a gesture of holding a cigarette between his fingers, and then put away the smile on his face and asked, "Come on, Avi, what do you want to talk to me about?" Aviadella didn't rush to speak, but waited for the assistant to hand over a cigarette. After the other party lit one, he gradually became serious and said carefully, "Wayne, I heard that your Greenberg studio has started multiple projects in succession in the past 2 years. Hearing this question, Wayne was obviously stunned for a moment. He glanced at Aviadella without mixing with others. He lowered his head to smoke and secretly wondered what the other party's purpose was. He originally thought that the other party wanted to talk about X-Men and subsequent sequels in advance. There was one thing that Aviadella was not wrong about. He really admired this smart producer, and he also knew that, if it weren't for his appearance, it would be this guy who led Marvel Pictures, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, to successfully fight a turnaround. "Yes, my film studio will start producing multiple film series with Warner Brothers from this year." Wayne nodded gently and admitted this directly. These are not secrets in the industry. After the successful cooperation of films such as The Departed and The Matrix, Greenberg Studio and Warner Brothers will definitely increase the number of films produced. After proving the profitability of this model, taking advantage of smoking, he observed the other party without knowing the purpose of asking these questions. "Wayne, I heard." Aviadella looked straight into his eyes and said with a very serious expression, "Greenberg Studio holds a large number of Marvel superhero copyrights, right?" "Here it comes." Wayne frowned slightly, but still nodded. "You know, Avi, I like to collect superheroes. Greenberg Studio holds basically the copyrights of Marvel's second and third rate heroes. Yes, I like them, so I bought them." From the perspective of this era, the price he bought those copyrights was definitely the market price, and he did not take advantage of Marvel Comics. Although Jimmy took advantage of Marvel's debt problem to apply some pressure by withdrawing loans from the bank when buying Iron Man and Black Widow, the purchase price is actually quite reasonable. It really depends on who you compare it with. For example, the ones bought by Greenberg Studios are just a small matter for other film companies. There are countless superhero characters under 20th Century Fox, but to put it simply, they have the copyrights of all mutants, all Fantastic Four series characters, all characters of the Shire Empire, and all characters of the Skrulls. The number is so large that you can understand how terrifying it is if you think about it carefully. But 20th Century Fox took advantage of the situation to obtain the copyrights of so many superhero characters without spending much money. Of course, there is also the reason that they were obtained earlier. Sony Columbia Spider-Man series and Universal Pictures Hulk series were also obtained under this background. It is certain that there were many film companies that took advantage of Marvel back then. Wayne, let me get this straight. After hearing his answer, Javier Dela thought for a moment and decided not to beat around the bush. He asked directly, does your Greenberg studio need an executive in charge of film and television production? What? When he heard this question, Wayne was obviously surprised, and he didn't even notice that the ash from the cigarette in his hand fell on him. I have been very interested in superhero movies since you shot the first DC superhero. Javier Dela leaned back in his chair and began to explain, after this experience working on X-Men, I have some special ideas about Marvel superheroes. Hey, wait. Wayne stretched out a finger and shook it back and forth between the two of them and asked curiously, I guess 20th Century Fox, or Townsend Rothman, must regard you as the future person in charge of the X-Men universe. What do you think? 20th Century Fox has so many Marvel hero copyrights that they can't be counted. It is obvious that Javier Dela has a much better future at 20th Century Fox. Let's look back at Greenberg Studio. Although it has several second and third rate hero copyrights, even comics like Iron Man, according to the rules, all the related character copyrights are in the hands of Greenberg Studio. I'm afraid it can't be compared with 20th Century Fox. If they just take out a more well-known series, such as Fantastic Four, the number and popularity of the related hero copyrights can instantly kill everything in Wayne's hands, which is completely unreasonable. Another important point is that the so-called Greenberg Film Studio has not expanded since the day of registration. Until now, the office location is still a small office rented in Delaware. Strictly speaking, this is still a standard shell film company, and the only formal employee is a part-time black art operator. Similar to the operation of other Hollywood stars, the main purpose of this office in the early stage is to use the local government of Delaware's policy on film companies to reduce taxes on Wayne's previous remuneration. Although Greenberg Studio has frequently joined hands with Warner Brothers to invest in film projects in recent years, to put it bluntly, the main office space, office staff, and all project-related work are dependent on Warner Brothers, which has not changed the nature of this being a shell film company. In particular, Wayne knows better than anyone that a small film company of a shell nature can exist, of course, even if the company holds multiple very profitable film copyrights. Because in everyone's eyes, Greenberg Studio is more like a subsidiary of Warner Brothers. Once there is an idea of expansion and expansion, it means that the ceiling is a medium-sized film company. As long as it is separated from the Warner Brothers system, a group of wolves will pounce on it and chew up and swallow the bones of Greenberg Studio. This has nothing to do with the amount of Wayne's personal assets. This is the industry norm in Hollywood. What about the three giants of DreamWorks? Steven Spielberg is needless to say, David Geffen is a top boss in the music industry, and another identity is a top billionaire in North America. The remaining Jeffrey Katzenberg is even more powerful. He is one of the founders of the glory of Disney animation and a top figure in the Hollywood animation circle. It is just 3 billionaires, plus the top bosses in their respective professional fields, but they are still squeezed out by the 6 giants. Isn't it nonsense? Similar things are countless in Hollywood. There are also many latecomers who want to challenge the 6 giants, but they play themselves into 6 subsidiaries. The financial backers behind Lionsgate are a group of vampires on Wall Street, and the son of Larry Ellison, the richest man in North America, has paid a lot of tuition in Hollywood, but in the end he failed to develop his own company. So, with the support of media giants such as Warner Brothers and Time Warner, Wayne's head was twitching, and he couldn't control his ambition and dream of making Greenberg Studio bigger. And in his future plan, he doesn't need to take this most difficult road at all. It's better to let Steven Spielberg take such a challenging life struggle. Wayne. Sorry, I was distracted. Shaking his head vigorously, Wayne took a puff of the cigarette in his hand, gestured, and said apologetically, "Go on, I'm listening." Aviadella let out a long breath and said, "I've seen the X-Men universe plan you made for 20th Century Fox a long time ago. As for me, I prefer 20th Century Fox to choose to use individual characters as the opening, slowly lay the groundwork, and after accumulating enough popularity and reputation, gather all the achievements through a film. Just like what you did in the DC series. It's a pity that the executives and shareholders of 20th Century Fox only wanted to reap short-term benefits, so they chose to shoot X-Men right away." Having said this, Aviadella paused suddenly, and then took a try. In a probing tone, he continued, "Wayne, since your studio also holds the copyrights to several Marvel heroes, why don't you put the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan directly into Greenberg Studios? Believe me, Wayne, I know enough about superheroes, especially Marvel superheroes. During the filming of X-Men, I modified the plan you provided to 20th Century Fox. Yes, I made the modifications based on the superhero copyrights in your hands." Seeing that Wayne was just smoking silently and didn't say anything, Aviadella's tone became obviously hurried. However, when he found that the other party looked at him with undisguised appreciation, he immediately seemed to be encouraged, gritted his teeth, and said again, "I only need a chance for a movie, Wayne. Believe me, if I were the film and television director of Greenberg Studios, I only need a chance for a movie. I need to think about it, Avi." Waving his hand, Wayne interrupted him and said seriously, "We both need time to think about it. Let's do this. After the publicity work of X-Men is over, you bring your own plan and we will make an appointment to talk about it separately. Okay, I'll wait for your call." Aviadella knew that his goal had been achieved. He nodded happily and stood up to change seats with Hallberry. There is one thing that Wayne believes that only he knows in the world, that is, the Marvel universe in his mind. Aviadella is one of the main builders, and it can even be said that he is one of the most important people. There is no problem with ability at all. However, it is obviously unlikely to copy the Marvel universe, but it is still very likely to produce several successful movie series based on some character copyrights in his hands. As long as his plan goes smoothly, Warner Bros. Distribution system can gradually become the exclusive distribution channel for his project, which provides the greatest guarantee for the feasibility of this matter. When Wayne told Nina the whole process of Aviadella's self-recommendation, the assistant lady firmly gave her opinion. "Promise him, boss, we don't lack the money to offer him $1 million salary. Copyrights are worthless if they are in our hands. My opinion is to let Aviadella toss for his dream. As long as his plan can pass your review, give him the greatest creative freedom. We can even take advantage of the abundant cash flow to find ways to acquire some amazing movie copyrights. Of course, the premise is that Aviadella's plan can pass your review. I believe that in terms of film projects, no one in Hollywood can compare with your vision. However, these are not the most important." Listening to Nina's advice, Wayne asked, "What is the most important thing? Once Aviadella's plan can be successful, this is our way out." The assistant lady rolled her eyes. She didn't believe that her boss didn't think of this. There was a long silence between the two, and the topic was never mentioned again, because both knew that Wayne was tempted. That's right, once Aviadella's plan succeeds, it will not only greatly increase his voice within Warner Bros., but also make Warner Bros. Never dare to act rashly again. Wayne is not stupid at all. He certainly understands what capital is like. Once the amazing plan of his studio really has results, then there is no doubt that he will have the right to overturn the table with Warner Bros. I'm afraid that, as long as a movie is successful, everyone in the entire Time Warner system will understand that, if there is any Black Catwoman-like incident again, and Wayne is angry, the end is probably really overturned, and everyone will simply stop playing. The reason is simple. DC will not be able to get away from him in recent years, and no one can guarantee that DC superheroes can continue to succeed after leaving Wayne. The tragedy of the Superman series and other movies that killed and sealed the movie can be said to be still vivid. Who knows if Wayne will personally bring another successful superhero universe into the arms of the other 6 giants after he really overturns the table. At least 20th Century Fox is definitely willing to give up a portion of the company's equity in exchange for his joining. Chapter 692, The Matrix finale premieres. Wayne led the core creators of X-Men to travel between major cities in North America. As the film's screening time increased, the cheers from fans for the main actors also increased rapidly. Every time they arrived at a place, a large number of fans would appear at the airport, cheering around the main actors. There is no doubt that the most popular one is Hugh Jackman, who plays Wolverine. The explosion of X-Men has made him a hot superstar in the eyes of fans. Halle Berry and others have also successfully relied on this film to appear on the pages of major entertainment media, and their fame has skyrocketed in a short period of time. The reason why all this happened is closely related to the box office performance of X-Men. Since the first weekend of its release, it has cut more than $70 million in the North American theater market in 3 days. After the arrival of working days, the performance of X-Men can also be said to be eye-catching. Basically, everyone in the industry knows that the reason why the first weekend box office of X-Men is so high is that there are a large number of Wayne's die-hard fans and a large number of superhero movie fans. These fan groups, that Wayne has cultivated personally over the years, have become the main body of the first wave of people going to the theater to watch movies. What people want to see more is whether the performance of X-Men is still strong after the first weekend, when Wayne's basic base has been almost consumed. Because for a commercial film with an investment of over 100 million yuan, the support of fan economy alone can far from recover the cost, let alone profit. If a movie wants to be a big success in the theater market, it must continue to attract enough passers-by fans to go to the theater, to buy tickets to watch the movie. The reason is simple. Wayne or other first-line superstars in the circle can only bring guarantees to the film company, which is always the lower limit of a film. If you want to keep the box office of the movie high, you must let more people go to the theater on the basis of ensuring the lower limit. After Monday, the single-day box office of X-Men fell sharply as expected by the outside world. The box office closed at $9.55 million in the North American cinema market that day, which was nearly 50% lower than the $18.65 million last Sunday. However, this result did not receive the media's sarcasm, because everyone knows that the box office of nearly $10 million on a weekday is enough to prove the popularity of X-Men. The decline rate is so high because the box office of the first weekend was too explosive. Now, no one dares to guarantee whether this X-Men can build another successful superhero series besides the DC series of superheroes. But just looking at the performance of a film, it can be said in advance that this is an extremely successful commercial film. It is also an undeniable fact that X-Men has become the hottest film in the current cinema market. This film has attracted too much attention. Major mainstream film companies in the circle are quietly observing. The Cinema Alliance, headed by the 3 major cinema companies, is actually also observing the box office potential of the film, but as the first-hand information recipients, they react much faster. After Monday, all the major cinema companies basically all tacitly increased the number of screenings of X-Men. Moreover, the number of more than 2,800 cinemas, when X-Men was released, was pushed to a super large screening scale of more than 3,000. For movie fans, the entire early August is a happy month. As long as you walk into the theater, there will definitely be no shortage of blockbusters that will make your eyes shine. Although the screening scale of X-Men is the largest, the strength of other films should not be underestimated. Although X-Men has occupied almost all the pages of mainstream media under the large-scale publicity of 20th Century Fox, its performance in the cinema market ultimately depends on the quality of the film. There is no doubt that the quality of X-Men is superior, but the quality of other films is not bad either. On Monday, X-Men took the lead and won $9.55 million at the box office, followed by Saving Private Ryan with $5.09 million, followed by The Bride with $3.98 million, Ace vs. Card with $3.54 million, and then Armageddon, Ghostbusters, Lethal Weapon and other films. On Tuesday, a similar situation was still happening. X-Men closed at $9.78 million, Saving Private Ryan with $5.25 million, and The Bride with $4.07 million. It can be said that in addition to the leader X-Men, there are a lot of films with good box office performance. However, X-Men has been firmly leading the North American box office trend. In the following working days, it earned $8.58 million on Wednesday and $8.23 million on Thursday. When the release time came to a full week, the total box office in North America had reached $109 million. For a time, the entire North American media was shouting that The Wolf is coming. In essence, this is a commercial blockbuster in the guise of a superhero. Whether it is shooting or special effects arrangement, it tends to be conventional and does not make mistakes. However, such a commercial blockbuster, which coincides with the current time when movie fans are interested in superhero movies, has drawn a rare and beautiful box office trend chart. With the arrival of a new weekend, X-Men finally ushered in a competitor with enough weight. The movie What Dreams May Come, directed by Vincent Ward and starring Robin Williams, Cuba Gooding Jr. and others. In fact, no one really thinks that this film released by Polygram can snipe the already popular X-Men. The content of What Dreams May Come is not like the name of the movie. It tells the story of the protagonist Chris, who bravely goes to hell under the guidance of the messenger of hell to rescue his wife after the death of his wife Anne. The relatively old-fashioned story, coupled with a relatively mediocre plot design and special effects, not to mention compared with X-Men, even Saving Private Ryan, which has been released for 3 weeks, is probably not a rival at all. 20th Century Fox and Wayne also thought so. The development of things did not surprise everyone. After entering the rest day again, What Dreams May Come True did not cause any trouble to X-Men from Friday morning. Although the box office performance of X-Men continued to decline, it rebounded slightly after Friday, earning $12.55 million on that day, and continued to be the champion of the single-day box office. The second place in the box office on Friday was Saving Private Ryan with $7.67 million, and the third place was What Dreams May Come True with $6.53 million. After 3 days of the whole weekend, X-Men closed at $39.04 million in North America, and it won the weekend box office championship again without any surprise. So far, the total North American box office of X-Men has reached $149 million, and the film has only been released in North America for 10 days. In the next week, the box office trend of X-Men began to decline rapidly, earning $4.52 million, $4.75 million, $4.21 million and $3.95 million on 4 working days respectively. However, this is a normal trend in the commercial film market. After the hottest screening time has passed, the subsequent box office will definitely rely on time to slowly grind. No one would think that the market performance of X-Men is unsuccessful. If you look at it from another angle, this film can be said to have completely occupied 2 weeks in the fiercely competitive summer season. You know, even Steven Spielberg's Saving Private Ryan only dominated this period for more than a week. With the arrival of a new weekend, the journey of X-Men is destined to end. Because another science fiction movie worshipped by North American and even world fans, The Matrix Part 3, will be released on a large scale this Friday. 20th Century Fox's attention has also begun to shift. They know that being able to let X-Men dominate the North American summer season for 2 weeks is already a rare success. So on the same weekend, 20th Century Fox sent X-Men overseas, and the film will start its overseas screening journey. The producer contract that Wayne signed with 20th Century Fox did not force him to participate in the overseas promotion tour. After all, his time is too precious. It is very rare for him to squeeze out more than 2 weeks to participate in the North American promotion. At 7 p.m. on Thursday, August 20th, the premiere of The Matrix Revolutions officially kicked off at the Beverly Coda Theater. As a key cooperation project between Warner Bros. And Greenberg Studio, the distributor Warner Bros. Charged $3 million for the premiere. The red carpet scene was star-studded. This science fiction masterpiece, which is definitely ranked among the best in the entire history of North American movies, will officially come to an end tonight. Therefore, the fans on both sides of the red carpet were very enthusiastic, and the atmosphere on the scene was almost out of control. especially when Charlize Theron and other main actors walked on the red carpet in their unique and cool movie costumes. The security personnel responsible for intercepting the fans immediately became small boats in the sea. Facing the crazy group of fans, they held hands and struggled to resist the impact of the waves. Fortunately, the organizer, Warner Brothers, had anticipated this and contacted the Los Angeles Police Department early. After a large number of police arrived, they gradually controlled the fanatical and crazy fans. F***K, am I not dazzled? There are at least 200 NIS, shits, and dozens of Trinity in this screening room tonight. Because of the tight schedule, when Wayne took a flight from Toronto, Canada, and returned to Los Angeles International Airport, the red carpet here had already begun, but fortunately he arrived before the official screening of the movie. At this time, the audience in the screening room was entering the end, and the main creators of The Matrix had already sat down in the first row of seats. However, when Wayne showed up with Nina in the tall surgery, he once again became the focus of most people's attention. I thought you couldn't make it back. Without caring about the gazes of others, Zack Snyder was full of joy, opened his arms enthusiastically, and gave Wayne a hug. After hearing his ridicule, he didn't forget to shrug in response. We were also shocked when we saw the costumes of these fans. Boss, I suggest that the creators must ask Warner Brothers and you for more bonuses. Look at the movie peripherals that the fans are wearing all over their bodies. God knows how much money Warner Brothers and you have made. Well, if The Matrix ends well, I will give you a vacation travel fee. Wayne patted Zack Snyder on the shoulder, turned around and nodded with the other creators. Before sitting down, he still whispered mysteriously to Zack Snyder, but even if I'm willing to give you this bonus, you won't have time to go on vacation. Zack, be prepared to be busy. After that, Zack Snyder, who was looking happy, sat directly in the middle of the first row. He turned around and looked at the thousands of enthusiastic fans behind him again, shook his head, and muttered in an unbelievable tone, "Damn, it's only August in Los Angeles now, isn't it really hot?" No one could give him an answer, but this undoubtedly shows from the side how popular the sales of peripherals of The Matrix are. Almost 80% of the fans were wearing a pair of dark sunglasses on their faces or chests. Some fans were wearing not only a black windbreaker, but also heavy black leather boots. The temperature in Los Angeles in mid to late August was so high that even wearing a t-shirt would make your forehead sweat. Wayne, after the lights in the theater began to gradually go out, Bruce Resendblum swapped seats with Sergi and sat next to him. The North American box office of X-Men has exceeded $160 million so far. Congratulations, you have once again created a great film series. No. Hearing the compliments from the Warner Brothers distribution director, Wayne smiled and stretched out a hand, gently patted the other party's arm, and whispered teasingly, "Bruce, your tone doesn't sound like you are congratulating me." That's right, the other parties to compliments just now did not sound happy to him at all, but more like a complaining woman who was worried about being abandoned, or a jealous girl. Unfortunately, the head of distribution at Warner Brothers is already over 50 years old, and is a middle-aged white man with a fat body. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but shudder. Well, damn Townsend Rothman, he really made a good deal this time. Who knew that after Bruce Resendblum was exposed, he simply threw the mask aside and said in an angry tone, "20th Century Fox made a lot of money this time. I hope it won't become our main competitor in the future." Wayne agreed with this. The X-Men project currently has a box office of more than $160 million in North America and is destined to be one of the top few in the annual box office list. This is not the most important thing, because X-Men is not just a single movie, and the subsequent sequels are the projects that make 20th Century Fox a lot of money. In terms of box office, he is actually very surprised that he can have the current performance, because in his vague memory, although the first part of X-Men can be regarded as a great success, the box office is definitely not so high. It is undoubtedly the special time point that has created the extraordinary performance of X-Men. Don't worry, even if the subsequent development of X-Men goes smoothly, it can never be compared with the DC universe. Without any hesitation, Wayne gave the other party a reassurance. This sentence spoken from his mouth was extremely persuasive. You have set a bad precedent that will make all Hollywood film companies excited. Wayne. The movie on the big screen has officially started to be shown. Everyone is watching it attentively, but Bruce Rosenblum does not seem to care at all. Instead, he pulls Wayne to chat in a low voice. The overseas performance of X-Men will not be bad. Now many companies with superhero copyrights have set their sights on you. Look over there. While whispering, he secretly raised a hand and pointed to a person sitting in the middle of the third row with the help of the light on the big screen. Paul. It turns out that he hasn't given up yet. Following Bruce Rosenblum's hand, Wayne squinted and saw the new CEO of Sony Columbia. The moment he saw Paul, he sighed in a low voice. An extremely persistent big shot, isn't he, Bruce? Yep. Bruce Rosenblum shrugged, shook his head and said jokingly, in fact, many of us are curious about what conditions Paul has prepared to impress you, the master of superhero movies. There are many film companies in Hollywood that own superhero copyrights, at least more than ordinary people imagine. With the popularity of the opening of X-Men, there is no doubt that these film companies that own copyrights have set their sights on Wayne. But there is a problem that stands in front of all the film companies, that is, what to use to impress him, which has almost become a century-old problem. Hey, man, do you think Sony Columbia will offer you a similar salary contract to 20th Century Fox for that little spider? That's not enough to impress me. Facing Bruce Rosenblum's temptation, Wayne curled his lips unceremoniously and said directly, anyone who thinks I'm short of money is really wrong. Nodding thoughtfully, Bruce Rosenblum secretly glanced at the man beside him in the dark with the light from the big screen. There is no dispute that there is no shortage of money. At least in terms of income, the income of Wayne directing a DC superhero is not less than half a point less than directing other companies' films. So why should he bother? Therefore, a producer contract similar to that of 20th Century Fox is definitely not enough to impress him. Paul or other executives of other film companies were not Townsend Rothman who personally gave Wayne the opportunity to enter Hollywood. Everyone knew that the reason why he was willing to take on X-Men was, on the one hand, to repay the favor of 20th Century Fox, and on the other hand, it was completely for Townsend Rothman's kindness. In the social system of North America, money will only flow faster to people like Wayne who are not short of money, and love will only flow to people like him who are not short of love. There is almost no room for debate on this point. As long as he is willing, half of the beautiful girls in Hollywood will strip themselves into a big sheep and line up to send them to him. On the contrary, suffering will always flow only to those who can endure hardship. This world is so cruel and realistic. Only with money can this be changed. Unless Sony Columbia gives me what I want, then I might think about it carefully. Otherwise, Wayne shook his head with a smile on his lips. Otherwise, even if they use a money truck to pull money, they still can't knock on the door of Greenberg Manor. The two smiled together. They all knew that the probability of Sony Columbia wanting to satisfy Wayne's appetite was infinitely close to zero. Just like what Wayne said in his previous life, a desktop cleaning master named Brother Crow, when you eat just to fill your stomach, the meal loses its original taste. And when you are not hungry at all, the meal loses its meaning. Coincidentally, he is not very hungry now. In the darkness, Bruce Rosenblum's eyes rolled, and he turned to look at the man beside him, and asked in a low voice, by the way, Nina should have reported to you about the new CEO of DC. Yes. Wayne nodded and said nonchalantly, I believe that you and Jeff can handle this matter. And Bruce. As he spoke, he turned his head and stared at the eyes of the Warner Brothers distribution director seriously. With a tone of doubt that seemed real or fake, he asked, when did the CEO of DC Comics show his personality in the executive office of Warner Brothers? Is there something wrong with my memory? Isn't the CEO of DC Comics a yes man? I'm very curious, Bruce. If you and Jeff can't solve it, I can call Kevin directly. As soon as the voice fell, Bruce Rosenblum's face changed immediately. This is indeed the case. Including the previous DC meritorious CEO Diego Harris, this character is basically a yes man when facing Warner Brothers, and he can't, and has no chance, to have his own ideas. And for Wayne to say such a thing, it is obvious that in the eyes of the Warner Brothers distribution director, this is a kind of distrust of himself and Jeff Robinoff, which can be big or small. If it is because of the special ideas of the DC Comics CEO, the head of Time Warner needs to take action, and then it will not only be Wayne who will have this feeling of distrust. I will discuss this with Jeff when I go back and settle this as soon as possible. Don't worry, Wayne, the DC movie universe will never be affected by Jim Lee. Okay. What was unexpected was that Wayne's expression changed very quickly. The next second, he put away all his sharpness and nodded with a warm smile. Find a time. We have to talk about DC related matters as soon as possible. The film must start preparations before October. Bruce Resendblum secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. I will convey your meaning to Jeff when I go back. Watch a movie. Watch a movie. Zack performed well, didn't he? Today's Wayne is very different from the Wayne 7 or 8 years ago. Just like his attitude towards the matter of DC CEO, when he is right, he will be more reasonable than anyone else. But if someone will affect his work plan, when he is wrong, he will directly talk about strength. There was a long silence between the two. Bruce Resendblum suddenly slapped his thigh, turned around again, and said to Wayne in a low voice with a cold smile on his face, "By the way, I prepared a small gift for you." "What? Gift? What gift?" Wayne asked, turning his head in surprise. The wail of a young reporter. Chapter 693 Brutal Means. Today's Hollywood seems to be full of flowers and stars everywhere. Whether it is big stars, big directors or producers, they all seem to package themselves into social elites or high quality philanthropists. However, not only in North America, but also in the whole world, we all know what kind of morality Hollywood is in private. The film-related practitioners here are the hardest hit by various sensitive personality patients. They have promiscuous sex, take drugs, drink alcohol, and try every way they can to find mental stimulation. But after all, on the surface, these people are polite in public, and always maintain the demeanor of life idols when facing the media and fans. According to normal people's understanding, as a person's money increases, his status and power in the industry increase, he will definitely become more and more tolerant and more like a successful person. There is no shortage of proverbs in the East and the West that describe this aspect, such as poverty breeds treacherous schemes, and wealth breeds conscience. There are many similar sayings. The fact is that among most of the sensitive personality practitioners in Hollywood, being petty, looking down on others, using any means, and flattering the powerful, and trampling on the weak are their ways of survival. Today's Hollywood is not bad. At least most people still have face and try to maintain a decent public image. But if we go back 20 or 30 years, that is, the golden age, that the old men in the academy and the old veterans in the circle miss, the scene is much more chaotic than it is now. The alcoholism, drug abuse, promiscuity and other things that are reported as news in the media today were not considered a big deal in that golden age. The reason why the old men in the academy and the old veterans in the circle miss that golden age is that at that time, the big men in the circle could do whatever they wanted. Coincidentally, Bruce Resendblum entered the industry in that era, and he gradually grew from a small producer to a well-known producer in the circle, a film company manager, a film marketing master, and a top executive of one of the 6 Hollywood giants. Although this is a polite social elite now, some things are really ingrained in the blood of people of that era. In some places, I'm afraid that Wayne himself is unwilling to admit that the reason why he and Bruce Resendblum have a bad temper and the reason why he has a good impression with former Warner Brothers CEO Kevin Sugihara is because both of them have more or less traces left by the golden age of Hollywood. Especially Kevin Sugihara. This guy's fate was completely changed by Wayne. Otherwise he would have been re-elected as the CEO of Warner Brothers for several times, until he was finally played nonsense by Me Too. Just think about it. In the entire Hollywood film industry, he is also the biggest figure played by Me Too. To be fair, Harvey Weinstein's status is incomparable to him, but Harvey Weinstein is more arrogant, more hated and more famous. This is a top Hollywood boss who dares to use the heroine of Wonder Woman to make a deal with the actress just to satisfy his dark fetish. Looking back at Wayne, it is easy to find that, although he is much younger than Bruce Resendblum and others, he also has this trace. In other words, he has a strong old school Hollywood boss style, which puzzles many people in the circle. After all, his age is there. Whether it is his personality or his way of doing things, he should be classified as a baby. Due to competition in the early years, the media once criticized him for not respecting women and even having violent and abusive tendencies. Naturally, it ended up in vain, but many people in the circle understand that 99% of the content revealed by the media is true. Just like countless practitioners in the circle now, they don't believe that he never takes drugs or smokes leaf tobacco. A top Hollywood boss who likes to play with women and has a sadistic tendency in pursuit of mental stimulation would be really weird if he didn't touch these conventional ways of playing. Boss, let me remind you. It was past midnight. In a pure black Cadillac business car, Nina frowned and whispered to her boss seriously, my personal suggestion is to go back to the manor right now. There is no need to watch such boring things. Isn't it good to know the ending? From the assistant's point of view, her boss and the director of distribution of Warner Brothers behaved like two children tonight. They showed up briefly at the premiere reception of The Matrix Revolutions, and then left the hotel mysteriously, got in the car in the dark, and drove from Beverly to Inglewood. The car stopped at a corner of the street. From the car, the front door of a townhouse could be clearly seen. These two Hollywood powerhouses were like two children playing pranks, lying in the dark, staring at the door of the villa with interest. Hearing the assistant's reminder, Wayne raised his hand and touched his bald head back and forth, and also felt the childishness of his behavior. Boss, even if you go back to mess with Charlize Theron for fun, it's better than watching this boring trick. In the dark, Nina curled her lips and then seemed to realize something, turned her head, and said in a low voice to the direction of the last row of the business car, Sally, you know what I mean. I don't mean to disrespect you. I know, yes, I know Charlize Theron's answer came from the darkness, but even if you can't see the woman's expression clearly, you can guess that her face is probably not very comfortable now. Today's South African diamond is no longer the underage model who first entered Los Angeles. With the help of the Matrix trilogy, she is now a hot new generation actress in North America. In fact, as early as the filming of the third part of The Matrix was completed, Wayne clearly told her that no one owed anyone anything. To put it bluntly, this is a deal. Charlize Theron got the fame she wanted. When the deal was over, both parties smiled and waved tacitly, which is the most common practice in Hollywood. But this South African beauty was not stupid at all, as if she had not heard him at all. Just like this time, when she saw him leaving the hotel in a hurry, she followed him immediately, but she did not expect him to come here. Here we are. In the darkness, Sergey, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, muttered in a low voice. As he muttered, the whole street suddenly became bright. At least 6 or 7 police cars silently drove into the street with police lights on, directly blocking the townhouse not far away. F***K and the D. Not only a group of fully armed agents from the Los Angeles Police Department appeared in front of the villa, but the sharp-eyed Sergey also discovered that there was another violent law enforcement agency in North America, the D. Bruce Rosenblum's voice rang out. Of course, if you want to play, you have to play excitingly. The whole process was quite fast. Before the owner of the villa could react, the D and the agents opened the small iron door of the villa and rushed in like a swarm of bees. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. The reporter named Vitaly Sejduk was forced out by 2 fully armed policemen. With the help of the police lights and the light from the villa, several ugly scars on his face could be clearly seen. You can't do this. M***HERF**KER. I want to see my lawyer, who gave you the right to break into my, oh my god, F***KU. Got, no, the reporter named Vitaly Sejduk kept spitting out dirty words, but as a strong D agent punched him in the stomach, the whole world became quiet, leaving only the hissing sound of the walkie-talkie and the faint retching. Is this what you call wailing? Hiding in the business car at the corner, Wayne glanced at Bruce Rosenblum. To be honest, he didn't think there was anything surprising about this drama, and even felt that he had wasted his precious time. It seems that what Nina said is right. If we have this time, we might as well go back to the manor early and have some fun with the South African diamonds. At least he is now very sure that the wailing of the ugly reporter is far less pleasant than the sound of the South African diamonds. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Bruce Rosenblum shrugged and said, "There are still a series of interesting things waiting for this little reporter. I swear, he will regret coming to this world." As soon as he finished speaking, a D agent ran out of the villa with a large bag of white objects in his hand. Everyone seemed to be nervous when they saw those white objects. Two middle-aged D agents even took out their large caliber pistols directly, without any hesitation, and firmly pressed them against Vitaly Sejduk's forehead. Sergey, who was sitting in the front row, whistled, turned his head, and looked at his boss, explaining, "This kid is finished. The D found such a big bag of cocaine. Once he enters the door of the D, I'm afraid he will be squeezed into trouble. Shit, it looks like it must be 4 or 5 kilograms. Tut tut tut. Want to go over and say hello?" Completely ignoring Sergio's teasing, Bruce Rosenblum reached out and poked Wayne and asked the dumbfounded former reporter, "If you want, we can go over and talk to him." "Bruce, damn, where did you get that stuff?" When Wayne saw the big bag of white powder, his hair stood up at the first time. From childhood to adulthood, he has seen countless people who have turned themselves into a pile of shit because of this stuff. That's right, even his core behind the scenes team members have people who come to smoke a leaf cigarette from time to time, but the two are two completely different concepts. Basically, if you get involved with this, no matter how successful your life is, it will be slowly ruined. Hey, man, don't be nervous, it has nothing to do with me, we are just some bored spectators. Bruce Rosenblum's current expression made Wayne think of a term, enthusiastic choang masses. Like this kind of rough means, as long as you have been in the circle for a long time, you have heard of it more or less. It's just that similar rough means happened more frequently in the golden age of Hollywood. Of course, it is not uncommon now. It can be said that there is no technical content at all, but it is so common that, even if you are a big Hollywood star, you will still fall for it. Go back. Looking at the former reporter who was completely dumbfounded, slumped on the ground, pointed at by two large caliber pistols, Wayne shook his head indifferently and raised his hand to pat the back of the driver's seat twice. "Don't you want to continue watching?" Bruce Rosenblum said with interest, with a cold smile on his face. "We have just started a small part, and the interesting things are coming later." Before he finished speaking, the whole street became lively, and cars, motorcycles and other vehicles rushed in with their headlights on. Dozens of excited media reporters and paparazzi holding cameras instantly surrounded the cordon, and the flashes of the cameras were so crazy that they illuminated the front yard of the townhouse. Well, isn't he the embodiment of justice, Don Quixote? Then let him change from a resistance fighter to a notorious drug dealer. This is quite ironic. Some time ago, this reporter was still heroic, standing on the TV and calling for help, but now he is limp on the ground, being photographed crazily by dozens of reporters. Go, let's go. Following Wayne's instructions, the car quietly turned around in the dark and left the street of this middle-class community. Bruce Rosenblum was still muttering, "What a pity. I should have said hello to him before the reporters came. If you do something wrong, you must pay the price." Wayne could imagine the fate of that guy now. After being found with such a large bag of powder by the D, he was bound to suffer in that extremely violent organization. And those reporters and paparazzi who were afraid of chaos in the world would definitely spread this matter to the whole of North America tomorrow morning. It can be said that his image was shattered first, and then his spirit. The D, that place is said to be much more terrifying than the FBI, and it should also shatter his body. In the eyes of people, those FBI agents in Hollywood movies are synonymous with omnipotence. That is, this one of the foremost notorious intelligence agencies in the world can't be compared with the D in terms of violence alone. Because the D is not only rampant in North America, but also has 92 foreign offices in 70 countries around the world, with more than 10,000 employees, including more than 4,600 agents and 800 intelligence analysts at home and abroad, etc. To put it simply, to a certain extent, this organization is comparable to the Eyes in terms of violence. It seems that this guy has made a lot of money, but has not yet squandered it, and he will continue to live in prison. Looking at the lively scene behind him, Sergey turned his head and continued to tease. "Well, it's been arranged inside, believe me. Bruce Rosenblum heard his teasing and whispered, "This time he will definitely be very happy." The car returned to the parking lot of the Beverly Four Seasons Hotel in the dark night. Wayne and others changed back to their own cars, said goodbye to the Warner Brothers distribution director, and drove towards Mulholland Drive. The atmosphere in the car was very strange along the way. No one spoke. When they were about to reach the manor, Nina Sidon said, "Boss, Anthony Pellicano, the Eye of Hollywood, has been watching him. As far as I know, he has been abandoned by Sony Columbia and has no intention of suing us. In fact, there is no need to be so ruthless. No one can cause trouble for Wayne and still be free and easy. Of course, Nina will keep a close eye on potential troublemakers. Since cooperating with Anthony Pellicano many years ago, Hollywood Eye has always been watching this aspect of the business. To put it bluntly, this is just a small figure." The assistant lady's meaning is very clear. There is no need to create a hidden danger for yourself because of such a small figure. Just pretend it never happened. Wayne shook his head. In fact, what happened tonight was much more boring than he thought. Bruce Rosenblum's methods were too rough and there was no aesthetic sense at all. Don't think too much, we are just an audience. Compared to this little episode tonight, what is more eye-catching is undoubtedly The Matrix Revolutions. Although the final work of this trilogy is still an R-rated film with a ban of 18, it immediately gained the enthusiasm of countless hardcore fans after the advanced screening. Wayne has full confidence in the film, which is quite different from what he remembers. In his memory, the explosion of the first Matrix, the strong cyberpunk style, and the dialogues full of philosophical speculation have all become praises from the critics. It was in this context that the Wachowski brothers, brother and sister, were completely fooled by the critics. So when the last two Matrix films were released, the reputation of the fans was lower than the previous one, and there were many fans who even cursed. These two directors only remembered the critics' praise for philosophical speculation, and ignored the element that really made an R-rated film explode. That is the unique cyberpunk style, action scenes and special effects that make movie fans feel refreshed to the bone, completely ignoring the original intention of this being a science fiction commercial film, and making the latter two films even more bizarre. But in the hands of Zack Snyder, there are no such concerns at all, and Zack strictly abides by Wayne's requirements for the film. There will be philosophical speculation that makes the film be high-end, but it is just embellishment. The theme of the film is still the special effects and action scenes that make movie fans feel refreshed. With the reputation accumulated by the first two films, the success of the third film is a natural outcome, so Wayne is not worried about the box office performance at all. Instead, Charlize Theron, who came out of the bathroom, flashed a strong interest in his eyes at this time. "When did you bring this costume back?" Sitting on the lounge chair on the balcony, Wayne gently scratched his chin stubble with one hand, tilted his head with interest, and carefully observed the South African diamond from top to bottom. At this moment, Charlize Theron was just like Trinity in the movie, wrapped in a tight black leather jacket, and with a pair of high-heeled boots. The woman exuded a cool and sexy hotness from head to toe. "I knew you would like it." South African Diamond slowly approached the balcony step by step. She was not in a hurry at all, deliberately letting the man take a closer look. "I contacted a prop company to make it myself. It is very different from the one in the movie. Honey, do you want to find out for yourself what the difference is?" "Good idea, Sally." Sitting on the recliner, Wayne tilted his head and lit a cigarette, hooking his finger at the woman, who was slowly approaching. "I have to say, you really suit this look. Cool and hot and sexy. Come on, let me check. What's the difference?" In this woman, Wayne found that she was different from other beautiful girls in Hollywood, or in other words, a unique advantage of South African Diamond. In the entire Hollywood actress circle, her cool and beautiful queen temperament is absolutely unique, and it is difficult to find a second one. Different from the general silly and sweet personality of actresses, Wayne prefers to let her bring out her unique temperament to the extreme. Charlize Theron is also very smart. When the first part of The Matrix was filmed, she discovered that men were obsessed with her look. There is never a shortage of beautiful girls in this circle. A powerful Hollywood director faces countless temptations every day. Therefore, if you want to keep a man obsessed with you for a long time, you must let him always find something new. This is the only way she and her agent discussed. Now it seems that it works very well. On the night of the premiere of The Matrix, Wayne played a unique and exciting game and completely forgot the time. He fell asleep with the South African diamond in his arms until he was exhausted. When he opened his eyes again, the sun had passed through the balcony and shone directly into the big bed in the master bedroom. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the traces left by the crazy game last night. The specially made Trinity ultra-thin leather jacket was torn into pieces and thrown everywhere, but there was no trace of the South African diamond. F***K, I've gone too far. Wayne leaned against the bedside as usual, and when he reached for a cigarette, he felt a pain in his waist. After lighting a cigarette, he recalled the unique experience last night, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. This woman who had received dance and model training refreshed his cognitive limits again and again. He picked up his watch from the bedside and looked at the time. Wayne shook his head helplessly. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. It seemed that Charlize Theron had already rushed to the Santa Monica Commercial Plaza to participate in the promotion of The Matrix. Nina, good morning, boss. Along with Wayne's hoarse shouting, the assistant pushed open the door of the master bedroom and walked in. Seeing the messy battlefield, Nina reached out and pushed her glasses, shrugged and said, I understand. I will clean the master bedroom myself and will never let Hella and the others in. Smart girl, your bonus will be credited soon. Work hard, girl. Not caring about the assistant's fiery eyes at all, Wayne put on a pair of big home shorts and walked towards the bathroom while teasing. Hey, dear Miss Clean, if you keep staring at my strong abdominal muscles, the bonus will probably be farther and farther away from you. You are such an asshole, boss. Thank you. Chapter 694 Illustration of Hollywood. With the release of The Matrix Revolutions, the entire summer season in North America, which is the hottest season in the North American film market, has slowly come to an end. Time has unknowingly reached the end of August. It can be said that the most competitive stage of the summer season has gradually subsided with the passage of time. The bombardment of blockbusters in the theater market by major Hollywood film companies is also about to come to an end. According to the normal trend of the past few years, everyone will calm down all the fights at this point in time and prepare for the last competitive season of the year in North America, the Christmas season. However, due to the extreme crowding of the summer season this year, even in late August and even in September, there are still some highly anticipated movies released one after another. The first is the much anticipated The Matrix Revolutions, the finale of the Matrix trilogy, which officially premiered in North America on August 20th, and 2,700 advance screenings were opened that night. On the second day, which was the first day of rest on Friday, the film officially opened in 2,950 theaters in the mainstream commercial theaters in North America. The first two films of The Matrix accumulated a huge number of die-hard fans for the film, which made it hard to get tickets when the film was first released. Hollywood sequels have generally been criticized by fans. After a long time, it seems that the quality of sequels has become an iron rule in the industry. However, The Matrix was obviously not affected by this. When the third film of the series was released, it received a rare wide range of praise from fans. According to information released by Warner Bros. This morning, the word of mouth of fans for The Matrix Revolutions is extremely strong. After the first day of screening, the average rating of fans remained above A, and fans' comments were mostly composed of words such as still refreshing, perfect ending, and yearning. Contrary to the strong market reputation of fans, the film released by Warner Bros. Has once again received dissatisfaction from many well-known film critics. Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times said in his column, Zack Snyder is just a low-level director who abuses action shots and endlessly abuses special effects. He still has the habit of being a commercial director. This approach is a serious waste of fans' love for The Matrix. Pete Travers, a film critic for the famous magazine Rolling Stone, also commented in his column, the first part of The Matrix is a pinnacle, and the two parts that followed were completely made into vulgar commercial popcorn, made into Hollywood's stereotyped vulgar science fiction commercial film, and an R-rated vulgar commercial film. Los Angeles Daily News' special filmmaker, Bob Strauss, also said this morning that Zack Snyder personally ruined The Matrix. This should have been a great philosophical film that would go down in film history, but the film's philosophical speculation was completely abandoned in the last 2 parts. He also believes that Zack Snyder only learned the superficial aspects of his teacher from Wayne Greenberg, and did not put the great art of film into his head at all. At the foot of Beverly Hills, in Beverly Park, Harvey Weinstein sat on a bench in the park, with a small stack of today's latest newspapers beside him. These newspapers cover almost all mainstream media in North America. After seeing the critics' comments on The Matrix Revolutions, a sarcastic smile appeared on Big Fat's face. He threw the New Yorker aside and picked up another newspaper. Harvey, the word of mouth of The Matrix is very polarized between fans and professionals. His younger brother Bob Weinstein, who was sitting next to him, tilted his head and glanced at the newspaper his brother had just put down, and whispered jokingly, "If the critics' supporters don't watch this movie, will the dark tyrant living on the top of the mountain suffer his first Waterloo? It's still summer, Bob." He turned his head and glanced at his younger brother. Harvey Weinstein curled his lips and said, "The foundation of the first 2 parts of The Matrix is there, so there will be no so-called Waterloo. It's summer, not the award season for critics to do whatever they want." While chatting with his younger brother, he raised his wrist, looked at the time, and then frowned slightly. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and it was obvious that the person they had an appointment with was late. However, this time Harvey Weinstein was unusually easy to talk to. Even though the agreed time had passed, he did not curse or even complain. "Pay attention, Bob. Have you seen any big projects of any company scheduled to be released this weekend or next weekend? Without a competitor of sufficient weight, even if the critics describe The Matrix as a pile of shit, it still cannot stop the market performance of this film." Besides, the critics not only gave bad reviews to The Matrix, but also gave unqualified reviews to other films released by Warner Bros. This summer. Letter, Saving Private Ryan, Kings vs. Kings, You've Got Mail, Angel Love, Superpower and so on. Which film do you think was spared? Bob Weinstein gained enough information from his brother's casual chat. As long as he recalled it a little, he found that things really developed like this. The weekend that The Matrix Revolutions was released, no other large-scale productions from other medium-sized and large film companies were released. Even next weekend, the only film of sufficient weight was MGM United Artists' The Cold-Blooded Titan, which fully explains many problems. Yes, both MGM and United Artists were once considered to be the leading companies in Hollywood, but they had already declined many years ago. Now no one puts the combined MGM United Artists in the lineup of large companies. Moreover, from his brother's narration, he also discovered one thing, that is, Warner Brothers production is increasing year by year. The ones that were just mentioned by Harvey Weinstein were basically all the ones who performed well in this summer season. You know, the ones that were not mentioned include The Flash, Charlie's Angels and the finale of The Matrix. Smiling and shaking his head, Bob Weinstein joked, "Ever since Warner Brothers did not invite a large number of film critics to the premiere of The Flash, this group has been like an abandoned woman, venting their resentment whenever they get the chance." That's right. Harvey Weinstein was also amused and nodded seriously. For the entire Hollywood film company, Warner Brothers has set a good example and set a very good example for all medium-sized and larger film companies. Warner Brothers told all companies that the PR fees given to film critics can actually be saved. But for the film critics group, this is an absolute act of destroying their jobs. Roger Ebert used to accept PR from Warner Brothers and other film companies all year round. Now, at least in this commercial schedule, many Hollywood companies have begun to get used to canceling PR for film critics. In fact, many film companies, including Harvey Weinstein's Miramax, are all aware that the influence of film critics in the summer season is minimal. However, no company has taken the lead in canceling PR for film critics. The reason is very simple. A commercial blockbuster can easily invest tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, and the publicity and promotion fees are about 1/3 to 1/2 of the production cost. Against such a huge investment background, the $1 million investment of PR critics seems insignificant. No one is willing to take the risk and be the first to break the film industry's decades-long publicity and promotion habits. Everyone understands that those critics' good words may not increase the box office revenue of the film. But if that group of mad dogs bite randomly and keep throwing dirty water on the film, the losses may be large or small. It is better to maintain the status quo and feed these vampires first. However, when Warner Brothers proved in this summer that, even if they did not do public relations, it would not affect the box office, a series of consequences began to emerge. More and more major commercial projects temporarily cancelled their public relations with critics this year. This is the reason why the film critic group is always watching Warner Brothers films, and it is also the reason why every time Warner Brothers has a film released, it must face bad reviews from critics the next morning. Look at this. Seeing that it was already past 10 in the morning, Harvey Weinstein lowered his head helplessly and continued to read today's newspaper. But 2 minutes later, he handed the film review in his hand to his younger brother again. Taking the newspaper from his brother, Bob Weinstein lowered his head and found a line of dazzling numbers the first time he looked down. At 7 p.m. on Thursday evening, the third installment of The Matrix, which was invested, produced, and written by Wayne Greenberg and directed by Zack Snyder, officially premiered at the Beverly Coda Theater. This highly anticipated science fiction film opened 2,700 advanced screenings in North America that night. The Matrix Revolutions continues the consistent production style of the first two films. This is an R-rated science fiction film with excellent production and excellent performance by actors. With the accumulation of the first two films, The Matrix Revolutions won $11 million in 2,700 advanced screenings on Thursday, showing an amazing box office potential. On Friday, when the film was officially released, many mainstream commercial theaters had queues for tickets since the morning, and even in theaters in some popular areas, it was hard to get a ticket. The box office explosion of The Matrix Revolutions was already predictable. Yesterday, the first day of its release, the North American box office closed at a high of $24.31 million. Combined with the $11 million in advances, the first day box office of The Matrix Revolution surpassed $35 million, reaching a terrifying $35.31 million. No one can ignore that this is an R-rated film with strict viewing requirements, and the first day box office results created fuck. The first day box office of an R-rated film exceeded $35 million. Bob Weinstein looked up in surprise and looked at his brother, saying in disbelief, "Is this the Zack Snyder mentioned by the critics? Is this the Zack Snyder who they say only learned the basics from Wayne Greenberg? Only a fool would think that a director who came out of the behind-the-scenes team of that dark tyrant has only learned the basics." Harvey Weinstein pouted and shook his head and said, "It seems that Zack Snyder has only learned to play with bloody violence and large-scale shots, but in fact he is a very talented director. Just wait and see. After the Matrix trilogy, his information will be included in the archives of many film companies." There is no doubt that, even if it is not Zack Snyder, any director in Hollywood, as long as he can continuously shoot films with box office performance like the Matrix trilogy, will definitely be able to gain a foothold in the circle and become a potential partner of major film companies. Especially The Matrix Revolutions, which was just released for one day, with the audience disadvantage of an R-rated film. The first day box office received a terrifying $35 million, which is a threshold that 99% of directors will never reach in their lifetime. The reason why the summer season is called the summer season and the reason why it starts in May and ends in September every year is because the vacation time of primary and secondary schools in North America is from the end of May to September, and the vacation time of universities in North America is from mid-May to September. From here, we can see that the main audience of summer movies is basically composed of young people aged 4 to 24. This is also the reason why family-friendly commercial films can repeatedly reap horror box office during this period. However, an R-rated film naturally excludes more than half of the mainstream audience of the summer season. For North American teenagers, the correct way to watch R-rated films is always to wait until the film is off the shelves and find a way to get it from videotapes and DVD rental stores. The main reason is that, if they want to go to the cinema, they must be led by their guardians. In fact, the term summer season, or the summer season, the largest movie season in North America, has not been around for a long time. It was first because Steven Spielberg's Jaws was released in June 1975. Since seeing the box office miracle of Jaws, major film companies have begun to get used to arranging all their annual films in June and July. The summer season was quickly formed. The name of the summer season itself has fully demonstrated that the target audience is young people and teenagers from primary and secondary school and college groups. Slowly, due to the clustering of commercial films, it attracted more types of fans, such as family fans, fans in groups of friends and classmates, and so on. However, for any blockbuster movie in this hot period, the main box office contributors are still teenagers and young people, and this is still the case 20 years later. Harvey, in fact, I prefer to hand over our new film to Universal Pictures or Disney's Buena Vista International for distribution. Seeing that it was almost 10:30 and the person they were waiting for had not appeared, Bob Weinstein observed his brother's face and said tentatively, "The two films we released consecutively this year, Teacher Is Not a Human and Ghost Day, were all squeezed by Warner Brothers Films." In fact, Harvey Weinstein certainly heard what his subtext was. Teacher Is Not a Human and Ghost Day are full of Miramax attributes, low-cost cult attributes, genre films, etc., which can be said to be Miramax's basic plate for small wins and big wins. Although 1998 has already passed for the most part, these two films of Miramax have both temporarily entered the top 30 of the 1998 North American annual box office rankings, basically achieving the goal of making a small profit with a big investment. However, to be precise, these two films were not squeezed by the distribution of Warner Brothers, but by Wayne Greenberg. The North American box office of Teacher Is Not Human was just over $40 million, and the global box office was $116 million. The North American box office of Ghostbusters was $55 million, and the global box office was $117 million. It seemed that the performance was completely in line with Miramax's expectations, and there were even some surprises. However, with the momentum of these two films, when they were released, the former encountered Charlie's Angels, and the latter simply ran into Saving Private Ryan. As for why Saving Private Ryan was not handed over to Paramount for distribution, but cooperated with Warner Brothers instead, the reason is not a secret in the industry. Saving Private Ryan has grossed over $400 million worldwide so far, and many rumors are circulating that Paramount CEO Sherry Lansing, a strong woman, now hates Wayne Greenberg. Bob, those are just minor issues. We need a way out. You should let me know what I mean. As he spoke, a red Chevrolet finally drove slowly into Beverly Park. Seeing the car, Harvey Weinstein frowned slightly, then immediately relaxed, picked up the newspaper beside him, and whispered to his brother, "Okay, let's stop discussing this matter here. Don't let this woman hear it." Seeing the red Chevrolet coming, Bob Weinstein nodded slightly and sighed secretly. With his and his brother's current status in Hollywood and their usual recklessness, they haven't been so good-tempered for many years, waiting for a late lady. As for the way out his brother mentioned, he actually understood it very well. Miramax seemed to be unique among medium-sized film companies, and its profitability was even comparable to Sony Columbia to a certain extent. However, the crisis from within was constantly eroding the company that the two brothers had worked hard to build in a place that outsiders could not see. The better Miramax performed, the greater the pressure from Disney, especially this year. Disney has been going too far and frequently fired at Harvey Weinstein and the board of directors. "Hi, Harvey, good morning, Bob." The red Chevrolet sedan stopped in front of the two of them, and after the window was rolled down, a woman with long golden hair was revealed. "Sorry, I'm too tired from filming during this period, and I overslept a little." "It's okay, Kate, let's go up now." Harvey Weinstein was particularly easy to talk to at this time. He just looked at the woman deeply, then took the initiative to open the back door of the car and raised his legs to get in the car. In front of outsiders, Bob Weinstein, who always put his brother first, also followed his brother's footsteps and got into the car. Although he felt uncomfortable with the woman's lateness, he never showed it. He knew very well that this woman was nothing in front of the two brothers, and the man behind the woman was the one they wanted to express their goodwill to. After the red Chevrolet sedan picked up the two brothers, it drove to the top of the mountain along Beverly Park without any stop. The car drove all the way to the end of Mulholland Drive. Cate Blanchett greeted the security guard skillfully, and without any obstruction, the Chevrolet drove into the small parking plaza of Greenberg Manor. This woman is really bold. I heard that she claims to be a close friend of Naomi Watts. Isn't she afraid of bumping into the half-mistress of the Greenberg Manor? When the car stopped, Cate Blanchett handed the two brothers to the housekeeper Hella, and walked alone to the awning in front of the garden. Bob Weinstein observed the huge manor while muttering gossip. As far as I know, Naomi Watts is still in Australia. Harvey Weinstein curled his lips and replied in a low voice. Even if the Australian female star is in the manor, as long as Wayne wants, you don't really think she dares to show anything, right? As the two of them joked casually, they saw Cate Blanchett waving to the two of them under the awning in the distance. Harvey Weinstein shook his head slightly and walked towards the lawn in front of the garden. Okay, let's go. It seems that this move is right. This woman's interests are now consistent with ours. Bob Weinstein nodded, thinking about his brother's words, and a smile that all men understand appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the reason why his brother knew Wayne Greenberg was probably because the two people's code of conduct was not much different, but his brother was more arrogant and domineering, while the man's media and public image was good enough. In the minds of old school Hollywood bosses like them, those female stars in the eyes of ordinary people were probably just like pets or toys. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, Third Floor. No girl can stay 18 forever, but there will always be 18-year-old girls, and Cate Blanchett always understands this. So she never fantasized about having any real feelings for Wayne, and her mind always remained clear. Everything is a naked transaction, which means that she must obtain the greatest generosity from the transaction, object within the possible scope. At least at this time, she needs this man to support her very much, because some opportunities may never be obtained again, if they are missed. Basically every year in North America, there will be some statistics by major entertainment media. Among them, what ordinary people are most interested in is undoubtedly the sexiest woman in the hearts of the people and the men who the people want to date the most. In recent years, Wayne Greenberg, a legendary name in Hollywood, has frequently become one of the top men that girls in North America want to date the most. He has a dream-like career, the latest synonym of the American dream. Not only has the ability to make money, but also has a strong body and a tough and handsome face. According to statistics released by several entertainment tabloids, Wayne Greenberg has been in the top 3 of the list of one-night stands that North American girls want to have in recent years. Whether it is the person North American women want to date the most or the person North American women want to have a one-night stand with the most, his name has basically never dropped out of the top 3. This is related to the fact that Warner Brothers and Time Warner spared no effort to manage his personal image, and it is also related to the constant controversy in the media. No matter in which era, celebrities who can be widely discussed by ordinary people are undoubtedly controversial. The controversy about Wayne comes from the story between him and Hollywood actresses. Even the fan group far away in Europe knows that this epoch-making director is an out-and-out playboy. The word playboy seems to be born with mixed interpretations. Some people think that he does not respect women at all and plays with women's emotions at will. Others think that he should be like this, and his life and work status make people envy him from the bottom of their hearts. However, when the media immediately interviewed girls on the streets of North America about this issue, the statistics they obtained were very surprising. Among the women, aged 16 to 45, regardless of race, more than 85% of the women interviewed said they wanted to date Wayne, and more than 50% said they would never refuse Wayne's invitation to spend the night. Even this seemingly perfect man, who was widely reported by the media for his abuse of women, has never changed this result. The girl interviewed by the entertainment media only knew about this man through public reports and movies. But Cate Blanchett, who was sitting next to the man at this time, wanted to know more in Hollywood. She knew that this was a bad guy with full masculine charm. He had a strong personal worth, a huge reputation in the circle, a successful temperament that was constantly created, a figure and face that made women naturally feel good, and most importantly, this man had the top power in the circle. Therefore, she always reminded herself that this was just a fair trade object. You must not have any other feelings for the other party. Once the most undesirable feelings are added to the trading scale, it is destined to ruin your entire life. Yes, Cate Blanchett had indeed imagined what it would be like if she could become the mistress of this manor. Unfortunately, those things only exist in fantasy. At least until now, she doesn't believe that any woman can do it, not even her best friend Naomi Watts. Don't be silly. Just when she came under the awning, the man lying on the lounge chair opened his eyes and looked at her emotions at first sight, just like looking at a fresh and interesting toy, or like looking at a pet that the man is interested in. From the moment she discovered the other person's eyes, she kept ringing the alarm bell in her heart, reminding herself that she must not lose sight of her position. The man's sweet words, if it were another beautiful girl he was interested in, would be said without blushing, even though the temptation of these sweet words could easily make people dizzy. Cate, you are so beautiful that you almost suppress the sunshine in Los Angeles. Leaning on the lounge chair, Wayne looked up and down at the woman he hadn't seen for a while. The other person was tall enough, and now she was at her best age, and her whole body seemed to be glowing white. Well, girl, you are so hot today that I can't bear to take my eyes off you. It has to be admitted that the shelf life of European and American women's youth is not long, but the more short-lived the beauty is, the more attractive it is when they are young. Blonde hair, delicate face, white and straight long legs, almost all of these adjectives represent the sexy beauty of girls, and they are all applicable to Cate Blanchett at this time. Due to the temperature in Los Angeles, today she only wears a simple pair of denim hot pants and a fitted white t-shirt, which basically shows her figure advantages to the fullest. Especially when she squeezed Wayne and sat cross-legged on the recliner, her two long legs that were white and glowing attracted the man's attention for a while. This picture made him couldn't help but marvel in his heart, as if women from Australia have scary white skin. Naomi Watts is like this, and now Cate Blanchett is also like this. The most famous one should be Nicole Kidman, Mrs. Cruz, who is still amazingly white even after her peak period of beauty. Honey, the Weinstein brothers are here. Cate Blanchett took a bottle of beer from the ice bucket next to the recliner and took a few sips. The cold liquid seemed to bring people back to life. But before she put down the beer bottle, she rolled her eyes at the man and whispered a reminder. Aha. As soon as the woman finished speaking, two brothers with similar body sizes appeared under the awning. Harvey Weinstein had a warm smile on his face, and his eyes ignored Wayne's hand on the woman's thigh, and he greeted her loudly. Congratulations, Wayne. The third movie of The Matrix has performed amazingly at the box office. Thank you. Waving to the two brothers, Wayne also had a warm smile on his face and sat cross-legged on the recliner. Pointing to the recliner and ice bucket next to him, he said, Harvey, Bob, sit down and talk. What brings you to my place in this damn weather in Los Angeles? Harvey wants to talk to you about Shakespeare in Love. Cate Blanchett on the side interjected. Seeing the man's eyes turn to her, she shrugged and gestured to the beer bottle in her hand. Shakespeare in Love. Wayne nodded slightly. Greenberg Studios has half of the investment in this film. Although the production cost is not high, the two parties have invested a little more than $20 million in total, but as long as this film is well run, it can still make a lot of money. To put it more clearly, any film that can gain something from the Oscars can make a lot of money for investors. After all, the aura of the Oscars in this era is far from fading, and it is still the most valuable award in the world. This is not the first time we have worked together. I'll be frank, Wayne. The reason why the two brothers waited for Cate Blanchett to come together was to let this woman help fan the wind when they had common interests. And what he said was not the first time they had worked together. Both parties knew what was going on. To this day, the Blair Witch Project is still being criticized by movie fans, but basically all the blame was taken by Harvey Weinstein. Looking at his partner sitting cross-legged on the recliner, he simply said directly, the post-production work of Shakespeare in Love will be completed soon. You know my plan. I'm going to conduct several rounds of internal previews. At that time, I will invite a large number of film critics and related media to build momentum for the awards season in advance. But the most important point has not been determined yet, Wayne. At this point, he paused for a moment, glanced at Cate Blanchett inconspicuously, and then continued, Shakespeare in Love needs a distributor, a distribution platform with sufficient influence. Hearing the distribution issue of Shakespeare in Love, Wayne was slightly stunned and looked at the two brothers in some confusion. I think Miramax's North American distribution network is the best among medium-sized film companies, right? Miramax started out by slowly building its own North American distribution network, and then making profits by distributing low-cost genre films, purchasing films at low prices at overseas film festivals, and then introducing them for North American distribution. In fact, it's not just Miramax that does this. Many medium-sized film companies do this, but Miramax does it well enough. There are deep waters here. As long as it has something to do with film distribution, the waters are very deep. Even Wayne today still can't figure out the many twists and turns in it. Harvey, are you really willing to give up this part of the profit? Picking up a cigarette and a lighter from the table, he tilted his head and whispered under the cover of lighting a cigarette, listen, although I accounted for half of the investment in Shakespeare in Love, I'm not an unreasonable person. If Miramax wants to distribute Shakespeare in Love, I will not have any objections. As we all know, in the North American film industry, or the entire Hollywood, only distribution companies can occupy the upstream industry, and the ones who really make money are also distribution companies. As he said, he did invest half of the film, so of course he also enjoyed half of the film's profits. But according to Hollywood rules, these profits must be deducted from the film distribution costs before investors are eligible to share the money. This film can be said to be completely prepared, shot, and produced by Miramax. Wayne has always been a hands-off boss, so he never thought that the other party would give up their huge distribution rights. Our goal is the awards season, Wayne. Harvey Weinstein did not hesitate at all, stretched out a thick finger, pointed back and forth between the two, and said happily, only if there is something in the awards season, Shakespeare in Love, can maximize the interests of you and me. Therefore, Shakespeare in Love needs a big platform that Miramax can't compare with. Exhaling a puff of green smoke, Wayne smiled and asked, Warner Brothers? Yes. One point that no one can ignore is that after the rapid development of Warner Brothers in the past few years, the biggest improvement is not the revenue figures that top Hollywood, but the perfect distribution network that has been built up quickly around the world. Whether it is online, the treatment received by major theater companies in North America, or the contact with theater companies in hundreds of countries and regions overseas, or offline, gradually acquiring shares in more film peripheral factories, and contracts with various authorized merchandise dealers, the speed of Warner Brothers development is amazing. Throughout Hollywood, the only distribution company that dares to say that it can suppress Warner Brothers offline is Walt Disney, which has developed for decades. To some extent, Bruce Rosenblum is the one who has made the greatest contribution. As the distribution director of Warner Brothers, he has continuously improved the global distribution network in the past few years, and Warner Brothers offices have begun to appear in some remote areas overseas. There is no way. If you want to maximize the money-making ability of superhero movies, you must not only have your own online and offline distribution network, but also continue to build, contact, and communicate more platforms. Only in this way can Warner Brothers maximize its interests. Therefore, the first driving force for the company's progress is always huge interests. Harvey, I can explain it to you directly. Wayne pointed to the ice bucket next to him, and Cate Blanchett understood and quickly took out a bottle of beer and handed it to him. He tilted his head back and gulped down a few big mouthfuls. He then used the finger holding the cigarette to lightly light it on the recliner and continued seriously. Warner Brothers' distribution network is indeed large and complete, but the films produced by Warner Brothers itself and its subsidiaries have already filled all the distribution schedules. Moreover, this kind of plan related to the company's annual revenue will basically not be changed after it is made. There is another very important point, Harvey. None of the 6 major distribution networks is cheap. That's why I came to you. Harvey Weinstein obviously thought of this, and his meaning was quite direct. He used Wayne's special relationship with Warner Brothers to ask for a relatively normal distribution agency fee within the industry. In fact, the core of Hollywood's film business operation is distribution, which is distribution and promotion. Although distribution literally means distribution, in Hollywood's operating rules, distribution includes both distribution and promotion. This is the core operating system of Hollywood. If you want to explain it simply, you can divide the Hollywood business world into 3 levels. The first layer, at the top of Hollywood business, is the major studios, the 6 Hollywood giants. When people go to the cinema to buy tickets to watch movies, the first thing they see is the opening animation of these 6 distribution companies. The second layer, the scale and influence in the middle, that is, the companies second only to the 6 majors in production and distribution, which are often called medium-sized film companies. However, with the development of the times, the number of middle-level companies with a complete distribution network in North America is actually very rare. For example, the typical Miramax, New Line Cinema, and DreamWorks in the later stage, let alone the overseas distribution network, will be squeezed and acquired by the 6 majors tacitly as soon as they do well in North America. Of course, the third layer, that is, the bottom layer, is independent, which generally distributes those niche independent films in people's eyes. Saying that they are the bottom of Hollywood here is just a simple differentiation of magnitude. The actual situation is much more troublesome than the rough classification. It can also be understood that the main purpose of the 6 major Hollywood companies, including their subsidiaries with distribution capabilities and medium-sized Hollywood companies with distribution capabilities, is to distribute films that cater to the public's tastes and are aimed at making profits. Independent films, on the other hand, focus more on social attributes, vulnerable groups, and other films that convey emotions to the audience from the director's perspective. In North America, this type of film also has its own exclusive theaters, such as the National Artists Theater chain, which not only screens commercial films, but also various independent art films. The problem lies here. Everyone knows that the film industry must not only have commercial films that cater to the public's tastes. To put it bluntly, film art must have art films that represent artistic tastes. From an artistic perspective, there is no such thing as who is higher or lower, but the universal value is money, so there is a huge gap in status. In fact, the entire Hollywood has always been at the top and constitutes a huge film industry, that is, distribution. Without a distribution system, no matter how excellent the content production and output capabilities are, it will only be a medium-sized film company, such as DreamWorks, which is about to enter its heyday. There has always been a subtext in Hollywood that the ones who make money are the distribution companies. Note that the distribution company mentioned here is not a film company in a broad sense. If you observe carefully, you will find that the film company that produces content has a weak ability to resist risks. The emergence of a hit movie may make a film company make money, but a big investment failure can also cause a large film company to go bankrupt and reorganize directly. But these problems and risks have nothing to do with the distribution company at all. Even if the film company loses a lot of money, they still make money. The only difference is how much they make. I will call Bruce Rosenblum. After thinking carefully for a while, Wayne looked at Harvey Weinstein and slowly said, "You can go to Warner Brothers to talk to him about the rest." Harvey, I believe that for my sake, the distribution department of Warner Brothers will give a relatively reasonable distribution agency fee. But I want to remind you. Wayne unceremoniously stretched out his finger holding a cigarette and tapped Harvey Weinstein's fat face in the air. I don't care about the rest, but I want to remind you that according to Hollywood's distribution rules, the film copyright of Shakespeare in Love Unexpectedly, the fat man didn't hesitate at all and nodded directly. Believe me, I will negotiate this with Warner Brothers. According to Hollywood's distribution rules, generally speaking, the film copyright will fall into the hands of the distribution company, and this is obviously inconsistent with Harvey Weinstein's interests and conflicts with Wayne's interests. However, he believes in the ability of this fat man. If I remember correctly, this Shakespeare in Love should be for the same reason. The distributor in Wayne's memory is Universal Pictures. but it did not affect the award rush of Shakespeare in Love, nor did it affect the subsequent copyright operation, making a lot of money with the blessing of the Oscar. There is one more most important thing. Seeing that the distribution platform of Shakespeare in Love was settled, Harvey Weinstein observed Wayne's face and saw that he was in a good mood. He slowly spoke while considering. Kate Blanchett, who was sitting next to Wayne, also tensed up at this time, with a trace of complexity that was difficult to conceal in her eyes, staring at the man next to her. This was the purpose of both parties coming to the manor together, and it was also the reason why she was willing to come with the two brothers. Wayne, if you want to replicate your success with The Departed, you'll have to spend a lot of money. K. A gold dollar strategy certainly requires money. Wayne smiled faintly, turned his head, and glanced at Kate Blanchett, and cursed in his heart. It seems that this woman came with them to ask me for money? Chapter 696. When making a request, you must first tell me what you are prepared to give in exchange. Wayne believes that Harvey Weinstein wanted to hand over Shakespeare in Love to Warner Brothers for distribution, and it must not be entirely because of Warner Brothers' huge influence. There must be other reasons. However, one thing cannot be denied, that is, he is completely happy to see this film handed over to Warner Brothers for distribution. After all, he holds a large number of Warner Brothers shares, which is equivalent to making money for himself. Nowadays, the distribution agency fees of major Hollywood companies will basically never be lower than 25% to 30% of the box office of the film. Of course, the specific fee ratio must depend on the film, but it can be determined that even the price within the Hollywood industry will not be lower than 25%. Note that this is only the distribution commission of the film distribution company on the box office of the film. For example, if it is necessary to advance funds for publicity and advance funds for printing film copies in the early stage, this part of the pre-invested funds must be withheld by the distribution company when the theater divides the box office. Therefore, Harvey Weinstein is willing to hand over Shakespeare in Love to other companies for distribution. There must be other factors in it, otherwise, with the greed of this fat man, he will definitely not be willing to hand over the most profitable place. Because Miramax itself has a very good distribution capability in North America. For a distribution company, once a film is released, it will be treated differently from the beginning. In simple terms, we can roughly divide the two treatment methods into internal films and external films. Harvey Weinstein wanted to distribute Shakespeare in Love through Wayne's relationship. His purpose was to get Warner Brothers to treat the distribution conditions of internal films. The difference between the two is quite large. Putting aside the proportion of the commission fee for the distribution agent of the film, the water in the distribution company is also quite deep. Miramax itself is engaged in this industry, so it knows too well how the distribution company can manipulate a film. For example, the primary task of film distribution is theater screening. Everyone knows that box office revenue is only one of the ways Hollywood films earn money. Even under the operation of companies with perfect distribution methods, this revenue is less than a quarter of the total profit of a film. However, the screening in theaters takes precedence over all other distribution methods. More importantly, the performance of the film in theaters will directly affect the effects of other subsequent distribution methods. The distributor's share of the total box office revenue should be correctly called movie rental, which can reach 90% of the total box office revenue after deducting the screening cost. It is generally believed that the distributor can get 50% of this figure, but in fact this figure is the most conservative and foolish estimate. It just so happens that large companies such as Warner Brothers are used to playing the game of transferring from one hand to the other in film distribution. As long as they pass it back and forth like that, even if the producer knows the total box office figure, they can still let a large amount of box office profit go into their pockets in the end, and the producer can't find out, even if he wants to, because everything is legal. This is just the first step for the film to enter the theater, and there will be home video releases later. As we all know, the sales revenue of home videotapes and DVDs is usually much higher than the box office revenue of theaters. Now in the late 1990s, most distribution companies adopt a direct revenue sharing model. That is, the discs are sold directly to chain retailers at a price of about 50% of the total rental and total sales price. This price was about $8 to $10 in 1998. But when the distribution company receives this part of the upfront income from the seller, they usually only report 20% of the wholesale income. In other words, the distribution company only counts 20% of the revenue from videotapes and DVDs into the total revenue of the film, and the remaining 80% will be collected into their own pockets through the unspoken rule of Hollywood not to disclose accounts. This is not the end. When the distribution company treats external films, the 20% of revenue reported by the distribution company must be deducted from the distribution costs. The industry price for videotapes and DVDs in Hollywood is 40%. This is still not the end. Additional expenses must be deducted, such as publicity investment when distributing videotapes. Until then, the investors or producers who participate in the distribution of film revenues get the film profits, and in fact, the profits of this part of home videos are no longer 20% copyright fees, but about 10% to 12%. This is a legal, reasonable, and compliant way for the 6 major distribution departments in Hollywood to exploit external films. Of course, if it is a so-called internal film, such as a project between the 6 giants, this part of the means will naturally be put away. In the 1990s, Hollywood's big companies like to seek external investors. Most of the overseas film investment funds do not know enough about Hollywood, which has led to the current situation. Well-known Hollywood companies have no worries about fat sheep to be slaughtered. Not to mention overseas film funds and film investors. Even in North America, the financial circles in Wall Street and other places are still confused by the rogue methods of Hollywood big companies, and they can't win the lawsuit. The reason is the same. Once the investment and production projects involved in the Hollywood industry are regarded as internal films by the distribution company, similar methods cannot be said to disappear completely, but at least they will be restrained. After all, everyone plays this way. Who doesn't know who? Harvey, $2.5 million is nothing to me. Although in his mind, he has been thinking about whether the other party has given Shakespeare in Love to Warner Brothers for distribution, whether there are other hidden meanings. Wayne, however, did not show any surprise when he heard that the fat man had offered $7 million for lobbying this year's awards season, even though this price was higher than the average price for normal Oscar lobbying. The moment he said this, the happiest person was not the 2 brothers sitting next to him, but Cate Blanchett, who had been in a state of tension. The Australian woman's interests were highly consistent with the Weinstein brothers in this matter. She knew better than anyone how much benefit she could get from this public relations feast. Miramax will also take out $2.5 million, a total of $5 million. Harvey Weinstein explained, I will perfectly copy it after this awards season comes. No, use more impeccable means to get Shakespeare in Love on the Oscar stage. From God's perspective, Wayne understood better than anyone that, although this fat man's public relations lobbying for Shakespeare in Love took place in the late 1990s. But it is precisely this recasting of the Oscar game rules that makes this public relations lobbying rank among the top 3 in the other party's entire Oscar lobbying career. As long as there are no accidents, according to the performance of Shakespeare in Love at the Oscars, the $2.5 million is simply worth it. Listen, Harvey. Wayne put the beer bottle in his hand on the table, leaned forward, stared at Harvey Weinstein with a serious face, and said in a warning tone, the money will be deposited into your designated account before the awards season. I don't need to know your public relations plan, nor do I want to know the specific lobbying process, but I want the results. Okay, no problem. Hearing his words, Harvey Weinstein's eyes on his fat face slowly narrowed. He simply nodded and agreed happily. This is not the first time we have cooperated. You should be clear about my abilities. Very good. I'm looking forward to your methods. For this cooperation, Wayne's meaning is quite clear. That is, just like the time of Blair Witch, he only pays the money and does not care about the rest. As for what tricks Harvey Weinstein would use, those had nothing to do with him. The Weinstein brothers did not stay long. After finishing the business, they exchanged a few pleasantries and left the manor, leaving only a bunch of young men and women under the awning. Looking at the backs of the 2 brothers leaving, Wayne was amazed in his heart. He knew that, if there was no accident this time, Steven Spielberg would still fall flat on his face. When he did the public relations for The Departed, he only took a large-scale financial offensive throughout the awards season. The main means was actually to spend money, so that The Departed would never lack the pages of various mainstream media during this awards season, and to hold a large number of targeted film screenings, a large number of vote-pulling cocktail parties for Academy members, and so on. But this fat guy is different. Not only did he use money to attack the entire island, he also bombarded the Academy members with emails, sent gifts, and solved all kinds of needs without any bottom line. He also hired hotshots on a large scale, and described the biggest competitor, Saving Private Ryan, in the media as a vulgar and bad movie that attracted attention with bloody shots. It can be said that this guy has no bottom line at all. You have to know that this circle has never been big, and normal practices will take care of each other's face. But this fat guy doesn't know what face is at all. In order to increase the chances of his film winning the award, he directly blackened Saving Private Ryan. At least he still remembers that even after many years after the 71st Oscars, every time the media talked about Harvey Weinstein, the good-tempered Jewish old man would still curse, which shows how shameless the fat guy is. Come on, ambitious little sweetheart, it seems we need to have a good talk. After the Weinstein brothers were sent out of the manor by the car arranged by Hella, Wayne smiled and looked at Cate Blanchett, who was sitting cross-legged beside him. Kate, believe me, $2.5 million is not a small number at any time. As Wayne's cheesing voice fell, although Cate Blanchett's face still maintained a beautiful smile, her whole body sitting cross-legged on the recliner suddenly tensed up involuntarily. It can be seen that the Australian woman had thought about this problem before coming to the manor, but the man's seemingly serious and joking words made her feel extremely stressed for a while, and she obviously didn't dare to say the words she had prepared earlier. Don't worry, Kate, don't rush to speak. Looking carefully at the tense woman, Wayne slowly leaned back on the recliner. But his voice, when it reached the woman's ears, made Cate Blanchett feel a chill all over her body. TSK, 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 from the perspective of courage and ambition, I admire your courage very much. $2.5 million. This is indeed nothing to me, but I must remind you, I suggest that you try not to be so presumptuous when you don't have the capital. What do you think? On the contrary, if you have enough weight in Hollywood in the future, you can make similar attempts. At this point, Wayne deliberately stopped, and after about a few seconds, he continued, Kate, in view of your previous performance, I can teach you one more thing. In the circle of Hollywood, next time you make a request, you must first tell the other party what you are prepared to exchange. Looking at the man who has put on sunglasses on his face and continues to enjoy the leisurely sunshine, Cate Blanchett is silent, and her good mood just now is completely gone. That's right, she wants to get the damn little golden man in one step. There is no doubt that, as long as she can bet on the little golden man, according to the rules of the circle today, this is the biggest shortcut for actresses to become first line. It just so happens that her ambition is consistent with the interests of Harvey Weinstein, and strictly speaking, it is also consistent with the interests of the man on the recliner. But as the other party just said, $2.5 million is not a small number at any time. Cate Blanchett believes that she is definitely not worth this price now. Even if you count the entire Hollywood, there are only a handful of actresses worth this price. Another thing is that she completely understood what the man meant. This little money is nothing in the eyes of the other party. Obviously, the other party cares that she did not take the initiative to speak first. Just as I heard just now, when you want to make a request, you must first tell the other party what you want in exchange. Dear, 3 years. Thinking of this, Cate Blanchett gritted her teeth hard. She knew that as a small person, the only thing she could give, and the only thing that could interest the other party was her youth. I swear, for 3 years, no matter what changes have happened in these 3 years, I will not have a boyfriend, or have any contact with other men. Even if I'm in Australia, I will fly to Los Angeles, as long as you call me. Honey, you know, the only thing I can give is this. Great. Looking at the woman who vowed, Wayne stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Very good, Kate. Remember my words. Next time you want to make a request, tell me what you can give first. He waved at the woman, and when she lay down beside him, he continued, "I will remind Harvey in the back to invest enough resources in the damn little golden statue of the actress. Thank you, dear." Looking at the tough face close at hand, Cate Blanchett bit her lips hard. She really couldn't tell which one was the real face of the man with a warning face just now, and the man with a warm smile now. But she was not stupid at all. Although the man did not give a positive response to the oath she just made, but she secretly reminded herself in her heart that she must strictly follow through on what she said, otherwise the huge pressure could come back to her at any time and crush her. Well, the man reached out and took off his sunglasses and whistled softly close to the woman's ear. If Cate Blanchett could see his eyes at this time, she would definitely regret the oath she just made. His eyes at this time were full of strange interest and teasing. "Tell me, sweetheart, do you like elves?" "What?" Cate Blanchett turned her head in surprise, looked at the man, and asked, "What do you mean?" "In the cloakroom of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, I have prepared a special gift for you. Why don't you go and have a look now?" "Believe me, Kate, it must be a rare surprise." After a slight pause, the Australian woman looked towards the main building. "Now, yes, go ahead, a very beautiful dress, as beautiful as the Queen of Elves. I'll wait for you here." The woman got up from the recliner without any hesitation, left the large awning, and walked towards the main building. When she came back, at noon in Greenberg Manor, the area around the awning became a place ignored by all staff. The gardeners who trimmed the garden and the lawn disappeared, and the security personnel who patrolled the manor regularly avoided this place from a distance, and the entire lawn awning became quiet. In the entire manor, the only person who dared to sit within the sight of the awning was Nina, who was bored and flipping through magazines. The assistant's eyes flashed coldly behind her glasses. She would raise her head from time to time to look around the surrounding environment, and then lower her head with satisfaction, continuing to flip through the fashion magazine in her hand, as if she had completely ignored the drama of the Queen of the Elf fighting the King of Man. While Wayne was rehearsing The Lord of the Rings in advance, The Matrix Revolutions was also conquering the North American cinema market. After the first day of the special status of an R-rated film, it raked in $35.31 million in the North American cinema market. With the arrival of Saturday, the popularity of the film has not diminished at all. Warner Bros. Hyped up the finale of the trilogy and launched intensive bombardment publicity for the film throughout North America. The explosive first-day box office of the film and the strong reputation of the fans have become the focus of Warner Bros. Publicity. On Saturday, the second rest day of the release of The Matrix Revolutions, it undoubtedly won the box office champion of the day again, closing at $24.52 million in the North American cinema market. This number has decreased compared to the first day of release, but this is an R-rated film after all, and the most fanatical fans basically rushed to the advanced screenings in the first day of release, as soon as possible. On Sunday, as the next day was about to be a working day, the box office figures on that day fell again, closing at $19.55 million. The first 3 days of screenings of The Matrix Revolutions on the first weekend ended, and the cumulative box office has reached $79.38 million, crushing the entire theater market and winning the first weekend box office championship. This result can fully announce the success of the film in advance. For a time, names such as Zack Snyder, Charlize Theron, and Brandon Lee all became the focus of discussion among North American movie fans. At the same time, X-Men also started its overseas theater to last weekend. This superhero, which is completely different from the DC system, was released simultaneously by 20th Century Fox in more than 70 countries overseas. At the beginning of its release, it also caused a huge sensation. Whether it is the English Five Friends, the Latin American countries where Hollywood traditional movies are dumped, or the European continent where Hollywood has newly emerged as a dumping ground, the film immediately jumped to the top of the local box office list as soon as it was released. After 3 days, although the hot period of screening in North America has passed, X-Men has achieved quite good performance overseas, with the overseas box office closing at around $7,700 in the first weekend. According to the latest information released by 20th Century Fox on Monday, the global total box office of X-Men has reached about $280 million. Although this superhero movie, whether in North American box office performance or overseas box office performance, cannot be compared with Batman Begins a few years ago, no one can deny the success of this film. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the fame of X-Men is completely incomparable to Batman. The objectively huge gap in fame is that 20th Century Fox is undoubtedly very satisfied with the current box office results. And this box office number has also indirectly affected Warner Brothers. Bruce, I want to see Jim Lee submit his resignation letter as the CEO of DC by next week at the latest. Hurry up, we must start a formal conversation with Wayne as soon as possible. In the CEO's office of Warner Brothers building, Jeff Robinov threw the latest newspaper on the table, looked at the opposite side with a serious face, and said in a hoarse voice, I will also warn some of our internal people at the same time. At this time, no one can cause trouble for Warner Brothers. I will deal with that DC CEO by Friday at the latest. At this time, Bruce Rosenblum's face was gloomy, and his eyes were like a venomous snake. No one is clean. I found a lot of interesting things. If he doesn't resign gracefully, I will ask the board of directors to help him find some fun. Nodding with satisfaction, Jeff Robinov stood up from behind his desk, holding a thick cigar in his mouth, and walked a few steps to the French window, overlooking the prosperity of the entire media capital. After about several minutes, his voice suddenly rang out. Where's Wayne? He should be in a good mood reading the newspaper now. The Flash, Charlie's Angels, The Matrix, X-Men, this summer season. He is probably the biggest winner in the entire Hollywood. Just wait and see, Bruce. He will top the Forbes celebrity income list this year and next year. I spoke to his personal assistant on the phone this morning. Hearing his boss's sigh, Bruce Rosenblum didn't have time to think about anything else and responded immediately. Wayne drove back to the farm in Ventura County early in the morning with the bombshell editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Times. Nina said she missed a little Princess Greenberg, so it's a good time to go back and rest for a few days and have a vacation. Jeff Robinov turned around, looked at Bruce Rosenblum, shrugged and said, make relevant preparations as soon as possible. I don't want Wayne's vacation to be too long. Chapter 697 Farm. Every time he returned to the farm, where he grew up, Wayne would temporarily abandon all work and thinking, let his brain completely stop working rapidly, and quietly enjoy the rare peace. Under the porch of the rough wooden villa on the farm, old Greenberg was leaning on a rocking chair with a huge pipe in his mouth, and from time to time he took a big sip of the black tea on the table beside him. Don't look at the huge revolver on Reuben Greenberg's waist at this time. The plaid shirt can't cover the fat belly, and there is a cowboy hat on his head, like a domineering redneck. But every time his eyes passed over the child not far in front of him, his face would always unconsciously reveal a creepy aunt's smile. No matter what others think, at least Wayne, who was sitting in a rocking chair on the other side of the table, felt so from the bottom of his heart. This kind of dog is really good. It looks fierce and strong, but actually has a very good personality, is loyal and stable, and has enough tolerance and patience towards children. Old Greenberg glanced at his son and muttered, tolerance and friendliness, strong enough endurance and patience. These three ferocious looking little guys are simply little Fender's 24-hour personal nannies. They only accompany and serve with their heart. They are really three great guys. After saying that, seeing that his son was still squinting his eyes and leaning in the rocking chair without saying a word, old Greenberg curled his lips secretly, turned his head directly, looked at him seriously and said, boy, all kinds of shitty news about you have been hyped by the media this year. I heard that you and the heroine in the Matrix. Dad, can we not talk about this? Wayne interrupted his father helplessly, sat up from the rocking chair, and reached out to touch the cigarettes and lighter on the table. Okay, I think we should talk about these dogs. Listen, Wayne. Old Greenberg reached out and took off his cowboy hat, put it on his belly, tilted his head, and looked at his son, trying to make his voice full of seriousness. You little bastard, I want to remind you, don't play too hard with women, otherwise you will definitely fall into a big trap. As he said, he deliberately glanced at the living room of the wooden villa behind him, and the meaning was quite obvious. Inside the house, Bella Grant was sitting with Anna Greenberg. It can be seen that the two women were chatting well, watching TV and discussing literature non-stop. Okay, Dad, can we talk about something else? Exhaling a large cloud of green smoke, Wayne raised his hands helplessly and made a gesture of surrender. He is no longer the child who just entered Hollywood and knew nothing, especially about his father's past. As far as he knows, his father, Reuben Greenberg, was still a jerk with 5 poisonous tools before marrying his mother. Okay. Knowing that the child had grown up and had formed his own unique worldview and was no longer the little boy who looked at him with admiration, old Greenberg waved his hand somewhat angrily. However, he seemed to have thought of something again, and this time his expression was even more serious than before. Even the pipe in the corner of his mouth was placed on the small wooden table between the two of them. There is one more thing. Whether you like it or not, I must remind you, Wayne. Since he moved to Los Angeles, Wayne had not seen his father's expression for a long time. He nodded a little puzzled, indicating that he was listening carefully. Old Greenberg simply straightened his upper body, looked at his son, and continued to say seriously, your achievements must far exceed your mother and I's expectations, including the speed of wealth accumulation. Look, the various news about the person in the White House and Time Warner has never stopped, and even many ordinary people know it very well. So, I don't care about your future plans, whether you continue to make movies or something else. Even if you hold a lot of Warner Brothers shares, don't touch politics. Don't get in touch with those dirty politicians. Okay? As a former Hollywood film company owner, old Greenberg has a very thorough understanding of this industry. He is very sure that, based on the achievements of his son now, Warner Brothers and Time Warner will have to pay a large amount of shares to tie his son down. This is the operating law of the entire business society. I understand, Dad. I won't touch those people and things. Nodding, Wayne gave an affirmative answer. He knew that his father said this for his own good. Because many well-known North American tycoons, the only few places that can make these people fall are touching things and people that should not be touched and having ambitions that should not be had. Many people may be confused about the combination of rich people and politicians, which are completely unrelated. In fact, the most important feature of North American politics is that no matter whether it is Congress, the White House or the Five Corners building, those top politicians are inextricably linked with various capital consortiums in North America. Among the capital consortiums throughout North America, the media group is the most special. The reason is very simple. The various perfect publicity platforms of the media group are even more important than everything else. You are doing much better than me. Seeing him nod happily, old Greenberg knew in his heart that his son was not dazzled by power, ambition, and money. Only then did he put away the seriousness on his face, picked up his pipe again, and leaned back in the rocking chair, and turned his eyes back to the little Fendi who was playing with the 3 bully dogs. In less than 10 years, you have achieved what ordinary people would look up to in their lifetime. Son, your mother now mentions you most often, and you are her greatest pride. Dad, I'm not stupid. Also looking at his daughter who was laughing happily, Wayne took 2 big puffs of his cigarette and whispered, if my last name was not Greenberg, if my first work did not have a wealthy father to pay for it, I might not even be working as an assistant director in some small crew now. No, no, no. Although the elder Greenberg had an undisguised smile on his face, he still stretched out a thick finger, waved it between the two of them, and corrected, son, you won't become a leading director in Hollywood just because your last name is Greenberg, or because you have a father willing to invest in you. It's because your last name is Greenberg and you have a father willing to pay for your potential failures that you get a relatively fair chance to start in Hollywood. Glancing at his son, the elder Greenberg smiled and squinted his eyes, without saying anything. The 2 men looked at little Fendi together, and for a moment the porch returned to calm again. The brief conversation between the two was all heard by Nina, who was sitting on the other side of the porch. The assistant stared at old Greenberg for a long time with her eyes hidden behind the thick glasses, but she only saw the domineering and rude farmer. It was at this moment that she suddenly realized something. No matter what time it was, her boss always kept a clear mind. The most likely reason was that he was subtly influenced by his father who had an extremely clear mind since he was a child. Daddy, can I continue to stay with my grandfather? Little Fendi, who had been playing in front of the villa, stumbled to Wayne, threw herself into his arms, stared with curious big eyes, looked up at her father, and asked in a baby voice. The child lived back and forth between Los Angeles and the farm, and obviously liked the environment here more. After reaching out his hand to pick up his daughter and put her on his lap, Wayne smiled and nodded. Of course, you can continue to stay on the farm. At the same time, 3 bully dogs, like little tails, followed little Fendi closely, all lying stupidly at his feet, sticking out their tongues and looking at them. Wayne stretched out a hand and gently stroked the head of one of them. The other 2 also rushed up and opened their mouths to lick his palm frantically. The 3 dogs that surgery found through his connections were strictly large bully dogs. Although they looked fierce and powerful, and their bodies were like devilish muscles, their personalities were incredibly gentle. Ram, Sue and Base also liked to stay here. Sitting in her father's arms, little Fendi told the interesting stories between herself and the 3 bullies intermittently, especially when she saw her father stroking the 3 little friends. She giggled from time to time. In the distance, several naughty calves broke away from the herd. From time to time, the shouts and whistles of cowboys riding on horses were heard. Wayne held his daughter in his arms and looked at the herd in the distance, falling into a familiar calm mood. Perhaps for little Fendi, the farm is also the place that makes her happiest, especially when her father comes. So after the happy dinner, Wayne picked up a prepared fairy tale book just like what old Greenberg had done when he was a child and leaned against his daughter's bedside. Hagrid helped Harry put the money into the bag. Gold coins are galleons, he explained. 17 silver sickles to 1 galleon, 29 turners to 1 silver sickle. Simple enough, right? Well, it's enough for 2 semesters, and I'll keep the rest for you. He turned to Griffock and said, now take us to the underground vault number 713, but can you drive slower? Griffock said, the speed is only 1. Gently closing the little wizard in his hand, Wayne looked at his daughter who had fallen asleep, put the book on the table, got off the bed, turned off the desk lamp, and prepared to go back to his room to rest. Daddy. Just as he turned around and hadn't taken a few steps, he heard the confused call of little Fendi behind him. Turning around, Wayne saw his daughter open her eyes, shrugged and whispered, hey, sweetheart, it's getting late now, you should go to sleep. Daddy, you forgot to kiss me. Oh, damn. Wayne slapped his forehead exaggeratedly, smiled and walked back to the bed, bent down and kissed his daughter's forehead gently. Okay, our little princess should go to bed. Good night, Fendi. Good night, Daddy. Seeing his daughter close her eyes and glancing at the 3 bullies sleeping beside the bed, he slowly closed the door, stood in the corridor, opened his arms and stretched hard. It's not easy to be a qualified father, huh? Yes, I'm trying to learn this. Hearing the teasing from the opposite room, Wayne shrugged and walked towards the already opened door. I thought you were asleep, dear Miss Grant. Do you also need me to read you a bedtime fairy tale? If you like, I'd like to relive my wonderful childhood. Bella Grant was wearing pajamas, with her arms folded across her chest and gently shook her head. After seeing him walk over quietly, she took the initiative to open the door. Hey, then you'd better call me Daddy sweetly first. Hearing the man's words, she rolled her eyes and closed the door while whispering a curse. FXXKU, you're such a bastard. The room where the 2 lived was the bedroom where Wayne had lived since he was a child. Not far from the foot of the big wooden bed, there stood a tall wooden desk. In the center of the desk was a half-open book, and it was obvious that the book was just read by Bella Grant. There were several similar large books against the wall of the desk, all of which were professional books on film and television production. Next to the books, there were more than a dozen videotapes neatly stacked, each with a handwritten name and date on it. These were the various experimental short films he shot during his college years. The 2 of them lay down on the big bed. Bella Grant leaned against the head of the table, and her eyes once again swept around the entire room. From those professional film and television production books, experimental short film tapes, to a wooden guitar, and a 16mm handheld camera in the corner. Finally, her eyes stayed on the man's face, watching him light a cigarette, and then she asked, it can be seen that there are almost no traces of entertainment in the entire bedroom. Does this mean that you have been extremely self-disciplined since childhood? Well, maybe. Looking at the woman in surprise, Wayne exhaled a large puff of green smoke comfortably and replied vaguely, "You know, Wayne." Seeing the man's careless attitude, Bella Grant reached out, snatched the cigarette from his mouth, put it in her mouth, and took a big puff, then put it back in the other's mouth, and said, "Around 1975, a well-known North American psychologist named Chester Mahay specifically tracked some very successful people in North America, that is, the elites in various industries. He wanted to see why these people were able to achieve the pinnacle of their respective careers." Wayne muttered, "So what secret did this psychologist discover?" Ignoring the man's indifference, Bella Grant continued, "Chester Mahay discovered that it was not because their IQ was much higher than others, their EQ was much higher, their education was much higher, or their family background was much better. He found that the only being able to summarize these successful people, the common points of leaders in various industries, when they are doing their own careers, they can often enter a state of being intoxicated and completely shielded through extreme self-discipline. This expression word is not only in North America. Psychologists in other parts of overseas are also using this expression. What do you want to say? Holding extreme self-discipline. This shows that the conclusion of psychologist Chester Mahay is right at all. The characteristics of you. Speaking of this, she paused and looked at the man's eyes. Wayne, is it the key factor of your successful people? Is this a formal interview? Really? Wayne shook his head with a smile. Feeling the man's hand moving inside her pajamas, Bella Grant curled her lips. Of course not. Well, I'll tell you, don't listen to any nonsense from psychology experts. Seeing the woman's curiosity, Wayne simply moved up, reached out and stuck the burning cigarette into the ashtray on the bedside table, and explained, only people who are extremely focused can achieve great success that ordinary people can't imagine. Working day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep, it is impossible to control your sleep, and even can't control your diet, body shape and daily clothing. I tell you, these things are all in conflict with the word self-discipline. Because extremely focused people can't be self-disciplined. This is the state of those shitty successful people. No. The beautiful editor frowned slightly and asked, then why are all successful people talking about their self-discipline? TSK. Wayne sneered and waved his hand. Don't be silly, that's just chicken soup to fool the public. It's a way to flatter the so-called successful people. Of course it has to sound good. So, don't believe any psychologist's surveys, and don't believe those successful people's poisonous chicken soup. Whoever believes it is absolutely stupid. Of course, some of his words are not too realistic, because if they are too realistic, most ordinary people can't accept it. The state of success, he said, has a big premise, that is, you must first have more than 99% of the talent of ordinary people. For example, Wayne himself. Everyone says that he is self-disciplined and that he is a workaholic. But no one will notice that when he starts working, he forgets to eat and sleep, and his mind can't fit anything else except the things related to the cruise filming. It is because work will enter such a state that Nina's importance is more prominent, because once the movie starts to enter the shooting state, the assistant lady almost manages everything except work, including preparing clothes to wear every day, what to eat and all other life issues. In other words, once you enter the working state, Wayne will become a person who is lazy, does not know the difference between grains, and even loses more than half of his ability to live. You know, self-disciplined people won't be in such a state. People like them who are extremely focused on one thing can't be self-disciplined. Damn, I really should have written down your words. Bella Grant sighed helplessly and said bitterly, if it is published like this, the sales of the Los Angeles Times will definitely increase dramatically. Huh, do you think I will admit it? Wayne said with a smile, if I face the media, I will definitely tell them that my current achievements are all due to my extreme self-discipline. The public likes to hear these statements that give them hope, don't they? Yeah. Bella Grant nodded involuntarily, and suddenly her eyes widened, turning her head to look at Wayne fiercely. Shit, I forgot to bring an umbrella when I came here. Don't move. Huh. It doesn't matter, we can choose a way that doesn't require an umbrella, right? FXXK. You pervert. Chapter 698 Good Father. Wayne returned to the farm in Ventura County. On the one hand, to avoid the troubles of the media, and on the other hand, to put some pressure on Warner Brothers, hoping that they could deal with some things as soon as possible. Undoubtedly, the most important aspect is that, as he said, he is learning how to be a basically qualified father. The reason why little Fenty likes to stay on the farm is that there are grandparents who love her and accompany her, and there are all kinds of animals that make her curious. Once she returns to Los Angeles, she will have to face her parents who disappear most of the time because of work. This situation will basically not change much in the next few years, so Wayne can only try to recall what old Greenberg did in the past, and then spend more time with his baby daughter while he has time. He likes the way his daughter looks at him, as if she is looking at a Superman who knows everything, and in her background eyes, there is a unique admiration of children. Did you promise a little princess to take her to Galveston for a trip? Bang, bang. To consecutive gunshots, old Greenberg casually threw away the revolver with one hand, and several orange-yellow shells were thrown out. While taking out the bullets from his pocket and putting them into the huge revolver, he glanced at his son and asked casually, "I seem to have promised Fendi last night when I was reading to her." Wayne tilted his head and recalled a little uncertainty in his voice. Galveston is a port city in the southeast of the United States, less than 100 kilometers away from Houston. With a metropolitan city behind it, the Gulf of Mexico on the edge, and a subtropical climate, Galveston has become a well-known tourist destination. When Wayne was a child, he was taken by his father on a crazy road trip. The destination of that road trip was the tourist destination Galveston. After reloading the bullets, old Greenberg turned the shell skillfully and looked up at the target hanging on the tree not far ahead. "You also promised Fendi that you would take her to camp in Big Bend National Park." Boom. The iron target hanging on the tree not far away, with a huge roar, seemed to be grabbed by a huge force in an instant and twisted beyond recognition. It can be seen that the iron target was almost torn to pieces, with a hole the size of a small bowl in the middle. Sawdust flew all over the maple tree where the target was hung. When the huge roar disappeared, only the broken target swaying back and forth, and a big hole on the maple tree remained. "Fuck, you little bastard." Old Greenberg was obviously shocked. He quickly turned his head and looked at his son angrily. At this time, Wayne still kept holding the gun with both hands. The expression on his face also clearly told his father that he was also shocked. He didn't expect the power and movement of this gun to be far beyond his expectations. "Hey, Dad, at least I hit something this time, didn't I?" Shrugging awkwardly, Wayne slowly put down the huge revolver in his hand under his father's angry gaze, but he was still stubbornly explaining. "This is your gift for my 21st birthday, and it's the first time it's fired." "Shit." Looking at the 6-inch Colt Python in his son's hand, old Greenberg panted and turned to walk out of the woods. "Hey, Dad, I still remember what you said when you handed this thing to me on my 21st birthday." Wayne followed his father with a look of enjoyment on his face and began to chatter. "You want me to use this thing that is most suitable for men to play with, to protect my mother, and to protect my children in the future. Look, I just practiced one shot. I swear, I definitely didn't use it to shock your ears on purpose. Son, if you say one more word, I will use the big thing in your hand to shoot you." The woods where the two were located were just a few hundred meters behind the villa. This was where they usually played with guns. Sergei stayed outside the woods and waited. The picture that the Russian bear saw at this time was an angry old cowboy walking quickly out of the woods, followed by a chattering young man. "Hi, boss." "Hi, Reuben." Seeing them coming out, Sergei stepped forward with his long legs and asked curiously, "I heard the sound of the Colt Python. It is definitely the largest model. That thing is a miniature hand cannon. What did you use it to shoot? Bears? Tigers? Damn, Mr. Former Special Forces instructor, take care of the big thing in your boss's hand. I already regret giving him this gift." Old Greenberg touched his ears with lingering fear, looked up at Sergei, and said loudly, "Don't take that thing out of the farm. I suggest that, if you take it out, you'd better help our Mr. Greenberg keep it." Obviously, except for giving this gun to his son, old Greenberg himself has never played with it in these years. The power of this gun is a bit too much. That's right, this thing is not suitable for daily entertainment or daily use at all, because the power of that thing is a bit too much. Even a bear can't withstand a bullet from it. Wayne and Sergey looked at each other, and both smiled. This gun had just been on the market for a year when old Greenberg bought it for his son. This double-action revolver, designed and produced by Colt, usually uses .44 Magnum ammunition. Almost any mammal that is shot by it will most likely be turned into mincemeat. By the way, Kit, old Greenberg thought of the casual chat with his son just now, turned his head and said, traveling to Galveston and camping in Big Bend National Park are all good ideas that I came up with great difficulty. Now it seems not outdated, right? But how are you going to fulfill your promise to little Fendi? For a moment, Wayne was really stumped by the question. He is not as idle as his father, Reuben Greenberg, who can take his children out to travel. You know, there are countless jobs in Los Angeles waiting for him to solve. You'd better think about how to explain it to Fendi in advance. Glancing at his son with pride, old Greenberg whistled, leisurely held up his pipe, and walked towards the rough log villa. Only Wayne, who was in a headache, and the Russian bear who was carefully stroking the Colt python were left there. He could stay on the farm for 3 to 5 days at most, and Wayne silently calculated the time. After this week, even if Warner Brothers didn't come to urge him, Peter Jackson and John Gray would return to Los Angeles in September, and the large-scale auditions for The Lord of the Rings would begin. He couldn't just leave these behind. There were also some projects of Greenberg's studio that would be launched in a short period of time. At that time, many things would not be able to bypass him as the boss. Sergey, tell me, if I take Fendi to camp on the grass in front of the villa tonight, would it be considered fulfilling a father's promise? He shook his head helplessly, looked at the Russian bear, and said to himself. Sergey pouted. It's better than doing nothing, and disappointing our little princess to her father. Okay, let's do it. Wayne waved his fist vigorously and muttered. After saying that, he looked at his father's back. At this time, he already understood that old Greenberg had done much better than he did now. This father with a rough appearance had never missed any of his childhood growth. On the contrary, he also left him with enough beautiful childhood memories. In an instant, many memories naturally came to his mind. He still remembered that when he was 13 or 14 years old Greenberg gave him a Playboy magazine and leaned against the head of the bed, talking to him about which girl in the class was the cutest, and talking about the beautiful love fantasy that only teenagers have. Wayne, if you still want to realize your ideal, you must never let any girl get pregnant before the age of 17. How can you prevent a girl from getting pregnant? There are two ways. One is not to have sex, and the other is to take the right protective measures, such as the damn little umbrella. Wayne, my experience tells me that on the road to realizing your dream, you must never get any girl pregnant early, no matter how much you like her. Aha, Kit, do you want to talk to me about your love? Do you have a cute girl you like? The various suggestions from old Greenberg that night kept coming to his mind. Now looking back, Wayne clearly knew that as a father, old Greenberg obviously did a very good job. Boss. Sergey, who looked like a bear, stretched out his hand to push his boss, tilted his head, and looked at him, somewhat curious about why he suddenly became stunned. With a smile of good memories, Wayne turned his head in surprise, and looked at the Russian bear, and asked, what? He raised the revolver in his hand to indicate it. The gun did not seem bigger this time against the strong arms of the Russian bear. I was just about to ask, should this gun stay on the farm, or should I take it with you? Please take it with me. This is my 21st birthday gift, the most precious gift. Please keep it safe for me. At this time, Wayne thought of many details that he had overlooked, especially the good memories with his father, and said with a smile, I plan to use this big guy to protect a little Fendi in the future. Both of them knew that this was obviously a joke. The symbolic meaning of this gun was more important, and there was basically no actual combat opportunity. The two smiled at each other and walked towards the villa together. In fact, it was only after coming here that Wayne learned that many rumors were untrue. Objectively speaking, for example, the controversial issue of gun control on the internet in his previous life, this was a very typical and low-level lie. Many public intellectuals who pretended to be confused would use this as a gimmick to talk nonsense. They said that the right to bear arms in the United States is a guarantee of civil liberties and a sacred right granted by the Second Amendment to the Constitution. In fact, it is all nonsense. Why do I say this? Actually, there are several very well-known judicial cases behind it. Very cruel judicial cases. The most famous one happened in 1975. Two young girls were resting in their house. They heard that a neighbor was being robbed in the next room. Then the two girls immediately climbed to the roof and called the police. The police arrived in less than 5 minutes, but the police did not even stop the car. They circled the house twice and ran away directly. As a result, the two girls who called the police were also discovered by the abusers in the room. They were both shot and abused crazily. Afterwards, the two girls insisted on suing continuously, and the lawsuit lasted until 1981. However, under the attention of countless media, the explanation given by the North American court was, the police have no obligation to protect you before the crime occurs. The reason is simple, because when the police arrived, the criminals had not yet violated the two girls who called the police. The judicial interpretation is very clear. Because the crime has not yet occurred, the police have no obligation to protect you. The police's law enforcement power can only take effect after the violation occurs. Therefore, although this lawsuit has attracted the attention of the whole North America, the court did not continue to accept the complaints of the two girls. With the media's extensive coverage and the public's wide attention, all ordinary people have realized an important thing. The North American judicial system does not assume an obligation to protect the people. In other words, the North American judiciary does not assume the responsibility of protecting the general public before the crime occurs. It was in this context that everyone started buying guns crazily in 1975. Various rifle associations, shotgun associations and other organizations have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Behind the crazy purchase of guns, it is extremely in line with the interests of certain powerful capital groups. These arms capitals have been attacking the highest judicial institutions, resulting in a phenomenon of legal and free citizens' gun ownership being tacitly accepted. In fact, for decades, the highest judicial institutions and government agencies have been in a state of ambiguity about this issue, and gun ownership is a right that a citizen should have. When was this bill recognized by the judicial institutions? 2008. It was not until 2008 that the highest judicial institution gave a clear explanation for the first time, telling ordinary people in North American states that gun ownership is a personal right. The Donner case was the first time that the personal gun rights bill was applied to the entire North America. So, things are not like the rumors on the internet. Before 2008, North America had never recognized the legality of personal gun ownership. This is the most ironic. There is also a widely circulated saying that the reason why North American people are crazy about buying guns is because they think that bad guys have guns, so I must have them, because we have to use the guns in our hands to protect our rights from being harmed by bad guys. But the general fact is that this land is really scary. There are constant gun battles every day, and all kinds of conflicts come for no reason. But if you say it is not scary, it can also be said, because the bad methods of bad guys in North America are very special. Most of the places where bad guys in North America stay are clearly divided into different areas in each city. Normally, these gang members can make as much trouble as they want, and the police will not care about them. It would be better if they all died. Basically, they are left to fend for themselves. What's more special is that most of the bad guys in North America are not the kind of bad guys with brains. They are purely a combination of animal savagery, ignorance, and stupidity. Gang members, mainly composed of Nico, do things without considering the consequences, because they don't know what consequences are. Don't try to understand. The simpler way is to think of them as a group of stupid animals, fighting each other for food, mating rights, or simply for fighting. Normal people will definitely not explain to animals, don't kill each other, you will go to jail and get shot. So, in this land, if you are not a successful person or an elite, it is best to do your homework in advance, which areas are Nico neighborhoods and colored neighborhoods that you can't go to, which areas are middle class neighborhoods and rich neighborhoods that you can go to, and it is not difficult to make such plans. Don't wander around dangerous neighborhoods for no reason. there is a high probability that you will not be in danger of being shot. If you do these and still encounter shootings, you can only blame your bad luck. After all, God not only protects good people, but also accepts the prayers of bad people, right? There are actually many similar internet impressions about guns and shootings. For example, people outside North America think of NBA as a world-class sports league. In fact, basketball has a hard time ranking in the top 3 in the major sports leagues here, and sometimes it is squeezed out. Wayne has discovered the strange perception of people around him since he was a child. Most people think that basketball is a sport played by old women. This is the first impression that many boys in this era have in their minds, because the real tough guys all go to play rugby. However, what is the epitome of basketball in the 1990s? In one sentence, it is to bring a ball when dueling. Even so, basketball has not become a tough guy sport in the hearts of most North Americans. Of course, this is just a more common saying. There is no shortage of die-hard fans in every industry, and there is never a shortage of great people. Just like Hollywood, the dream factory. Handsome appearance, cruel and beautiful lens language, constantly changing celebrity girlfriends, countless young people's faith dreamy legendary director, endless controversy along the way, and God's preference. This is Wayne Greenberg. At night, except for the occasional sound of cattle and horses, there is only silence on the farm. In front of the rough log house, a large tent was flashing with lights. Little Fendi widened her light green eyes, leaning on her father's arms, curiously listening to Bella Grant reading the newspaper. 3 bully dogs surrounded the few people, panting with their tongues out. Their very special mouths stretched straight to their ears when they opened, as if they were laughing, full of ugly and cute temperament. The fans may come for a surprise, or for the charming dark storm, or maybe for a person. Seeing that the father and daughter were listening carefully, Bella Grant secretly curled her lips and continued to read the movie in her hand. In the past 8 years, the fans' belief has never changed. If you ask them, they will tell you that there are only 2 kinds of directors in the world, Wayne Greenberg and others. After many years of baptism, he has long been accustomed to the media's various praises of Wayne. But at this moment, when his daughter leaned on his arms with admiration in her eyes, he suddenly felt that the reporter's articles were really good. As designed, little Fendi was a very easy to satisfy girl. When her father told her that they could go camping tonight, she immediately forgot about her father's bragging and never talked about traveling to Galveston or camping in Big Bend National Park again. Okay, that's it, Bella. Wayne waved his hand to stop the beautiful editor from reading anymore. There's no need to read the various box office figures at the end. They don't mean much to Fendi. Boy, little Fendi is looking at you now, as if she were looking at a Superman. Bella Grant shrugged and said helplessly, I bet that, although she can't understand what I said just now, she can understand that I'm praising you like crazy. Well, isn't that what you should do? This report is well written. Maybe I can contact this editor when I go back and have some long-term cooperation in the future. Huh. In front of the child, Bella Grant resisted the urge to swear, rolled her eyes at the man, stood up and prepared to get out of the tent, leaving the small space to the father and daughter. I'm going to go back and rest. You should read fairy tales to our little princess. Thank you, Bella. Thank you for accompanying us tonight. You're welcome. You'll be a good father, boy. Chapter 699, The Era of Superheroes. The short break passed in a flash, and Wayne had to end his leisurely days with his daughter and pack up to return to Los Angeles. With an unpleasant brakes sound, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped outside the main building of Greenberg Manor. Wayne sat in the passenger seat with an exaggerated grin. For him, who was used to Serge's stable car, he felt that Bella Grant's driving skills were really terrible in his eyes. Pa. Sparse applause rang out. Wayne clapped his hands with an exaggerated expression while staring at the beautiful editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Times. He teased in a thankful tone, you know what, Bella? I heard that passengers on a plane that malfunctions in the air will always give the captain sincere applause after the plane lands smoothly. Facing the woman's angry eyes, he continued unceremoniously with an expression of having survived a disaster. Damn, don't you usually drive to and from get off work? Bella, tell me the truth. When you took the driving test, did you bribe the examiner with a large sum of money? Hearing his blunt sarcasm, Bella Grant slapped the steering wheel hard, making a dull bang. Shut up, Wayne. Who knew this kind of stretched commercial vehicle was so difficult to drive? If I had time to adapt, I would definitely perform much better than now. I shouldn't have let you try this kind of car. Shrugging, Wayne muttered softly as he fastened his seatbelt. He now regretted very much that he agreed to let this woman drive the stretched car. In other words, there were not many cars on the road from Ventura County back to Los Angeles. If it were placed in the imperial capital where he lived in his previous life, this kind of driving skill would definitely cause a chain accident tragedy. Several people got out of the car. Sergey and Nina, who were sitting in the back, looked at the beautiful editor with lingering fear and relief in their eyes. If the safety of this car was not strong enough, the Russian-American bear would definitely suggest changing the driver halfway. The road from Ventura County to Beverly, Los Angeles, reminded him of the feeling of racing on the battlefield. This feeling was really not good. Which young man have you seen driving a car like this? Wayne. Bella Grant was holding her handbag. Seeing that the three people were looking at her with strange eyes, she forced herself to complain. This kind of car is designed and sold to old men. In the whole Hollywood, you are the only young man under 30 who likes this. Look at Tom Cruise, look at Julia Roberts, even Stephen Sommers and George Lucas. They drive either sports cars or muscle cars. Only a guy like you who is like an old man will like a car like this. Feeling that she had finally saved a little face and found enough excuses for her thrilling driving journey, Bella Grant didn't wait for them to react. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards her red Chevrolet. I'll call you when I'm on vacation. I've used up my 2-month vacation this time. I have to rush back to work. By seeing that the beautiful editor-in-chief had already gotten in the car, Wayne smiled and shook his head, saying, "Do you want to stay for lunch?" "No." The window of the Chevrolet rolled down, and Bella Grant stretched out her hand and waved. "I'll rush back to the newspaper office directly. Maybe next time." As if to deliberately refute Wayne's ridicule, the red Chevrolet turned its head smartly, and under the puzzled gaze of the three people and the housekeeper Hella, it drove out of the manor at a high speed. After leaving Los Angeles for a whole week, the day Wayne returned was the last day of August. The Matrix had just spent its second weekend journey in the North American theater market. After the first 3 days of the weekend, it had earned $79.38 million in the North American theater market. After the arrival of the working day, The Matrix inevitably ushered in a sharp drop in box office due to the objective existence of its R-rated film attributes. $5.58 million on Monday, $6.2 million on Tuesday, $4.9 million on Wednesday, and $4.65 million on Thursday. After 4 working days, The Matrix has accumulated a box office of $21.33 million. After a full week of release, the total box office in North America has just exceeded the 100 million yuan mark, with a total box office of $107.1 million. Wayne and Warner Brothers have expected the box office trend of The Matrix. After all, the box office trend of the first 2 films is the same. The objective situation is here. No matter how popular this film is, it cannot change the nature of this being an 18-rated movie. In this special period, family audiences who choose to go to the cinema for entertainment on weekends naturally exclude The Matrix from their choices. Even if Wayne is directing it himself, there is no way to change this. Fortunately, there are no decent competitors in the same period, especially when The Matrix enters its second weekend. Its main competitor is X-Men, which has basically exhausted its popularity in North America. In this case, after The Matrix entered its rest day, the ticket price rebounded again to a certain extent, and it received $7.43 million on Friday. The North American box office trend climbed further on Saturday, with another $11.64 million in the box office that day. It fell back on Sunday, closing at $9.73 million in North America. The film closed at $28.8 million in North America over the next 3 days of the second weekend, winning the second weekend box office championship. By this time, The Matrix had been released in North America for a full 10 days, and the cumulative box office had reached $129 million. the day after Wayne returned to Los Angeles. That is, after officially entering September, the North American summer season began to gradually come to an end. Both The Matrix and X-Men have made steady progress in box office performance. Both 20th Century Fox and Warner Brothers have also spared no effort to invest more publicity resources to seize the last bit of summer season heat. Since its release, the North American box office of X-Men has successfully exceeded $200 million. There is no doubt that as the beginning of a series of films, the North American box office of $208.5 million is fully qualified. Although the overseas box office of the film is not as popular as in North America due to factors such as popularity, it still achieved good results. After 2 weeks of overseas screenings, X-Men has also earned $140 million in nearly 70 countries and regions around the world. The total global box office of the film has reached $345 million and is steadily moving towards $400 million. Compared with the box office, the biggest part of the film revenue that 20th Century Fox and even the entire industry are eyeing is the film derivatives, and X-Men has performed well and attracted everyone's attention. Even though X-Men has been unable to compare with the DC series from the beginning, the gap in popularity is objective. Most of the fans who go to the cinema to watch superheroes have read comics, and the addition of sentimental attributes still affects the sales of movie peripherals. 20th Century Fox has never released relevant sales data in this regard, but most film companies in the industry can analyze a rough number through their own experience and ensure that the sales figures they analyze will not deviate too much from the actual situation. Since its release in early August, the sales of various types of movie peripherals in North America alone, conservatively estimated to be no less than $50 million, has almost become a consensus among many film companies. Superhero movies have once again proved their profitability, which is completely superior to ordinary live-action movies. Apart from the fact that Warner Brothers has made a lot of money with DC movies in recent years, Wayne has once again proved that even without large investments, long cycles and high risks in animated feature films, it is still possible to obtain offline revenues similar to those of animated feature films. Faced with such a situation, basically all Hollywood film companies have begun to pay attention to superheroes to a greater or lesser extent. Through the performance of X-Men, they have successively proved many things. The two most important points are that superhero movies other than the DC series can also be successful, and superhero movies other than DC can also generate offline revenues like animated feature films. And it is precisely because of such a special situation in the circle that the most criticized and most pressured person among the 6 Hollywood giants is Michael Eisner, chairman of Walt Disney. Everyone knows that, although Walt Disney has a very obvious gap with media giants such as Time Warner, Comcast, Viacom and News Corporation, they are the film companies with the strongest capabilities in offline movie derivatives only in the Hollywood circle. In recent years, Michael Eisner has devoted almost all his energy to internal wars. The reason why Walt Disney can still maintain good revenue every year is a huge animation copyright library and the extremely high success rate of producer Jerry Bruckheimer. Especially this year, the pressure faced by Michael Eisner has increased sharply, and the number of shareholders who do not trust him and the board of directors has increased sharply. There are 2 main reasons. The first is the decline of animated feature films, which is Disney's strongest field. Since The Lion King, Disney has not achieved good results in any hand-drawn animation. The second is naturally because of Michael Eisner's childhood friend Michael Ovitz. Michael Eisner personally invited his friend to serve as the CEO of Disney. However, in less than a year, he personally drove away his friend, and because of the dismissal of the CEO, Disney paid a very high penalty. Now, in addition to DC superheroes, there are other series that can rival the revenue capacity of animated feature films, and the pressure suddenly hit Michael Eisner together. It's very simple, because such movie revenue projects used to be exclusive to Disney. The most important problem facing Emperor Disney now is that the board of directors and the company's senior management have begun to question his ability. More and more people are beginning to doubt whether he, the meritorious chairman who led Disney to become a media group, can continue to lead this fairy tale giant forward. The era of hand-drawn animation is over. Michael In the chairman's office at the Disney headquarters in Burbank, the media capital, Jerry Bruckheimer, the most famous producer in Hollywood today, retracted his gaze from the box office bulletin in the newspaper, raised his head, and said directly to Michael Eisner, "I have a hunch that Wayne Greenberg will bring Hollywood into the superhero era in a few years. He has already proved the revenue-generating ability of this kind of movie in DC and Marvel. I have to say that this guy is a genius." Michael Eisner, who was sitting behind his desk, also looked at the newspaper this morning without looking up. Of course, he understood what the other party said. The unique revenue-generating ability of Disney animated feature films has appeared more and more, and has become unique to other companies. Compared with animated feature films, which often take several years to produce, the shooting speed of live-action movies is undoubtedly faster. Even with the expensive special effects, the advantages of live-action movies are obvious enough. The characteristics of short production cycle and low risk are completely incomparable to animated feature films. Jerry. Putting down the newspaper in his hand, Michael Eisner raised his hands, rubbed both sides of his forehead, and said casually, "You are right. The era of hand-drawn animation is indeed over, but Disney still has Pixar." Speaking of this, his voice was inevitably filled with unquestionable pride. The huge success of the first Toy Story made him see the profit prospects of computer animation, and also made the whole Hollywood see that electric animation is the trend of the future. You know, along with the explosion of the first Toy Story, Disney's perfect peripheral revenue channels have made the super high profits created by this computer animation feature film completely replace traditional hand-drawn animation. It was precisely under Michael Eisner's strong request that Pixar Animation Studios has almost produced the second Toy Story. This is Disney's key project next year, but it is not enough. If he wants to end the internal chaos of Disney as soon as possible and dispel the increasing doubts about his ability, the most direct way is undoubtedly to produce more successful projects and let more people benefit from the success of the projects. The demands of shareholders have always been so simple. They will stand on the side of whoever can make money for them. And this is also the reason why he made an appointment with Jerry Bruckheimer. This gold medal producer has a frighteningly high success rate in producing projects, and his energy is extremely strong, which is very important. Okay, let's talk business. Turning his eyes to Disney's gold medal producer, Michael Eisner crossed his hands on the table and said without hesitation, "I will push the review of The Sixth Sense you submitted as soon as possible." Jerry, do you have any other ideas besides this project? In recent years, the thing that has kept the chaotic Disney still maintaining a good revenue is undoubtedly Jerry Bruckheimer's project. For Disney today, his importance is comparable to that of Wayne to Warner Brothers. Not to mention the distant past, this year's Armageddon has a North American box office of $201 million and a global box office of $550 million. The media gave all the flashes to the film director Michael Bay, but if Wayne were to evaluate from a god's perspective, he would tell everyone that all of Bay's successes were inseparable from this gold medal producer. Michael Bay without Jerry Bruckheimer is like Peter Jackson without the Lord of the Rings series. It can be seen that a reliable producer can check the direction of the film. If he hadn't left him, Bay wouldn't have made such a Waterloo as Escape from the Island. This year, Jerry Bruckheimer initiated projects such as Go Fighting with a North American box office of $160 million and Public Enemies with a North American box office of $111 million and a global box office of $200 million. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the only thing in Disney's live-action movies. I have an idea. After thinking for a while, Jerry Bruckheimer said carefully, "Michael, I don't know if you noticed that the global box office of Saving Private Ryan has reached $450 million. This is a thorough R-rated movie. What do you want to say?" Michael Eisner asked. "War film. A realistic epic war film," Jerry Bruckheimer said with a smile, leaning his upper body on the chair. "The emergence of Saving Private Ryan has undoubtedly opened up the market potential of epic war films." Coincidentally, Michael Bay mentioned his idea about World War II to me a few days ago. Make a plan as soon as possible and submit it to the film and television production department. The producer sitting in front of him has the best market insight in Hollywood. Michael Eisner said without any hesitation, "I will promote The Sixth Sense and this epic war project together, and pass the relevant review, as soon as possible. Okay, I will ask Michael Bay to talk when I go back. The project plan will be on your desk in a week at most. A project plan with high feasibility and detailed market research is the stepping stone for all Hollywood producers. Of course, for a producer to achieve Jerry Bruckheimer status, many things can be omitted appropriately. The film company will not chase him to improve the script, nor will it strictly block the market prospect investigation of the project. His past brilliant successes are the greatest guarantee for a commercial project. Let alone the script. A producer like Jerry Bruckheimer can still get a lot of investment from Disney, even if he has a simple movie idea. For example, this year's hit movie Armageddon. What he originally gave to Disney was the idea of an oil worker drilling a meteorite, and the name of director Michael Bay. Hollywood's gold medal producers are much more important to a film company than a star or a director. They are the initiators of creating successful projects. When the two finished their conversation, Jerry Bruckheimer left the chairman's office. Michael Eisner picked up the newspaper on the table again, glanced at it with sharp eyes, got up and walked to the window, looking at the Warner Brothers building not far away in Burbank. Superheroes, DC Comics, Wayne Greenberg. With a mutter, he shook his head gently, with his usual confidence and strength on his face. Everyone knows that Warner Brothers' film output is increasing year by year. Not only are the traditional sequels with a very high success rate continuing, but the DC series of movies are also slowly occupying more positions. Moreover, as the cooperation between Greenberg Studio and Warner Brothers matures, more and more Greenberg production projects begin to appear. There is no doubt that no matter which company wants to make a difference in the summer season, it will inevitably encounter projects that Warner Brothers intensively releases. The same is true for Disney. With Michael Eisner's personality, he will never avoid Warner Brothers movies like other companies. Superhero era. Wayne Greenberg. As long as he fails once, there will be no shitty superhero era. Come on, come on. Come on at this time, Emperor Disney muttered, while looking at the Warner Brothers building. In the CEO's office on the 7th floor, Jeff Robinov and others happened to be talking about Wayne. Just at noon today, he returned to the manor from the farm. Putting down the coffee cup in his hand, Bruce Rosenblum looked at his old boss and said, "The large-scale audition for The Lord of the Rings is about to begin. We'd better talk to him as soon as possible." Although Warner Brothers also accounts for half of the investment in the Lord of the Rings project, in comparison, all the senior executives of Warner Brothers attach more importance to the DC project, which is something everyone agrees on. For a project like the Lord of the Rings, that was prepared for a trilogy from the beginning, the actor audition work must be cumbersome and huge. It's okay in the early stage. Wayne can't and doesn't have the energy to participate in the first few rounds of auditions, but after a large-scale screening, he must dive into the audition of the final candidate. Well, in the next 1 or 2 days, make an appointment with Zack Snyder and talk to him as soon as possible. Chapter 700, Distant Water, Near Thirst. With Peter Jackson, a native New Zealander, here, the crew's preparations are very smooth, whether it is with the residents near the set or various local institutions. Just one day into September, the Greenberg Manor was unusually lively. Just after 8 in the morning, the first visitor was waiting in the living room. John Gray, the producer of The Lord of the Rings, who had returned to Los Angeles earlier, first came to the manor to report to Wayne on the progress of the relevant work. The crew's huge and complicated setup work has received full support from the New Zealand government. The local government clearly knows how much profit such a Hollywood film project with no lack of attention can bring to the filming location once it succeeds. Just about 2 weeks ago, the New Zealand government signed an agreement with Peter Jackson that, if the crew needs it after the official start of filming, they can dispatch local troops to assist the crew in filming large-scale war scenes. Without any greetings or nonsense, John Gray immediately began to report on the crew's preparations the moment he saw Wayne. The two of them are very familiar with each other. After all, the former has served as Wayne's producer and has worked closely with him, so he is particularly clear about how to communicate with each other. Several assistants of Peter are investigating model agencies in New Zealand, Australia and North America. What he means is that he hopes to select qualified handsome men and beautiful women from the professional modeling team to play the elves in the film who are not considered important. Models? What's wrong? Do you have other ideas? John Gray heard Wayne's muttering halfway through, stopped and looked at him and asked, I think Peter's plan is very good, but if you have other plans, I will call Peter now and ask him to stop the work of those assistants. No, it's a good idea. Waving his hand, Wayne signaled the other party to continue talking. He didn't have other ideas. He understood Peter Jackson's purpose of doing this. For the elves in the film, who had few shots, it was completely right to directly select people from the model agency. The reason is simple. To play those roles that are similar to background boards, you don't need so-called acting skills at all. Just being beautiful is enough. It's just that, when he heard the other party mention the model agency, he immediately thought of the secret group in his memory. Shaking his head slightly, John Gray did not think much about it. After a brief recollection, he continued, since the trilogy needs to be planned in advance, some major scenes, such as the Battle of Helm's Deep, the Mines of Moria, and the defense of Minas Tirith, basically need to be filmed completely on the set. So even if the crew's early preparations are going well, the progress of these works will not be too fast. In fact, Wayne did not want to know the progress of these works at all, because he knew better than anyone that Peter Jackson did a very good job and he did not need to make any comments. But rules are rules. As the actual investor and nominal producer of the film, he must know what he should know, and it is even more impossible to give Peter Jackson complete power. It is precisely the existence of John Gray that is the apparent restriction on the director of The Lord of the Rings. Listening to the various progress of the crew's early preparations, Wayne suddenly remembered some rumors in his previous life. It is said that Peter Jackson's most optimistic candidate for the role of Arwen was not the actress with a long face and black hair, but Uma Thurman. It is said that Uma Thurman's audition was very good, but she suddenly became pregnant on the eve of the filming. In the end, the fat New Zealander had to use Liv Tyler. Thinking of this, Wayne shuddered violently. At least in his aesthetics, Uma Thurman didn't seem to be much better. The next large-scale audition for The Lord of the Rings will soon begin. If possible, he hopes to choose a prettier and more elf-like actress. There are guest rooms upstairs. Do you want to take a rest first? After lunch, we will go to Warner Brothers. After the brief work report, Wayne looked at John Gray's dark circles and knew that he should have come directly to the manor after getting off the plane. Well, I feel that this body is no longer my own. John Gray didn't say anything polite. He yawned with his mouth covered, nodded politely to Nina who was sitting next to him, and followed Hella upstairs. Before going upstairs, he turned around and said, Wayne, remember to wake me up for lunch. Waving his hand, Wayne turned to look at Nina and asked, when will Aviadella arrive? I think it should be soon. Looking up at the clock by the fireplace in the living room, the assistant shrugged and said, the appointment with him is at 10 in the morning. Aviadella was very punctual. He drove into Greenberg Manor before 10 in the morning. Then, the degree of smoothness of things was far beyond his previous expectations. After Wayne briefly read his plan for superheroes, he basically did not raise many questions. He shook hands with him happily and agreed to sign an employment agreement immediately after the work related to X-Men was completed. At that time, Aviadella will serve as the executive director of Greenberg Studios, a shell film company. The conversation between the two lasted less than half an hour. When Aviadella got in the car and left the manor, he still felt a little confused. Obviously, the large amount of preparation he had done for today's conversation between the two parties was not used. Once the plan starts, we will be under great financial pressure. Looking at the car leaving the manor, Nina put down the fashion magazine in her hand, sat opposite her boss, and reminded him with a serious face, before the end of this year, Greenberg Studio will successively launch projects such as John Wick, Tomb Raider, and King Kong. Later in the line are Resident Evil and A Dog's Purpose. At this point, she paused for a moment, stared into Wayne's eyes and continued, don't look at the more than 100 million in the studio's account, but if you want to start so many projects one after another, this money is just a drop in the bucket. Don't forget, boss, the follow-up investment in The Lord of the Rings and the Blue Sky Studios, that may ask for money at any time. This is not counted yet. Stop. Hearing the assistant lady counting the accounts, Wayne frowned and waved his hand, interrupting the other party's next words. Grabbing a cigarette from the coffee table and lighting one, he raised one hand and rubbed both sides of his forehead and said with a headache, "Don't worry about the money. These projects will be co-produced with Warner Brothers. If it doesn't work, we can still raise funds." Financing is the most commonly used method by Hollywood film companies. Almost every big production in the eyes of the public cannot be separated from the shadow of financing. Especially for large film companies, they are best at using other people's money to create benefits for themselves and can also spread risks to a certain extent. And in Wayne's heart, he expects that his work income and investment income this year will be able to fill the funding gap in a short time. The current global box office of X-Men is steadily moving towards $400 million, and this is far from the end of the box office of X-Men. The producer contract he signed with 20th Century Fox is 20% of the global total box office of X-Men in the later stage, which is undoubtedly a considerable income. And before the film is off the shelves, the basic salary of the producer of X-Men will be close to $7 million. The first two payments of $13 million were paid by 20th Century Fox as early as the beginning of the filming and the release of the film. There is also the box office share of The Flash. Since the film was released in mid-May, the number of theaters in North America that are still showing it has dropped to less than 800. According to the current situation, Warner Brothers will completely withdraw the film from the shelves before the end of the year at the latest, and start more profitable offline copyright operations as soon as possible. The North American box office of The Flash reached $250 million in the first 4 weeks of its release, but due to the attributes of the film and the subsequent release of other big productions, the box office of this film declined rapidly. However, with the passage of time, the total box office in North America has reached $290 million, firmly maintaining the top spot in the North American annual box office list in 1998. Compared with X-Men, the effect of The Flash in overseas screenings is much better, and the global box office has exceeded $525 million. Undoubtedly, this film will also create a sky-high income for him this year. The rest are Charlie's Angels and The Matrix. These two films are also different. The former is independently invested and produced by Greenberg Studio. Basically, after deducting the distribution agency fee of Warner Brothers, all the profits belong to Wayne alone. The latter is a joint production with Warner Brothers. However, due to the fans accumulated by the first two parts of The Matrix and the sales performance of the peripheral films that are completely out of the rules of R-rated films, it can be said that the ability to make money is even greater than Charlie's Angels. Charlie's Angels has long passed the hottest screening time point, with a cumulative box office of $145 million in North America and a global box office of $264 million. However, the market potential of this film is still there, and it is also in theaters in dozens of countries and regions overseas, and the final box office figures should be improved. As for The Matrix, it has just been released for 2 weekends, and the North American box office has reached $130 million. At the same time, before this weekend, Warner Brothers will send the film overseas to start a global screening journey. There is no doubt that Charlie's Angels and The Matrix Part 3 can bring him a lot of cash flow. Coupled with the later box office share of X-Men and The Flash, it is completely affordable for the projects launched by Greenberg Studio. But there is a helpless problem here, that is, the time difference, which is also the reason why Nana took the initiative to warn him. According to the rules of Hollywood film companies, the time for film companies to pay off the share of the later period is within 6 months after the film is officially taken off the shelves. Don't think that this time is ample, because most film companies, including Warner Brothers, will wait until the maximum payment period to settle all the shares. The film industry makes money. This is something that many people know, but the film industry has objective factors such as large investment, high risk, slow return, etc., which are there invisibly. Not to mention the income of The Matrix and Charlie's Angels. Even if it is the box office share of The Flash and X-Men, by the time Wayne gets it, I'm afraid the daily will be cold. In other words, when preparing a movie, you don't have to invest all the investment directly, and there is of course a time difference. But for the projects that are about to be launched one after another, the money lying on Greenberg Studio is still a lot of pressure. Originally, after Nina's careful planning, this money can completely start multiple projects in batches, and with Warner Brothers sharing the pressure, as long as there are no accidents that require a lot of money in the middle, there will be no problem in holding on until Wayne gets the film share. However, once Aviadela's plan is launched, things will be hard to say. The project that Greenberg Studio is preparing to launch now has a lot of investment in itself. If a superhero movie with a larger investment is temporarily launched in the middle, it will undoubtedly challenge its own capital chain. I want to remind you, boss, Nina, Sergey, Wayne, Naomi Watts and others have been friends for nearly 10 years, especially Nina and Wayne, who have long been entangled and inseparable. Wayne is taking risks in investment, which is completely equivalent to Nina taking risks, so she has to remind her boss as much as possible. According to our plan, the projects invested by Greenberg Studio can be compared with the output of some medium-sized film companies. Once there is a problem in the middle, it will not be a certain project that will be affected, and it is likely to cause unpredictable consequences. With the tacit understanding between the two, some things don't need to be said too clearly. They both know that once the tight capital chain is broken, it will not affect the advancement of one project, but all the projects being produced. More serious consequences are waiting to come. If the plans for several sequels of Greenberg Studio fail, it will also affect Wayne's overall plans for Warner Brothers and even Time Warner. As long as Aviadela takes over Greenberg Studio, he will definitely be eager to start his plan. Boss, you must suppress his plan, at least until the day when the share of X-Men and the Flash is deposited into the studio's account. Otherwise, you really have to consider financing the production project. Nodding silently, Wayne smoked a big puff of cigarette. In his mind, the projects that Greenberg Studio is about to produce, and even the Marvel superheroes that Aviadela wants to produce, have a considerable success rate. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he is definitely unwilling to conduct external financing. Not to mention external financing, he is not even willing to let Warner Brothers get involved in the production of the Marvel superheroes in his hands. You must keep a close eye on all the project expenditures of the studio, Nina. At this point, Wayne can only choose to continue. He just hopes that there will be no accidents in the middle. Find a lawyer as soon as possible. Before the first project of the studio starts, you can get 1% of the studio shares. The kind that can be freely transferred. The moment she heard these words, Nina was obviously stunned for a moment, but she reacted quickly, shrugged and teased her boss. If it can be freely transferred, I will sell it as soon as possible, and then take the money to travel around the world and stay away from these damn jobs. What are you thinking, Nina? Extending a finger and pointing at the assistant lady in the air, Wayne said angrily, the kind that only has the right to dividends. Are you satisfied? Only common interests can bring more attentive work efficiency. Nina fully understands the importance of Greenberg Studio. Although it is only 1%, the value will increase over time. Don't worry, boss. The assistant lady whistled, habitually stretched out her hand to push the glasses on her face, and said with a smile, I won't easily lose the hope of becoming a billionaire. F***K. Then keep an eye on everything in the studio. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.